आप लोग हम लोग वहाँ से बोलेंगे ऐसे हमारे लिए ऐसी बात बोले भाई के दादी तो जरा इंटरेस्टेड है
नहीं आप 2 मिनट बोल करके ना 2 मिनट बोल के बैठो कोई दिक्कत नहीं ठीक है ना उसमें कुछ नहीं मतलब नाम बुलाया तो मुबारकबाद बहुत बढ़िया धन्यवाद और क्या
थोड़ा चाय पी
अच्छा चाहिए नहीं नहीं मतलब उनकी आवाज़
वन ऑफ द फाउंडिंग फादर्स सो कम ऑन
हाँ तो आप
पहले वाले थे उनका थोड़ा
हाँ हाँ
नमो लेट कर रहे थे
यस यस
आपने तो 2 मिनट
अब जो लोग
हाँ बस
आए
2 ही
हुए
मिनट
हैं यहाँ पे
ना नहीं 2 मिनट से अभी नहीं 2 मिनट से ज़्यादा बिल्कुल नहीं नाम मुमकिन अब बस और कुछ नहीं चेयरमैन सर ठीक अभी मैं जो बना के लाया हूँ
सबके नाम लेंगे तो उसी में 2 मिनट करेंगे नाम ऑलराइट
और पिछा नहीं होता किन्ना गया खिच्ची जानी वो थोड़ा करना होता है अगर पहले आगे ना पीछे वो वहाँ से होगा कंट्रोल रूम से वैसे ठीक है हाँ लिया हेलो माइक चेक हेलो 1 2 3 4 माइक चेक हेलो
थोड़ा डाउन। मैं चला ठीक है, लाइट भी अपनी कर दी,
अपनी है, चला दी है।
क्लिक बस बस।
देवी और सज्जनों, आप सभी को सादर नमस्कार और सुप्रभात। हमें ये बताते हुए अत्यंत प्रसन्नता हो रही है कि हमारे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि जम्मू कश्मीर के उपराज्यपाल श्री मनोज सिन्हा जी IIM जम्मू परिसर में पधार चुके हैं और कुछ ही क्षणों में हमारे बीच उपस्थित होंगे। तब तक आप सभी से विनम्र अनुरोध है कि कृपया अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें और इस विशेष अवसर के लिए स्वयं को तैयार रखें। कुछ ही क्षणों में हम इस समारोह के उद्घाटन सत्र का शुभारंभ करने जा रहे हैं। आप सबसे पुनः विनम्र अनुरोध है कि कृपया अपने मोबाइल फ़ोन को साइलेंट मोड पर कर दें ताकि हम इस महत्वपूर्ण और गौरवशाली अवसर का निर्विघ्न आनंद ले सकें। आज IIM जम्मू के लिए एक ऐतिहासिक और गौरवपूर्ण दिन है। 10 वर्षों की उत्कृष्टता, नवाचार और प्रभाव की यात्रा का उत्सव, और हम सब इसी यादगार अवसर पर अपने माननीय मुख्य अतिथि, सम्मानित विशिष्ट अतिथि, IIM जम्मू परिवार के समस्त सदस्यों और अन्य गणमान्य अतिथियों का स्वागत करने के लिए बेहद उत्सुक हैं। Ladies and gentlemen, as we await our honorable chief guest's arrival, may I request all of you to kindly take your seats, make yourself comfortable, and please put your mobile phones on silent mode. Today happens to be a landmark day for IIM Jammu, a celebration of 10 years of excellence, innovation, and impact. And we look forward to welcoming our chief guest, distinguished dignitaries, members of the IIM Jammu family, and all our esteemed guests as we embark on this memorable celebration together. आप सबसे अनुरोध है कि जैसे ही हमारे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि सभाघर में प्रवेश करते हैं तो आप सब कृपया उनके सम्मान में खड़े हो जाएं। उनके आने पर आगे। आदरणीय मुख्य अतिथि माननीय उपराज्यपाल यूनियन टेरिटरी ऑफ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर श्री मनोज सिन्हा जी, पद्म श्री डॉक्टर मिलिंद कामले जी, चेयरमैन बोर्ड ऑफ गवर्नर्स IIM जम्मू, प्रोफेसर BS सहाय जी, डायरेक्टर IIM जम्मू, श्री श्रीराम दांडेकर जी, पूर्व चेयरमैन बोर्ड ऑफ गवर्नर्स IIM जम्मू, श्री शिव कुमार जी, ऑपरेटिंग पार्टनर एडवेंट इंटरनेशनल, श्री आनंद कृपालू जी, ऑपरेटिंग पार्टनर केदारा कैपिटल, प्रोफेसर जबीर अली, डीन फैकल्टी एंड रिसर्च IIM जम्मू, सम्मानित बोर्ड मेंबर्स, IIM जम्मू परिवार के समस्त सदस्य, फैकल्टी, स्टाफ, एलुमनाई, स्टूडेंट्स और यहाँ उपस्थित सभी गणमान्य अतिथिगण, आप सभी को सादर नमस्कार और सुप्रभात। सर्वप्रथम आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि कृपया राष्ट्रगीत व राष्ट्रगान के लिए अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं।
श्यामला
रहे हैं। इसके पश्चात अब हम प्रोफेसर सहाय से अनुरोध करते हैं कि डॉक्टर मिलिंद कामले जी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करें। I now request Professor Sahai to kindly felicitate Shri Anand Kripaluji, Operating Partner, Kedara Capital. It is indeed a privilege to have with us former Chairman, Board of Governors, Shri Sriram Dhandikar ji in our midst today. Request Professor Sahai to present a token of our regard and gratitude to him as well. We are also thankful to Shri Shiv Kumar ji, Operating Partner, Advent International, for having taken out time from his busy schedule and gracing us with his presence. Professor Sahai, request you to do the honors, please. हम गर्मजोशी से हमारे अतिथियों का स्वागत और अभिनंदन करें। तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए। And now, Dr. Jabir Ali, we request you to please felicitate Director IIM, Professor Sahai. Sirs, we are indeed honored and delighted to have you all with us here this morning. We now move ahead with the proceedings of the inaugural ceremony with a welcome address by Professor B.S. Sahai, Director IIM Jammu. Ladies and gentlemen. Ji, sir.
Dhanyavad. She was trying to introduce me. I said, time we were running sort of time. Adarniya Manoj Sinha ji, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Padma Shri Dr. Milind Kamble ji, Chairman, BOG IIM Jammu, Shri Sriram Dhandikar ji, former Chairman, BOG IIM Jammu, Shri Anand Kripalu ji, Operating Partner, Kedara Capital and BOG member, Shri Shiv Kumar, Operating Partner, Advent International, distinguished members of the Board of Governors, distinguished guests, my esteemed colleagues, officers, staff, alumni, our dear friends, members from media. It gives me immense pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to the celebration of 10 years of excellence of IIM Jammu. We are thankful to Honorable Lieutenant Governor Sri Manoj Sinha ji for accepting our invitation to be the chief guest to inaugurate the 10-year celebration of IIM Jammu and to deliver the inaugural address. Sir, we shall remain indebted to you for your continued support and guidance in shaping IIM Jammu. On behalf of IIM Jammu faculty members, staff, students, and on my personal behalf, extend a very warm welcome to you. Please join me in welcoming Manoj Sinha ji. I'm thankful to Padma Shri Dr. Milind Kamble ji for his visionary leadership, constant support, and guidance in raising IIM Jammu. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Kamble. I'm thankful to Sri Anand Kripalu ji and Sri Shiv Kumar ji for accepting our invitation as the guest of honor and share their wisdom. Please welcome this gentleman. I heartily welcome all the esteemed board members for their continuous support and guidance. I also welcome all distinguished speakers and guests. I want to begin not with the statistics, though I have plenty of those to share, but with a memory. I remember in the earliest days of the institute, standing in a room that was still more promise than infrastructure, looking at a cohort of just 47 students and wondering what we are truly building. We had no sprawling campus then. We had no accreditations on the wall. We had instead something less tangible, but much more profound, a belief. A belief that excellence do not ask permission from geography. A belief that an institution's worth is not measured by the years behind it, but by the courage with which it looks forward. Today, 10 years later, I stand before you not to tell you that belief was justified. The world has already told us that. I stand here to tell you, thank you very much. When I look back at where we started, 47 students, 3 faculty members, and an idea. And I look at where we stand today with more than 1,400 students, 80 faculty members, and diverse program. I'm struck less by the scale of the change, but more by the character of it. We didn't simply grow bigger, we grew truer to ourselves. Every institution makes a choice somewhere in its early years about what kind of institution it wants to become. We chose deliberately and without apology to be an institution that seeks management education as an act of nation building, not merely career building. That choice has cost us nothing but given us everything. It gave us Anandam, our centers of happiness. It gave us center of diversity and inclusion. It gave us center of small business development. It gave us 2 centers of innovation and entrepreneurship, one in Jammu and another in Srinagar. It gave us CTAG, where our faculty members sit not in the ivory towers, but at the table with the government of Jammu and Kashmir and shaping real policy for real people. It has given us Yuva, Mission Yuva, an audacious commitment to help create over 1.3 lakhs entrepreneurs and nearly 4.25 lakhs livelihoods and jobs. And when I think of 20th February 2024, the day our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji dedicated the state-of-the-art campus to the nation, I confess, even now the memory moves on. It was not simply a building being erected, it was a promise being kept. A promise that this institute, founded in the foothills of lower Himalayas, would not merely survive on the periphery of Indian management education, but would rise to its very center. Allow me now to speak plainly of what this decade has actually built because of our students, because of our faculty members, and this region deserves to hear it is stated with pride. We began in 2016 with 47 students in our flagship program, MBA. We are today a community of more than 1,400 learners spread over different programs. We have partnered with Accenture to weave artificial intelligence, data analytics, cloud computing, cybersecurity directly to our MBA curriculum, and we launched a 4-year EBBA program aligned with the NAP 2020. In 2025, a single year, we earned 2 international
to work towards ASCSB accreditation as well. Our ranking tell our story of study, discipline, progress. 35th in NRF ranking, 19th in IRF ranking, 20th in Business World, 25th in Business Today, 13th in India Today, etc. Our faculty members published in top journals, secured research grant, authored and edited books, and organized international conferences. Just to continue, Nalanda, the state-of-the-art high-tech library, has become a major attraction for students, researchers, and all visitors. Our education and consultancy wing has trained thousands of senior executives, civil servants, administrators from government, PSUs, and private organizations. And beyond our own campus walls, our contribution to Jammu and Kashmir has been, I believe, our most meaningful achievement of all. CTAG, Mission Yuva, MSME Clinic. None of this happened by accident. Every accreditation, every ranking, every enterprise created, every scholar mentored is the result of 10 years of unglamorous, disciplined daily work by the people I want to speak of now. None of it was built by policy documents or press release. It was built by people. And I want to take a moment. Dr. Milind Kamble, our chairman, thank you for lending this institute not just your stature, but your heart. Your own journey as an entrepreneur who broke barriers taught us that inclusion is not a policy line, it is a founding principle. This institute's soul carries your conviction. To our board members, your idea, your suggestion, your involvement, your contributions are immense. Be it the boardroom discussion, faculty selection, campus development, or everywhere your imprints are there. To our faculty members, I've watched you over the years. You gave your life to IIM Jammu, published world-class papers, mentored scholars from across the globe, and still find the time to sit with a first-year student who is homesick and unsure. That balance of rigor and humility is rare, and it is entirely yours. To our officers and staff, the ones whose names rarely appear in these speeches, but without whom no speech would ever be possible, thank you for building quietly, brick by brick, the campus we're celebrating today. To our alumni, you are the tourist proof of what we set out to do. Wherever you sit today, in the boardroom or government offices, in startups or multinationals, you carry a piece objective with you. Every time you lead with integrity, you are still, in some sense, in class. And to our students, past and present, you are not the product of this institute. You are its purpose. Every library seat filled at midnight, every debate in the mandapam, every early morning at Tejas Sports Complex, every brushstroke at our painting workshop, receiving the Basoli tradition. And this is institute, this is alive. I will not stand here and tell our work is done. We continue to deepen our soul as a knowledge partner to the nation, especially to this region. We are so privileged to call our home. We continue to seek ourselves the harder question. Now, how do we grow bigger? But the question is that how do we remain worthy of the trust so many have placed in us? As India walks towards the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, I believe institutions like ours carry a quiet but profound responsibility, not simply to produce managers, but to produce leaders who can hold competence and compassion at the same hand. And that has been our philosophy since the very first day when we had nothing but 47 students and a belief. It remains our philosophy today when we have so much more, and yet in the ways that matters most remain unchanged. If you will indulge me one final personal thought, and it's very emotional thing. Leading an institution through its first decade is a little like a raising child you didn't expect to grow so fast. There is a pride, yes, enormous pride. There is also a quiet ache. The ache of realizing that this institute no longer needs any one of us the way it once did. It now belongs to the student who walks its corridor, every faculty member who shapes a mind, every alumnus who carries its name in the world. And perhaps that is the truest measure of what we have built here in Jammu. Not an institution that depends on its founder, but one that has learned to stand and now to soar on its own. 10 years ago, we were a promise. Today, we are a presence. And tomorrow, I have no doubt we will be a legacy. Thank you. Jai Bharat. Vande Mataram.
Thank you, sir, for your words. They have beautifully brought together the journey, achievements, and aspirations that define IIM Jammu. We now invite a distinguished personality who has a special association with the formative journey of IIM Jammu, Shri Ram S. Thandekar ji, a prominent name in the world of industry and founding chairman of the Board of Governors of IIM Jammu. He is currently the vice chairman of Kokuyu Camelin Limited. Today, his leadership and guidance during the early years of IIM Jammu played an important role in shaping the direction of the institution. Today, 10 years later, his presence on the stage is like the return of an important chapter of that journey. Sir, the stage is all yours.
Thank you. Sorry, my voice is unwell. So, few lines, although I had prepared the speech, but due to paucity of time as well as my throat. Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha ji, Chairman of IIM Jammu, Padma Shri Milind Kamble ji, Director Dr. Sahai ji, distinguished keynote speakers today, Anand Kripalu ji and Shiv Kumar ji, Professor Jabir Ali ji, all the distinguished guests and students and faculty and the staff. I am thankful to this organization for inviting me for this very important occasion. I should say that I remember the first few days or first few years of this institute. I was appointed as Chairman Board of Governance in September 2017. The campus at that time was temporary campus of Jammu Engineering College. There was no permanent campus. There was nothing. So, in a way, it was a clean slate. I am very honored and happy to mention the entire support that I got from my fellow directors that time, as well as I must not forget the mentoring institute for this IIM Jammu was IIM Lucknow. I must mention today the then director of IIM Jammu, Dr. Ajit Prasad, who guided us very well, as well as Dr. Anadi Pandey ji, who was temporary director till the new director is appointed. Also, I should mention the important elements of selection committee when we selected Dr. Sai as permanent director. The selection committee consisted of Ms. Jaya Goyal ji, she is here, then Shashikant Chaudhary ji, and external expert, the then Dean of SP Jain Institute of Management, Ranjan Banerjee, Dr. Ranjan Banerjee. This institute has developed when the permanent campus land was allotted by Government of India, about 220 acres, where we are standing today. पहली बार हम लोग आए तो पहाड़ था, और जब काम शुरू हुआ तब यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छे स्नेक्स, बिच्छू सब निकले थे. But it was interesting, and of course अभी भी है. It is my great fortune that because of Dr. Sahaji, somehow in some capacity I have been associated still on some occasions with this great institute. I would close my speech by saying, yes, we had opportunity to lay the foundation. You have built the future, and it's a great future. Thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to invite a distinguished personality under whose leadership the Board of Governors of IIM Jammu is shaping the future direction of the institution. Padma Shri Dr. Milind Kamleji, Chairman, Board of Governors. Dr. Milind Kamble, ladies and gentlemen, is an eminent entrepreneur, institution builder, and social impact leader. He is the founder chairman of the Dalit Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Sir, the stage is all yours. Sir, please.
Respected Shri Manoj Sinha ji, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Shri Ram Dandekar ji, former chairman, Shri Shiv Kumar, operating partner, Advent International, Anand Kripalu, operating partner, Kedar Capital and member Board of Governors, IIM Jammu, Professor B.S. Sahai, Director, IIM Jammu, distinguished members of the Board of Governors, invited dignitaries, faculty members, officers, staff, alumni, students, ladies and gentlemen. It is a matter of great pride and privilege to welcome you all to the 10th year celebration of Indian Institute of Management, Jammu. 10 years is a short period in the life of an academic institution. Yet, in these 10 years, IIM Jammu has created a distinct identity through vision, leadership, hard work, and a clear sense of purpose. Established by Government of India in 2016, the institution began from the modest transit campus on Canal Road, which is mentioned by then Chairman Shri Ram Dandekar ji, with an inaugural MBA batch of only 47 students. Today, it has grown into a vibrant academic community of more than 1,400 students. Offers MBA, MBA Healthcare, MBA AI, Executive MBA 5-year integrated program, doctoral programs, and several multidisciplinary programs. The journey from Canal Road to permanent campus at Jagti captures the remarkable growth of this institution. 200 acres of land were identified in 2017. Construction began in 2020, and by 2023, the institute had moved to its new campus. In 20th February 2024, the Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji dedicated this magnificent campus to the nation. It was a defining milestone in the journey of IIM Jammu. On this occasion, I express my gratitude to the Government of India, the Ministry of Education, the Government of Jammu and Kashmir, and all those who have supported the institute over the years. Institutions are not built by building alone. They are built by people, by ideas, and by sustained commitment. In this journey, IIM Jammu has also been fortunate to receive a constant encouragement and support of Honorable Lieutenant Governor Shri Manoj Sinha ji. At important stages of our growth, he has stood beside the institution, encouraged its aspirations, and in a very real sense, held hand of this young institution as it took confident steps towards maturity. His faith in the potential of IIM Jammu, his emphasis on excellence, and his encouragement to connect academic growth with the larger development of Jammu and Kashmir have been a source of strength to us. We remain deeply grateful for this guidance, goodwill, and continued support, sir. Here I must also place on record my deep appreciation for Professor B.S. Sahai, Director IIM Jammu since 2018. His vision, energy, and tireless efforts have played a central role in shaping the institution under his leadership. IIM Jammu has expanded academically, built national and international partnerships, promoted research and entrepreneurship, and strengthened its engagement with society. The 10-year of a journey, IIM Jammu carries his distinct imprint. Much of what we celebrate today bears testimony to the dedication, perseverance, and unwavering commitment to the Institute. I also acknowledge the valuable guidance of the Board of Governors and the contribution of our faculty members, officers, staff, students, alumni, and institutional partners. The future of management will undoubtedly shaped by artificial intelligence, data analytics, and digital transformation. But technology alone cannot create responsible progress. We need leaders who can combine innovation with ethics, efficiency with empathy, and economic growth with inclusion. This must remain at the heart of management education. IIM Jammu has also earned significant international recognition. In 2025, received Graduate Association accreditation for 5 years, EFMD for 3 years, placing it among select group of IIMs with such international distinction. Its progress is also reflected in a national ranking, which mentioned by Professor Sahai. Equally important is IIM Jammu's engagement with Jammu and Kashmir through the Center of Innovation, CTAC, that we know all. Then Mission Yuva and the other initiatives, Center for Small Business Development and the Center for Equity and Inclusion, contributing to the governance, entrepreneurship, employment, and capacity building. As I am entrepreneur, I strongly believe that India's growth will be meaningful only when opportunities reaches to young people, women, rural innovators, first-generation entrepreneurs, and historically disadvantaged communities. The Center for Diversity and Inclusion represents this very commitment to leadership, entrepreneurship, and economic empowerment. I am happy to note that all centers of excellence, Center for Entrepreneurship, Center for Diversity and Inclusion, Center for Small Business Development, Anandam, the Center for Happiness, are doing a remarkable job. The Nalanda Library, Mandapam, Tejas Sport Complex, and so many other things, they are its finest things which we have created. To our alumni, I would say your relationship with IIM Jammu does not end with graduation. Your mentorship, experience, and continued engagement will be vital as the institute enters its second decade. And to our students, you are not merely inheriting the legacy of this institute. You are helping to create it, develop technological skills, but retain independent judgment. Pursue excellence, but remain compassionate. Seek success, but never forget your responsibility towards society and the nation. And India moves toward the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, institutions such as IIM Jammu will have a vital role to play. A developed India will require not only economic growth, but also innovative enterprises, ethical institutions, inclusive opportunities, and leaders guided by a larger national purpose. This 10 years of celebration is therefore not merely a moment to look back. It is also a moment to look ahead. This journey would not have been possible without the commitment of many people. I once again congratulate Professor Sahai for untiring efforts, the member of the Board of Governors, faculty members, officers, staff, students, alumni, and the entire IIM Jammu family. Some institutions inherit history, others create it. IIM Jammu is creating its own. May IIM Jammu continue to grow, inspire, and serve the nation for generations to come. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Shri Shiv Kumar ji to address the keynote address, please. Sir, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute delight to be here. Honorable Lieutenant Governor, members of this wonderful board, my friend Anand Kripalu, whom I have known since college days, and your founder director, Mr. Sahai, whom I have known for the last 22 years, ever since we started interacting in the All India Management Association. Okay. Dear students, all of you, I've seen many campuses across India and the world, and I must tell you, you have one of the prettiest campuses. Please value it as long as you are here. Okay. Now, why am I here? I have done, so far in my career, 17 convocation, commencement speeches, and keynote speeches at the IIMs. The only 5 left are, today I ticked number 17, Sirmaur, Amritsar, Kashipur, Sambalpur, Guwahati I have not done. Okay? I have done 17 so far. Now, I didn't realize this when I was researching for this speech. Jammu is one of the 4 cities in this country which has both an IIT and an IIM. One of 4, which is Mumbai, Indore, Guwahati, Jammu. One of 4, prestigious. And it's only one of 2 cities in this country which has IIT, IIM, and AIMS. Only you and Guwahati have it. So, you're in great company. Next slide, please. So what I'll cover for you the next 20 minutes is as follows. We live in an uncertain world. Almost everybody tells you about that. I'll give you a chart from McKinsey to tell you what it means to business education. What does a business school need to fix today? Because business schools have been around since 1961 in India. What do we need to fix today? What are the industry trends that business schools need to think about as they teach students? What are the components of a great business school? And I'll leave you with 6 points to think about, which is for you as practitioners to think about as to what you should be doing. And finally, I'll give you my definition of a new MBA. Next slide, please. It's often said that uncertainty has been rising and high uncertainty events are peaking even more. This is a chart from McKinsey. On the y-axis, we have the World Uncertainty Index, and on the x-axis, we have time. If you look at the time gap between 2 uncertain events, between 1990 and 2001, it was 11 years. So we had a disruption once in 11 years. Now the same disruption is once in 5 years. That has significant implications for us. Now, the volatility of that disruption is also huge. Now think about it. In a world which is getting disrupted every 5 years, our IPM degree is 5 years. Your MBA degree is 2 years. Now, they have to change dramatically in a future world. They cannot be what they were in the past. Okay. So think about it from that aspect. In a turbulent world, can the same syllabus, can the same methodology continue? Next slide, please. This is a fact very few people know. In the world, there are 13,000 business schools. India has half of them. We have half the business schools in the world. Okay. So our challenge is not quality. Okay. We need much deeper quality. Okay. Our challenge, we need much better education, much better students. Only 20% of the students who graduate from an MBA school are employable according to industry. Just 20%. So we don't have a quantity problem, we have a quality problem. And every system needs change. And I'll give you my take on the changes which B schools need to have. Next slide, please. What do B schools need to fix today, as of this morning, as I would say? Of the students here, how many of you have taken a loan to come here? Yeah, that's 60% of the class. In one of the business school boards where I am, 96% of the batch has taken a loan. The average is about 75 to 90%. So the first thing is the education out of reach of people? We need to ask that question. If everybody is taking a loan, now what happens when everybody takes a loan? They want the best paying salary. Why? I need to pay my loan back in the earliest possible time. So there's a huge pressure on salary, starting salary as a very important measure. If loan were not an issue, that pressure will not be there. The rat race at placement, you will not see it. Okay? That's a fundamental shift. So we need to ask ourselves, what is good value for the fees that we ask for? The fees in the IIMs ranges from 15 lakhs to 28 lakhs. That's the range in the 22 IIMs that we have in the country. Second, placement cannot be a promise for the 2-year MBA degree only. Placement has to be a promise for every single course the institute offers, whatever they're offering. Whether it's a supply chain degree, whether it's an operations degree, whether it's an AI degree, placement must be for all. We tend to focus placement only on the 2-year program. Third, if there is one issue on which there is massive debate amongst all the IIM directors also, it is what is the starting salary. There is no one definition of the starting salary, even in the 22 IIMs. So every IIM that I visit, and I tell them, hey, this IIM had good starting salary, they'll say, Shiv, don't believe it. Okay, that number is wrong. They're adding this, they're adding that, etc. And I've told this to the Ministry of Education many times through my role as a board member, saying, please have a system to ensure that the starting salary is common. Then comparisons are easier. That's the simplest thing we can do as of this morning. Okay. And finally, in the NIRF ranking, there is 30% weightage to research. 30% weightage. Now, 28% of the NIRF ranking population has published 530,000 papers last year. However, the total publications in India is only 508,000. So now, if we are talking governance and ethics, it starts at home. So we need to scrub the data we give to NIRF. Okay, and all institutions need to do this. Okay, this is what I believe these schools need to fix as of this morning. Okay, next slide, please. I see dramatic change in industry. What are the changes that I see in industry? I'm giving you last 20 years, picture. 20 years ago, we used to have 15 levels in an organization, give or take a few. Today, we have 8. So we're delayed by half, which means careers are no longer vertical progressions. They're horizontal spirals. You need to spend a lot more time at one level compared to the past. That's a big change for anybody graduating. We have outsourced everything which is non-core. And the growth of the BPO industry and the growth of the GCC is a classic example of that. We've outsourced everything. We're still the same brand, the same company, but the roles are very different. Remote working and flexible working. Flexible working is a given today. People want more flexibility. And when we insist on return to work, we lose 30% of women who work for us. When we insist that everybody comes back to work 5 days a week, women drop out first, which is not smart. Remote working, here's an interesting stat. Of all the remote working listings, remote working job listings have 30% more skill requirement as listed by the company compared to on-site. So people are demanding a lot more if you want to work remote. That's another challenge I see. Gig employees. Today, 12.5% of global is gig. Is going to come to India also. Okay? It's already there, and I see much more of it. And finally, we are a matrixed industry today. Every single company is a matrix that requires enormous negotiation, enormous collaboration, enormous influencing skills. Not something we've taught naturally in business schools. Okay? Next slide, please. A degree is getting optional for many jobs. Last year, LinkedIn job posts, 20% said degree is not required. This has serious implications for any institution which offers a degree. Because now suddenly, what is the value of the degree? Is a question that the student is asking, the recruiter is asking, and surely the institution must ask. Next slide, please. All great business schools are a combination of three things: great students, great faculty, or rock star faculty as I call them, and great recruiters. Now, two things are absolutely important for great recruiters to come to campus: great students and rock star faculty. Let me define rock star faculty. C.K. Prahlad, whom I had the pleasure of knowing and doing some work with, was a rock star faculty at Michigan. Shrikant Datar at Harvard, the dean at Harvard, is a rock star faculty. Vijay Govindarajan is a rock star faculty. Peter Drucker was a rock star faculty. Okay. Philip Kotler is a rock star faculty. Nitin Noria is a rock star faculty. We need rock star faculty in every institution in order to attract great students. If you don't have those lighthouses, you don't attract the students. Okay. Now, great recruiters will come if both happen. Great students come for great teachers, great outcomes, and great campus experience. That's why great students come. Next slide, please. So, what does this mean for all of us as I discuss the future business school? I'm going to leave you with 6 thoughts. Thought number 1. Fees is not going to be the model of the future. Fees is not the business model of the future. You'll be shocked to know your fees does not pay for the infrastructure in this campus. Full stop. No campus in this country fees pays for it. So, what is the alternative? The alternative we have seen, very simply, 59% of the workforce needs reskilling by 2030 in the next 4 years. Okay. The biggest element is MDP, or what we call continuing education. If you can dial up on that, then the business school funds itself, survives, does not need any grants. In India, we have 200 million people. 40% need to be reskilled. That's 80 million people needed to be reskilled in the next 4 years. Just multiply 20 million by per day rate of even 20,000 rupees. The market is huge for MDP. That's where I go back. You need rock star faculty. Okay, you need rock star PhD students. That's how you'll get it. Okay. For example, let me prove my point. IIM Bangalore has started in Indonesia campus. They're starting one. Prime Minister Modi announced it when he was there 2 months ago. They're starting with MDP. They're not starting with a 2-year program. They're starting with MDP. So MDP funds itself and will fund your institution. So number 1, fees is not the business model of the future. Number 2, today in industry, we are hiring for soft skills and training for hard skills. You know why? Hard skills are changing dramatically. We are hiring for soft skills. The half-life of tech skills, which is 50% of the skill becomes redundant, is today 2.5 years. By the time you finished your institute degree, the hard skill has depreciated by 50%. We have more skills that are perishable now compared to before. So we need durable skills. Skills which will last you 10 years. Critical thinking, complex problem solving, creativity, communication, collaboration. Those are the things that we need to really teach a lot more of in a future business school. Next slide, please. Number 3, the MBA is a segmented degree now. You have 2-year, 1-year digital HR supply chain MBAs, AI MBA, online MBA, executive MBA, BBA as part of IPM. When I look at that list, I think of the English Cricket Board and the confusion they have. They have a test team, they have a one-day team, they have to have a T20 team, they have 100, they have a 3-day league. What do they focus on? Where will people come for the test match? The same problem exists in all business schools. Is the 2-year going to be the flagship program? Because go back to what I said about loans. A lot of people want, across the world today, a high-quality 1-year program. A high-quality 1-year program with great outcomes is what people are looking for. Now, half of you have work experience. If you're coming from work experience, you're leaving 2 years of your salary, paying fees here, taking a loan, need to pay it back. So people are asking the question, is the 2-year worth it? This is a global trend. Okay. Next slide, please. A very important question that we need to ask. If India is a global economy, we are either number 3 or number 4 at any point of time. if India is a global economy, can management education in India be a local affair? It cannot be. We have to play on the global stage. What does that mean? International students. Sorry to say, where's Vinita? Where is Vinita? Don't see her? Okay, Vinita, congratulations. Vinita is Mr. B.S. Sahai's wife. She's also the director of IIM Bodh Gaya, where I did the commencement speech last year. Now, why do I congratulate her? There's a reason I congratulate her. They are the only family which is directors in 2 IIMs, huh? Nobody else. Okay. Number two, the reason I congratulate her. She has 12 international students out of 250, which is the highest in India for any IIM. We do not have international students. A basic requirement is we need to pitch for international students. We need international faculty, even if it is visiting faculty. We need international alliances. We need international assignments. And we need international jobs. We cannot be a number 3 or a number 4 economy when 22 IIMs don't focus on international. 18 this year. Fantastic, well done. That's still the highest, ma'am, in the country. So go international is my third point. Next slide. The future student. You know, all the MBA pitching right now from any business school is for the fresher. Okay, half of you are non-freshers. Our communication is not targeted at somebody who's coming and saying, I don't want to stay in my current function. I need to move on. So who are we targeting and what do we teach them? That's the first basic question you would ask in any brand and any consumer marketing. I think we are not targeting the right people and we are not certainly teaching them what's needed for the future. Point number 5, next slide please. Summer equals final in many cases. Let me give you an example. In 2015, when I used to work for PepsiCo, we stopped going to campus for final interviews. We would recruit 25 summer interns, put them through a grilling schedule of 2 months, and we typically offer 70% pre-placement offer. Today, when I look at the data of the 8-odd business schools that I'm associated with, that PPO offer moves from 25 to 40%. So, summer equals final. So we need to spend a lot more time getting more companies into summer. We are unfortunately spending time on final. And I submit to you, we need 300 firms at the summer level. You get 300 firms at the summer level, you get 40% pre-placement offer, 120 people in the batch are placed. The headache is much lesser. And I personally believe in a future world, we must outsource our placement. We must outsource our placement to professional headhunters. That's their day job. That's what we should do, and we should get more from them. And my last point, you know, the business school or the business school degree or the MBA has been taught on the basis of cases. Cases started in 1870s in the Harvard Law School, where they practiced argument of real cases in the class. Harvard Business School, with Leonard, Christensen, Andrews, and Guth, the 4 professors, they started the Harvard Business School cases in 1920, 106 years ago. Today, with the volatility, with the changes that you see, with short-term orientation that we see, we need real simulation of life. A case study, by the time it's published, for you to know, it takes 3 years. The world's changed in 3 years' time. Okay, so I believe we will see, if we have very good relationship with industry, you will end up seeing what I call 6 simulator terms, where you're simulating the business conditions of the company that you're working with in your classroom with the guidance from industry executives and going to run it. That's going to be the future of management education. It will not be cases, it will not be theoretical, and it will definitely not be 1 hour of class. It will possibly be 30 minutes. Your attention spans are really low, okay? Next slide, please. So, an MBA, I believe, could stand for, one of the directors of IIM Vizag gave me this, Chandra, when I asked him. I said, look, I'm doing this speech. Can you give me any advice? And he said this to me. He's saying maybe an MBA is about managing business ambiguities in the future. It's not about the Master of Business Administration anymore. So in summary, and I finished ahead of my time, I would say 3 points I want you to take out. Uncertainty is rampant. Think of 11 years, think of 5 years. It's rampant. Number 2, a great business school runs on 3 things: great students, great rockstar faculty, and great recruiters. Okay, you have to get students and rockstar faculty right if you want a great recruiter. Otherwise, it won't work. And finally, of the future things I told you, fees will not be the business model of the future. Soft skills have to dominate our curriculum. We have to do a lot more in soft skills. And we have to learn from Vinita Sahai and be far more international than where we are today. So that's all I have to say, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for this absolutely insightful address. Can we hear it for Sri Shiv Kumar ji? And now I request Sri Anand Kripalu ji, operating partner Kedara Capital, to kindly address the gathering, please. Sir.
Thank you very much, and hello, everyone. It's very hard to speak after Shiv, huh? I have to say that. Wow, that was an outstanding session, Shiv. So, Honorable Lieutenant Governor, my colleagues on the board, our faculty, and of course, students and distinguished guests, very good morning to all of you. Today, I'm going to share a bit about my own journey. That's what Sai Saab said I should talk about. But more importantly, some specific tips that have, in some ways, helped me in my career, and I hope it will help those of you who are embarking on a professional career. But before that, I want to pause and take a moment to reflect on this amazing decade of IIM Jammu. I have been associated with this institution for now almost 8 years, okay? From the time when we were in rented accommodation, as others have said, from the time when we were hiring faculty and staff, from the time when we were deciding what programs we should run, on how we should differentiate ourselves from other IIMs, but also from the time when there was nothing here but mud and slush. I came here and my car wheel actually got caught in the slush, and a few guys had to lift the wheel to get the car out of the slush. And boy, as I stand here today, look at what we've built here. Absolutely remarkable transformation, and absolutely an institute where I have felt very proud that I could have been associated with this. And I can say this, it would never have been possible without the dynamic and committed leadership of Professor Sahai. Sahai Saab, you and your team have done an amazing job here, so many, many, many congratulations to everybody. Now, a bit about myself. So I started life in a very happy, but a very middle-class home, right? My dad was in the army. I've lived not far from here, Udhampur, Srinagar, went for weekends to Patni Top. You know, all of the stuff is in the vicinity here. Where my mother actually had to start working when my brother and I both went to college, right? Now you're talking of people who've taken loans. Families stretch, right? And they stop every other extracurricular activity when they have to support the child's education, right? But this middle class mentality that I grew up with of working hard, working with integrity, working with conscience. You know what conscience is? Everybody has an inner voice, right? That's conscience. Doing more with less, you know, always trying to bargain to get a better deal. These are the kinds of things that have actually shaped my behavior, not just through business and how I take decisions in business, but honestly also through life. Post my education, I have spent over 4 decades working, so no guesses for guessing how old I am. And mostly in FMCG, fast-moving consumer goods. Shiv and I were in IIM together, but also have crossed each other through our careers. And then I spent the last 4 years in a packaging company, which was a private equity-owned company. I've spent broadly a quarter of my time in sales right? Doing all kinds of roles in sales, a quarter of my time in pure marketing, brand marketing, and the rest in general management. I spent 22 years at Unilever, 8 in Cadbury, which is now called Mondelez, right? I presume everyone has tasted the products. 8 at Diageo, and I presume some of you have tasted those products as well. And 4 at EPL, which is this packaging company. I've been involved with many categories, talcum powder, to oral care, to detergents, to chocolates, to alcohol, right? And it's okay, you can smile when I say alcohol. And finally, of course, packaging, okay? And today I'm an operating partner at Kedara Capital. I'm also on the boards of several companies, including EPL, the packaging company. I'm on the board of Swiggy, and I hope that's the app you all use. Yes? No. United Breweries, makers of Kingfisher beer and Heineken beer, and Lupin, the pharmaceutical company. So what are some of the things that have helped me in my journey, okay? That maybe you can keep at the back of your mind, as you traverse your professional career. And let me talk about a few of these things that I have learned along the way. First, careers are not sprints. They are marathons. Now, you need to sustain your energy in a 40-year career. You have to manage your energy, not only manage your time, and everyone talks of time management, but you have to manage your energy. And energy comes from the workplace, but also from family, from friends, and the relationships you have. Now, how many people have run marathons? And believe it or not, I have. How many people have run marathons here? Nobody? This is an unfit institute, huh? So I'll tell you what happens. You have these first-timers who have more josh than planning, entering a marathon. And they will start with a sprint. Very soon you'll see them fallen by the wayside somewhere. Okay? They've run out of steam. And by the way, so too in careers. Many people peak very early, and I can tell you this honestly. I have worked with many people much smarter than me, much smarter than me, who got promotions early in their career ahead of me, and I said, oh my God, I'm not good enough. But I can tell you many of them disappeared into the sunset way too early. What you learn at each stage of your career prepares you for the next stage. Excellence in the current job determines the next job. Very often, if you're always looking for the next job, you will trip on your current job. And one thing you must remember, nobody, not even the most successful person you can think of, has had a perfect career. There will be ups and there will be downs. Everyone has a bad day or a bad stint. Look at cricketers. You score a century and next time you get out for duck. But how you pick yourself up after that down, after that failure, is what determines how far you will go. The second, seek out grassroots level experience. A lot of the kind of leader I am, the person I am, has been shaped by my early years in sales. And that's why I have a lot of empathy for the people on the ground who toil every day in the field, in the factories. One sells the product, the other makes the product, right? And very often we used to say everything else is noise in the middle, okay? My early years were tough. 35, 40 calls a day. Kirana shops, panwalas, in the sweltering heat, traveling into rural markets, and I've stayed in hotels for 12 rupees a night. You can only imagine what that room provided. It is this nail-dirtying, collar-soiling, and shoe-wearing work that teaches you the basics of how an organization works and builds a deep respect for people, many of whom at that time were old enough to be my father, okay? There is no substitute for these learnings in my book. These are my experiences. Ultimately, it's not in the boardroom that battles are won or lost. It is actually in the marketplace. right? People think it's won or lost in the boardroom. Not true. It's won or lost in the marketplace. Third, have the hunger and desire to make a difference. You know, the wheels of a business turn only when you do something, when you take some action. Having a great intellectual discussion in a meeting makes no difference to the business. It's only when you act on something coming out of that meeting that turns the wheels of the business. Now, if you're graduating from a top institute like IIM Jammu, I have no doubt that you have the requisite intellect to be successful. So what makes the difference? It is the fire in the belly, the desire to do something, the desire to make a difference. You know, I remember the time when I was a regional sales manager and I had 2 ASMs, area sales managers, working for me. And each had a territory that was similar. Both were smart guys out of the IIMs and similar resources in terms of money. But you know, one delivered substantially better performance month after month after month compared to the other. That's the difference people make, right? One had the hunger and desire to make a difference. So some people are game changers in business, and some are status quo managers, okay? Both may be smart, but the kinds of people I want to hire and have in my team are the ones who have the hunger and desire to make a difference. Fourth, get comfortable outside your comfort zone. You know, very often we think we know what's best for us. I want to do this. And maybe you are blindingly clear. It's possible. But often it is because you have butterflies in your stomach and you're nervous about doing something that you don't know exactly how to deal with. Okay? And some of my greatest learnings actually came from jobs that I never wanted to do myself. I went into those jobs because I was forced into them. And I went kicking and screaming. And those jobs probably were the biggest learning opportunities of my career. They taught me things I may never have learned as well. Strategic influencing, leadership, and working across different cultures with different kinds of people. And the fifth, always leave a legacy. Now, legacy is a big word. You know, when I was a sales trainee in Tamil Nadu, we would, after this 35, 40 calls a day, we'd often sit down with my supervisor, you know, and have a drink and reflect on the day that happened. And interestingly, this supervisor of mine always spoke about his boss, but not his current boss, not the previous boss. He only spoke about his boss who was his boss 2 bosses ago. Because that boss made difference to systems. He added value to this person by coaching him. He took help, he provided help when this person had a personal problem. That boss, who was his boss 2 bosses ago, left a legacy. The next 2 passed through like a ship in the night. Nobody noticed, nobody cared, nobody remembered. You can leave a legacy in any job you do. Remember, legacy is not for CEOs only. Every job you do, you have to leave your imprint. You have to leave your footprints on the sands of time. When you walk away, you have to be remembered saying that person was here and look at what that person did. Okay? So these are 5 lessons, and I'm going to give you 2 pieces of unsolicited advice, if I may. All right? On top of these 5 tips for your career. Number 1, believe in the India story. You know, when I passed out of IIT in 1980, I think Shiv passed out a year or 2 after me. He's younger than me, as you can see. The norm was for everyone to go to the US. I did electronics at that time. 30 out of 32 in my class went to the US. Talk of brain drain. I decided to stay back, right, for a multitude of reasons. And it's a decision I have never, ever regretted. You know, today I can tell you many of my batchmates, many of whom are in Silicon Valley, would give their right hand to come back to India because they're Indian. Unfortunately, their kids are American. Okay? They can't come back. Yeah? But they would come back because they are seeing this booming country with a billion opportunities. right? It is the center of the world for many today. So this is India's decade, folks. In fact, the next few decades are going to be India's decade. You have an opportunity to play in probably what is one of the most exciting opportunities in the world. An opportunity that several generations before never ever had, right? So believe in the India story and enjoy the ride. And second, win, but win the right way. All too often it is felt that you need to do the wrong thing to win. Honestly, there is no wrong way to get the right result. Yeah, no way to get the right result. So when you go out from here, please remember, don't only partake in the India story, but shape it in a way in which you would want to leave it for the next few generations to come. So all the best to every one of you, and many congratulations again. IIM Jammu. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. देवी और सज्जनों, किसी संस्था की यात्रा केवल वर्षों की गिनती नहीं होती। कुछ उपलब्धियां आंकड़ों में दर्ज होती हैं, कुछ शोध पत्रों में, कुछ स्मृतियों में और कुछ कला और संस्कृति में, और कुछ ऐसी होती हैं जिन्हें आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए सहेज कर रखना आवश्यक होता है। IIM जम्मू की 10 वर्षों की यात्रा ऐसी ही एक समृद्ध यात्रा है। आज इस गौरवपूर्ण अवसर पर हम इस यात्रा के 7 विशिष्ट आयामों को 7 खूबसूरत कॉफी टेबल बुक्स के माध्यम से संजो रहे हैं। मैं हमारे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि श्री मनोज सिन्हा जी व मंच पर उपस्थित सभी अतिथिगण से विनम्र अनुरोध करती हूं कि वे इन 7 कॉफी टेबल बुक्स का औपचारिक विमोचन करें। सर्वप्रथम एवोल्यूशन ऑफ IIM जम्मू, 10 वर्षों की उत्कृष्टता, विकास और संस्थागत यात्रा की कहानी। दूसरा, रिसर्च एक्सीलेंस, पिछले 1 दशक की रिसर्च अचीवमेंट्स, पब्लिकेशंस और एकेडमिक इंपैक्ट का दस्तावेज। तीसरा, नालंदा द लाइब्रेरी, ज्ञान की उस आधारशिला की कहानी जिसमें टीचिंग, दिस इज नालंदा द लाइब्रेरी, ज्ञान की उस आधारशिला की कहानी। नालंदा सर, रिसर्च एक्सीलेंस सर। हमारी सेकेंड पब्लिकेशन रिसर्च एक्सीलेंस, पिछले 1 दशक की रिसर्च अचीवमेंट्स, पब्लिकेशंस और एकेडमिक इंपैक्ट का दस्तावेज। अब हमारे सामने है नालंदा द लाइब्रेरी, ज्ञान की उस आधारशिला की कहानी जिसमें टीचिंग, लर्निंग और रिसर्च को निरंतर समृद्ध किया है। इसके पश्चात बंधन, जम्मू की संस्कृति, परंपराओं और समाज से IIM जम्मू के विद्यार्थियों को जोड़ने वाली एक अनूठी पहल। ब्रश स्ट्रोक्स बियॉन्ड बॉर्डर्स, इंटरनेशनल पेंटर सिंपोजियम की ऐसी यात्रा जहां कला ने देश और सीमाओं पर से परे संवाद का माध्यम बनकर अपनी भूमिका निभाई। Here we'd like to mention that these beautiful creations, these paintings are adding to the aesthetic charm of the institution. छठा, स्ट्रोक्स ऑफ स्प्लेंडर, द आर्ट ऑफ बसौली पेंटिंग, हमारी समृद्ध पहाड़ी कला परंपरा, विशेष रूप से बसौली पेंटिंग को नई पीढ़ी से जोड़ने का एक सुंदर प्रयास। Here we'd like to particularly applaud Honorable Lieutenant Governor's contribution in this regard. He has played a pivotal role in the revival and promotion of Basoli art. It is under his leadership that this exquisite heritage art form received the prestigious GI tag in 2023. And lastly, रंग तरंग, पद्म श्री बलवंत ठाकुर जी के मार्गदर्शन में IIM जम्मू में मंचित नाटकों का संकलन, जहां थिएटर केवल मनोरंजन नहीं, एज पार्ट ऑफ करिकुलम एक अभिव्यक्ति, संवेदना और कल्पनाशीलता के माध्यम से भविष्य के लीडर्स को गढ़ने का माध्यम बनता है। ये केवल 7 पुस्तकों का विमोचन नहीं है, ये 10 वर्षों की उपलब्धियों का दस्तावेजीकरण, ज्ञान का उत्सव, संस्कृति का सम्मान और भविष्य के लिए एक विरासत का निर्माण है। And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my proud privilege and utmost honor to invite the esteemed Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Shri Manoj Sinha ji, to address the August gathering. पर इससे पहले कि वो हमें संबोधित करें, हम उनके बारे में कुछ कहना चाहेंगे। सर इज ऑलरेडी ऑन दी डायस, मंच आपका है सर।
चेयरमैन बोर्ड ऑफ गवर्नर्स IIM जम्मू पद्मश्री डॉक्टर मिलिंद कांबले जी, फॉर्मर चेयरमैन IIM जम्मू श्री दांडेकर जी, डायरेक्टर IIM जम्मू प्रोफेसर BS सहाय, अभी जिन 2 की नोट स्पीकर्स को हम लोगों ने सुना, श्री शिव कुमार जी, श्री आनंद कृपालू जी, डीन IIM जम्मू, सभागार में उपस्थित सभी सम्मानित अतिथिगण, प्रशासन के मित्रों, देवियों, सज्जनों तथा साथियों, आज इस समारोह में IIM जम्मू की 10 वर्ष की असाधारण यात्रा का उत्सव मनाते हुए अत्यंत प्रसन्नता हो रही है। मुझे कहीं बाहर निकलना है, इसलिए मैं अपनी बात पूरी नहीं कर पाऊंगा। मैं शुभकामनाएं देते हुए कि आने वाली 10 वर्ष की यात्रा और भी सम्मानजनक हो, प्रोफेसर सहाय, बोर्ड ऑफ गवर्नर्स, फैकल्टी मेंबर्स और स्टूडेंट्स को शुभकामनाएं देते हुए अपनी बात पूरी करता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you so much, sir. Behind every successful event, there is an entire team that transforms vision into a plan, the plan into execution, and the execution into a memorable occasion. I would now like to invite Dr. Anuja Khori to propose the vote of thanks.
उपलब्धियां हमें गौरवान्वित करती हैं, लेकिन कृतज्ञता हमें विनम्र बनाए रखती हैं। आदरणीय मुख्य अतिथि एवं जम्मू कश्मीर के माननीय उपराज्यपाल श्री मनोज सिन्हा जी, हमारे विशिष्ट मुख्य वक्तागण श्री शिव कुमार जी एवं श्री आनंद कृपालू जी, माननीय अध्यक्ष बोर्ड ऑफ गवर्नर्स डॉक्टर मिलिंद कांबले जी, हमारे पूर्व अध्यक्ष बोर्ड ऑफ गवर्नर्स श्री राम दांडेकर जी, हमारे निदेशक प्रोफेसर विद्याशंकर सहाय जी, और साथ ही सम्मानित अतिथिगण, प्राध्यापकगण, अधिकारी एवं कर्मचारीगण, प्रिय विद्यार्थियों, पूर्व विद्यार्थियों तथा भारतीय प्रबंधन संस्थान जम्मू परिवार के सभी सदस्य, आज भारतीय प्रबंधन संस्थान जम्मू के 10 वर्षों की उत्कृष्टता, नवाचार और प्रभाव की इस गौरवपूर्ण यात्रा का उत्सव मनाते हुए धन्यवाद ज्ञापन प्रस्तुत करना मेरे लिए अत्यंत सम्मान की बात है। 10 वर्ष केवल एक पड़ाव नहीं, बल्कि एक नई और बड़ी यात्रा का शुभारंभ है। अतः आप सभी को हृदय से धन्यवाद।
पहले वो छोड़ के आ जाते हैं, अभी उनके आने के बाद। देवी और सज्जनों, आप सबसे अनुरोध है कि अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। हमारे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि, ही हैड अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट प्रायर एंगेजमेंट, हेंस ही हैड टू लीव। प्लीज बी सीटेड। Ladies and gentlemen, आज हमने एक दशक की यात्रा को देखा, लेकिन हर यात्रा का सबसे सुंदर हिस्सा उसका अगला पड़ाव होता है। 10 वर्ष पहले एक विजन था, आज एक इंस्टीट्यूशन है और कल एक ऐसी विरासत की संभावना है जो आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लीडर्स को तैयार करेगी। IIM जम्मू की कहानी हमें एक बात सिखाती है कि एक्सेलेंस इज नॉट अ डेस्टिनेशन, इट इज़ अ कंटिन्यूइंग जर्नी। और शायद इसीलिए आज का सेलिब्रेशन केवल पीछे मुड़कर देखने का अवसर नहीं है, ये आगे देखने का संकल्प भी है। तेरी मंजिल अभी बाकी है, तेरा इम्तिहान अभी बाकी है, अभी तो मापी है मुट्ठी भर ज़मीं, सारा आसमान अभी बाकी है। इसी महत्वाकांक्षा के साथ IIM जम्मू के 10 गौरवपूर्ण वर्षों को नमन। सभी फैकल्टी, स्टाफ, स्टूडेंट्स और एलुमनाई और स्टेक होल्डर्स को हार्दिक बधाई और आने वाले दशक के लिए अनंत शुभकामनाएं। आप सभी से अब अनुरोध है कि कृपया राष्ट्रगीत और राष्ट्रगान के लिए अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं।
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
धन्यवाद। कृपया अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। We now request our esteemed dignitaries on the stage for a group photograph, please. Sir, a group photograph? I request all the members of the audience to kindly remain seated till our esteemed guests exit the venue. We will now take a short tea break. Refreshments have been arranged for all of you in the reception area. We shall reconvene at 12:30 for the Board of Governors panel discussion. Please be seated. Just for a few moments, please. We shall reconvene at 12:30 for the Board of Governors panel discussion, charting the next decade for IIM Jammu. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen and students. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. I welcome you to the next most consequential conversation of today called the BOG panel. Every institution lives through two kinds of moments. The celebratory, with the ribbons, the rankings, and the photographs, and when an institution stops, turns around, and looks at the road that it has traveled and asks, what now? This is one of those rarer moments. Because IIM Jammu wasn't just conceived as another business school. To build an institution of national management education here in Jammu and Kashmir was to make a statement that world-class education doesn't just belong to India's metropolitan corridors. An enduring institution can change what a young student believes is possible for them. So, what does a management institution owe the nation which intends to be Viksit Bharat by 2047? Which brings us to this session called Charting the Next Decade for IIM Jammu. We have with us on stage our panelists, our very distinguished panel. For this session, we have Dr. Vijay Gambhire as the moderator. Dr. Gambhire is the Executive Director for India at RGE Group. As a member of the institution's Board of Governors, he takes this chair today not just as a visitor of our story, but also as one of its important custodian. Dr. Gambhire, the floor will be yours in a few moments. Before that, allow me to introduce your panelists. Our panelists include Shri Lalit Nayak, Director, Novel Tech Feeds Private Limited. An IIT Kanpur IIM Ahmedabad alumnus, Shri Nayak brings to the table a perspective from the agricultural and rural economy, something of incredible importance in the Indian management classrooms. Shri Nayak has also held various important director-level positions at the Aditya Birla Group. Next, we have with us Shri Ranjit Singh, former MD of Kalpataru Power Transmission Limited. A BITS Pilani and IIM Ahmedabad alumnus, Shri Singh has managed several global operations, including serving as global COO and board member at Polyplex Corporation Limited and working with SRF Limited. Next, we have with us Shri Shrikant Badve, who is the founder and MD of Pune-based automotive parts supplier Bellrise Industries. Starting as an electronics and telecommunication engineer, Shri Badve transformed a workshop with just 3 workers into a 9,550 crore empire with Bellrise. Dr. Suresh Salunke, CEO of Tata Precision Industries Limited, has extensive educational and industrial expertise. With a PhD, an MTech, an MS and an MBA, he owns several global patents and has published extensively in engineering and management fields. Next, we have with us Ms. Vandana Bhatnagar, ladies and gentlemen, former Chief Program Officer, NSDC, and Senior Institutional Development Specialist, World Bank. An alumna of St. Stephen's College, Delhi University, and IIM Calcutta, Ms. Bhatnagar has led several transformational initiatives at various levels related to water and sanitation, women's economic empowerment, and has been associated with the Energy Research Institute and the IDFC Infrastructure Development Finance Company. Shri Indraneel Chitle is a managing partner at the Chitle Group with a legacy of 87 years. An alumnus of VIT and Harvard Business School, Shri Chitle has handled multiple roles in his company, including manufacturing, operations, supply chain, data management, and infrastructure creation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming this very illustrious panel of our Board of Governors. Dr. Gambhire, over to you, sir. The next decade is in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. We sit here as members of the board and also kind of a witness to the progress IIM Jammu has made over these years. Few disclaimers. We are as much insiders as we are outsiders. So quite a few things we will discuss would be more from an inside-out perspective. And of course, we will all be wanting to kind of be as forthcoming as possible in what we say here. An important part of this discussion will also be question and answers which we would like to have. We would be happy to take questions from the audience and would definitely make our best endeavor in kind of addressing that. So all our distinguished panel members have been introduced. I might just want to start the conversation by asking each one of you reflecting back on your own experience with IIM Jammu, what you think the institute has done. Most of it is known, and most of us we know in our own privileged capacity. Would definitely want you to kind of reflect on that, and also, if you could, state what you think is the direction we should be taking in over next 10 years. Obviously, these are our thoughts, but we will be happy to integrate the other contributions as well and kind of lay a very strong foundation for the next 10 years to come. So Indraneel, if you allow, let me start with you, and if you can start this, and then kind of we go in the sequence.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Firstly, it's a very big privilege to be sitting here. I think it's been just over 3 years that I have been part of the BOG at IIM Jammu. And it has been a fascinating learning experience for me. I think coming in from a point where I had the interaction with Dr. Kamre first, and he had suggested to me that they were looking at different facets on how the board could function. A young face was something that, as being one of the youngest here, was intimidating for me as well, because I didn't know how I could be contributing to the governance here. But I think it is under this leadership and also Dr. Sahai in terms of how they've been accommodative in seeing different points of view is where I think the spirit of IIM Jammu lies. If I am to look back at the 3 years that I've been part of it and also the decade that we've been able to see the transformation from just being an idea to a substantial piece of real estate that has been carved through a mountain itself shows the effort that has been taken by the BOG, the principals, and also the government in terms of establishing a very, very pinnacle of education here in Jammu and Kashmir. Along with that, I think one of the big things that we see and we always try to keep discussing at the BOG meeting is in terms of how are we building the agility for the talent of the future. I think many of you here sitting and undergoing the courses here are all going to be part of the economy that's generating taxes and jobs in the future. But along with that, we are also dealing in an era where it is so uncertain and so volatile that it is not just a one single skill that's going to be sustaining throughout your career, but it is also the ability of being agile, that you can grab many skills, be versatile enough to use them in different disciplines, and also create a good management mechanism where the talent of the future ahead of you is something that is developed. So that is where the focus on the agility, be it the center of excellences, be it many of the conclaves, be it the outreach has been at IIM Jammu. And I'm very much glad that I could be part of it in some parts for ideation, some parts for execution as well. So I'm quite eager also in terms of how the world is shaping up, how IIM is shaping up as a third generation IIM, where we were always looking at benchmarking with the older ones which have been around for more than 2-3 decades. And that way catching up through those ranks is also something that is rewarding to see. So very happy to be here and looking forward to the next decade as well.
And any quick thoughts on what should be those key items which we should be focusing on in over the next decade or so?
I think the way overall the volatility around the world is going to happen, the structure or the term capital allocation itself is going to have a very different purview, because it is not just about monetary capital, but it is also about time capital and a skill capital that we need to allocate very well. And that way, how is this talent of the future actually prudent in terms of developing that capital and that leverage for themselves is where I think we all need to put some effort. And I think with the kind of spirit and energy that the young generation has, they will be able to develop themselves into a very agile workforce, is my opinion.
Thank you. Vandana?
Thank you, Vijay. And once again, it's really a privilege and honor also to be here on this very momentous occasion and amongst very, very accomplished professionals. It's kind of similar to Indranil. I've also been associated for about 3 years now. In fact, very, very clearly have memories of my first meeting with the board in Srinagar, in the temporary campus there. And it was, of course, a very, kind of a temporary arrangement there. But what was very reassuring, and coming on board as a board member, it was fairly crucial that one felt confidence in the community that one was joining. And that came through very, very clearly in that first set of interactions that I had, both in terms of the leadership that the Institute had, led by Professor Sahai, the kind of experience that he was bringing and the energy, despite having spent so many decades in the realm of academia. It was remarkable, the energy that was coming through to build up an institute from pretty much scratch. And then, of course, the board members who were bringing very diverse perspectives into this whole endeavor, and who also had that commitment to give time, mind space into the build out of this institute. So from that, now to be sitting in this, what we all agree is a stellar campus, has been a very, very fulfilling journey for me as a professional. And as an IIM alumni from Calcutta also, to see the IIM brand continuing to thrive in the youngest of institutes. So that's very reassuring. In terms of, I think just looking at what has stood out in these last 3 years and what I've heard from others who've been associated for longer time, the Institute really came into being at a fairly turbulent time. We have all heard about the extreme levels of uncertainty we are facing, but I think this institute has seen its pre-teens through a particularly turbulent period. Very early in its life, we had COVID, and the institute had to navigate that entire disrupted process of delivery of education. We've had huge turbulence on the geopolitical front. Our region has experienced the brunt of that. And of course, across the world, technology is bringing a huge turbulence and disruption. For this institute to have navigated all of this and come out stronger has been, I think, a huge accomplishment. We heard from a third party, very credible third party entity who was supporting some of the strategy thinking, that despite the disruption during the conflict period, the students felt safe and they felt very secure in these precincts. I think was a really quite a remarkable achievement on the part of the management. I think this whole thing of resilience, which the institute has shown, it would be very, very, I think, suitable to see if our students can also imbibe that resilience. As we go forward, we've talked about adaptability, agility, and underlying all of that is resilience. So we need to see if we can, as an institute, become that vehicle which imparts more resilience in our future decision makers, which enables them to adapt and pivot as times keep changing. The other thing I think which stood out was, despite being so young, the scale and aspiration that was being articulated by the leadership in being recognized as per global standards. And that's pretty much reflected in this whole journey on accreditation, which we are moving towards a triple crown. And that's a remarkable accomplishment for an institute which is so young. But while we are moving towards these global, ambitions, what's also been very, very, interesting to see is how rooted the institute has remained in its regional and local context. The efforts the institute has made to engage with the government to support them in their agenda for development in this region, which is truly sensitive in the country, and become the knowledge partner of first choice, is a big one. And what I really loved was this Bandhan, initiative, which was, I think, one amongst the only ones I've heard of in IIMs, to reach out to the local community. Mostly, if at all, some kind of work is done like that, the social environment around is seen as a place for field testing projects, or becoming providing some kind of support to the local community. But here we are seeing community be like a teacher and a host to the students. So this, traversing this global ambition while remaining locally rooted, I think has been a really interesting feat that has been achieved by the Institute. So I'll just leave it at that for now. But just to say, I think I'll add more as we go along on what I think one would hope for the future in the next decade.
Surely. Thanks, Vandana. Dr. Sarunke.
Thanks, Mr. Vijay Gambhire. Hello, everyone. I think a lot of input has been given by now Indranil ji and Vandana ji, which is very, very vital. I joined IIM Jammu, I think 3 years back in the old campus, if I remember. The first board meeting was in the old campus, and you were, I think, on the online. I just wanted to add a few things here. Looking at the geographical location of this place, I can imagine what would have been a difficult task for the director of the IIM, Professor Sai, pulling the top-notch talent across the pan-India. As well as I admire our chairman, both the chairmen, particularly the next chairman, Milind Kambleji. There must be a lot of challenges for them to run this institute and to recruit a right people and pull the right talent. That has been a very, very remarkable job in these institutes. I could see here there is a lot of bonding between students and staff and professors here. It is something unique here. And the good part is this institute is aligning with the market requirement and designing customized MBA programs, then MDP programs, which is something very, very unique in this place. I can see that there must be quite comfort in the other IIMs because there was a lot of government funding from various agencies. But I came to know here that after 3 years the funding was dropped. Creating a corpus to run the institute, that in such a difficult area, is not a joke. I mean, I admire the director. Whenever I call him, he replies in 5 minutes, even if you don't call, 24/7. He's always on the phone. I really admire him. At this age, he still is very young, very, very young. I could see his visionary approach, his vast experience might have helped very lot in this, particularly bringing this institute to this level. And always I tell even in the board meetings also, we should not compare with the other IIMs. Everyone is great in their place, some or the other reasons. We have our unique capability. I think rather than comparing, we should work as a cooperative, what best we can contribute to this country. And in future, I feel job opportunities very, very less. I feel, even I want to tell to the students also, job opportunities are going to be narrowed down more and more. We'll have to see how we can use our knowledge for earning the economy as well as peace. Most of the companies, whatever I studied in the engineering, or many people, even in the, particularly in corporate, I can see, hardly whatever they have studied in the college, hardly anything is being used in the actual field. We need to cultivate the program in future, or need to design the program in the future, how the institute's knowledge can be used in the life of its own, for the family, for the contribution of the country, or for the global contribution. Second thing, what I want to say is, particularly even the employer as well as the employees, I think we need to focus everything. I find the people doing the task for some, they are deciding what benefits I get, then they will execute it. Basically, I feel either employer and owner, either one of the two categories, the people will be going from here out. We need to cultivate basic 4 main DNAs. One is the respondees. I mean, my duty or my work, I have to work. Second thing is, we have to execute our task selflessly, without any ambitions. Then only we'll be able to focus, contribute to the organization or to the nation. Third thing is, it should be executed ethically. What is right and what is wrong. And fourth is the Nyaya Priya. It should be justified. It's not that something for the self-interest or praise somebody else. Those 4 things are required either in your employer or employees. And I find here many people joins the company and they look for the salaries. I am in the Tata. I can only tell you people are not working for the salaries. But most of the employees, I have myself validated. I checked not only, CEOs or managers, down the line workforce also, technicians, they validate their integrity, their honesty and sincerity as per the Tata culture, ethics, values. So that is more and more important when you are working in any organization. In the institute, we need to cultivate that habit. If we have to work with ethics, values, selflessly in the interest of the organization or in the interest of the country. And that more and more need to nurture in coming years. And that is the need of this country, I think so. That is what I feel it. And as we learn, graduate more over a period of time, we can keep on adding and articulating all these courses or next strategic actions for next 10 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
Good afternoon. Myself Shrikant Badve. I am the latest intern in the Board of Governors, and today is my first interaction with you in the campus. I will just like to give you a brief background about myself. I am a first generation entrepreneur. I did my engineering in the year 83 to 87 from a college from Aurangabad named Jawaharlal Nehru Engineering College. And I remember I was in the same thought process as you may be thinking. As you complete your career, complete your education, you are thinking of what career to be focused. And I had 2 options, to be a job giver or a job seeker. And I thought I should be a job giver. And it was not easy. If I look back, last 40 years has passed and I have so many ups and downs. But I can feel that yes, whatever I have decided is really, really good and it is really a right decision for me. I started my factory in the year 87 with just 3 workers. And I was the 4th person. I used to work on machines in Pune, 150 square foot of land, of a rented plant, and turnover of 8,000 per month, just a very humble beginning. And then I thought I should do this. I came through a lot of challenges, a lot of hurdles, but then I stood with that and I continued that. Today we have plants in the pan-India, around 9 states. We have 22 plants. We supply to all OEMs named 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler, 4-wheeler, commercial vehicle, passenger vehicles. We have 800 robots in our company who do welding. For automation, we use robots. We make what we make? We make chassis for 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler, and 4-wheeler. Why I'm telling all this thing to you? For you, you are at a very, very crucial period of your life. You are going to decide whether you want to be going to do a service or you want to start something on your own. And then the question is that what you are going to do. So here is my case where I can say, yes, I have taken a risk and I did something. Being a first generation, there is no background, there is no experience, there is no learnings. But I was committed to myself that yes, I will fight with all the odds and I will prove myself. So you have to decide what is really your DNA, what is your liking, what is your happiness, what is your tenacity to fight back against the odd situation. There will be many challenging situations. You need to have tenacity, you need to have toughness in the mind, physical and mental, and you have to overcome that. So this is the right decision at this age you have to decide. I'll definitely advise you to go for entrepreneurship, which will make you much happy in the life. Today I'm feeling very happy. So our company name is Budway Engineering Limited. Budway is our surname. So I have 2 sons. My elder son was at MBA Harvard. He came back to India. Younger son was at Wharton. He did his MBA over there and he was in McKinsey, came to India. So when they came to India, they said, Baba, we should change the name to a professional name. So we changed the name to Budway Engineering Limited, BEL Rise, Bell Rise. So this is the new generation of mine has joined the business and they're fully involved in business. So you have to create an organization which is self-sustaining and which will have a long-lasting impact. So I will really feel proud for all of you because when I did my engineering, it was JNC College, which was the first private college in Maharashtra. There I am the first alumni from my college. So there was no legacy to the college. Today you are happy, you are lucky. You have IIM name in your college. So IIM is not a small name. So you are so blessed that you got admission over here. You're going to get passed from IIM Jammu. So IIM name is definitely going to add a value to your name. For me, JNC was a not known name. So I always say, for any college, the main assets is the alumni. The alumni who passed out from the college and when they go in the market and they create their impact, they create their presence, they create their respect. The parent educational body from where you passed, it makes a lot of credential for them. It makes them happy. Yes, I have created such a student from my institute. So for any institute, the alumni is the main asset, is the main capital. So I'm looking for all of you to interact here today. Full day I'm here. Definitely I'm available to meet you. And being an industrialist person, I have so many friends nearby across so many states. So whatever help is required to you for your placement, whatever little help I can extend or whatever best help I can extend, I will always support you. Be assured for that. And I feel that utilize these interactions when such a varied people from the Board of Governors is here. Everybody has a unique strength. I think our chairman, Mr. Dr. Milind Kamble, has been very, very cautious and very, very studious to select a good Board of Governors. I think everybody has a unique experience, unique knowledge, unique strength. I think you are blessed to talk to them, interact them. Please make best of use of your time in the college and make best decisions. We are all here to support you and guide you.
Thank you, Srikanth.
Thank you, Vijay. I still remember the day about 8 years back it was when I was invited to the Board of Governors of IIM Jammu. That was really a thrilling moment. You know why? Because as a student passing out from IIM Ahmedabad, no matter how good an institute, you always feel there's certain things which are broken and which can be fixed. I thought here's an opportunity for me to contribute in creating an institute where we can really excel. So that's why I was so thrilled. I just thought I'll share that with you. And I'm really proud that we've been able to create an institution in the short 10 years, thanks to the perseverance and the hard work and the vision of Professor Sahai, guidance of our chairman, and of course the faculty, which has really been passionate about building this IIM Jammu as an organization, which all of us can be really proud of. I won't dwell too much on what we have achieved because we have talked a lot about it. I would rather focus on what next decade, how do I see, or what are the kind of challenges that we have for IIM Jammu. Now, as far as growth is concerned, broadly to structure the thing a little bit, I thought it's good if you can see it in a framework, in a foundational framework, where people talk about any organization growing, becoming bigger, better, or different. That's how you differentiate yourself. Bigger is one part of the entire dimension. That is, you grow in terms of number of students, in terms of both quantity as well as scope. And in the last 10 years, we have done it very, very well. We have gone up to a stage from 40 students, 45 students that we had initially, to more than 1,400 students. From one single program to today about 6-7 programs that we have. So that's a huge achievement thanks to the commitment of the team at IIM Jammu. So that's something to be proud of. The key question is, how much can we grow bigger? The way I see it, that, and I did a little bit of research, Management Institute from 1,000, we can go to 2,000, 2,500. There are limits to growth as far as becoming bigger is concerned. And on the other hand, if you become bigger, you also start competing with a lot of other institutes. I mean, that's one major thing which has happened. Because if you look at the environment, two things which are very clearly coming out of the environment. One is management education has become hyper-competitive. There are about 25 IIMs plus a whole lot of other good management schools that are there. Within that, IIM Jammu has to excel. How does IIM Jammu excel? That's a key question. Second thing, which Shiv also talked about in the morning, we are today living in a very, very dynamic kind of environment where things have changed drastically. Two major things which have happened in the recent past I can recall is COVID, which brought in digital education to the forefront. And now we have AI, which is going to change the way management education is delivered totally. So these two aspects which are there. So within this environment, how do we become bigger? There could be limits to scope. We'll continue to grow. But obviously, there would be limits to the growth that we're going to have as far as becoming bigger is concerned. The other is better in terms of performance, in terms of results, in terms of output, which is something which IIM Jammu has really been striving on. Better processes, better outcomes, better faculty, better research, better salary for the students. All the areas we're finding gradual improvement which is taking place. So becoming better is another aspect which is there, which is more of a continual journey, which we are going to continue in the next 10 years. The big challenge lies in terms of how do we become different from other management institute, 24 other IIMs. I think it's 24, 22, how many other? 23. 23 other IIMs that we have. How do we differentiate ourselves out there? And that's the big challenge which is going to be there, differentiation. There are a whole lot of ideas which are there in terms of how we can differentiate. There are a whole lot of dimensions along which we can differentiate possibly. People have done it. Examples, we'll go into details at a later stage, but there are examples which are there.
in US, the examples of Babson College, entrepreneurship. Babson College has created itself as #1 school for entrepreneurship. We have INSEAD. INSEAD has come up with a model where you have campuses in many countries, and students migrate from one campus to another seamlessly, getting exposed to cross-cultural environment, which is required for operating in a multinational kind of corporation, which are looking for people like that. Closer home, we have seen Indian School of Business. I think Pramath is joining us sometime later, the founder dean of this thing. He'll talk more about it, I guess. They really disrupted the entire thing. We had A, B, C. These were ruling the entire management school, management education scenario. ISB came up with a model where they disrupted the entire thing. 1-year program for people with experience and getting visiting faculty from global schools. And they managed to bring themselves at par with Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Calcutta in a space of about 5, 6, 7 years. So those are kind of things challenges which are there. People have done it. Another, the Indian Institute of Rural Management. They're specialized in certain area, which shows the need of the hour, and they have become known for that. So one thing which is there is that apart from developing on the core side, general management education, possibly what IIM Jammu could do is develop another proficiency, another school where we become the go-to institute for that, whether it be rural management, hospitality management, it could be, which means really that, okay, we'll talk about it later, at a later stage, but thank you, that's what I wanted to share, thank you.
Thanks, Ranjit. Dalit.
Yeah. I think I'll split my introduction into two parts. One is about how we built IIM Jammu. Okay, I've been associated with this for the last 8 years. So right from the logo, the design of the campus, what were our thoughts, and believe me, students were always on the top of our mind. Okay, so I'll speak a little bit about that. And the second part, I'll speak about what has happened to management education and what really drives us to think about you guys and what you're going to do over the next 10 years, or what you will be doing for your successors over the next few years. Before I do that, a couple of things, or since everybody has been introducing themselves, I've been a CEO for about 25 years, got tired of operations, thought that entrepreneurship was the call of the day. So the last 3 years of my active career, I floated a company with Goldman Sachs and learned the hard way that entrepreneurship was not for me. Then I decided to become a consultant, which is very obvious, isn't it? You live off other people's money. Yeah. So over the last 5 years, I've been a senior advisor to McKinsey and advising a few boards and managements of companies and interacting with people passing out of management institutes. I think that's the beauty of consulting. Okay, you give the toughest tasks to the people who know the least. And that's a good idea, because if you know something, your minds are corrupted. If you don't know anything, you start searching and looking for answers, which is the key to solutions, coming up with good solutions. But anyway, focusing on the content part of management education, you will realize that over the last 40, 50 years, management education has aligned itself with the changing thoughts in the industry. When we were growing up, we were talking about organizational structures where it was either functional, graduating to divisional, graduating to a matrix organization. So logically, you had functional managers, engineers, HR, supply chain, and so on. Then came the divisions where you had divisional heads. And that is the time, you required management skills. So management schools came up with a package which provided budding managers with skills to manage a business. And from the division, we went to the matrix where you needed general management skills. But this thinking changed over a period of time. And then we had a change. We had organizational structures which were more what I call dynamic, in that sense. And the content had to change along with it. I remember attending a strategy course where they said, if you are a manager, you need to be aware, or if you are an entrepreneur, you need to be aware of the 4 pillars: strategy, leadership, culture, organization, and so on. So very clearly, the ambit of management education kept on expanding from the functional to the divisional to what we call general management. And if you ask anybody who passed out from our batch, what is your aspiration? How do you see yourself 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line? The answer was very easy. I see myself as a CEO or a managing director. Not a single guy would mention that he saw himself as an entrepreneur. Okay? Not a single guy. People wanted to join companies, banks, and so on. Also, the nature of jobs changed. As the economy kind of started growing from manufacturing to service. So today, if you see, the priority of management students in all business schools is to join. The first one is consulting, which is absolutely service-oriented. Okay. Then you have entrepreneurship. And very few people want to kind of go into what we call functional skill-based jobs starting at the basic level. Even in finance, people want to go more into strategy, more into devising products, and so on. So very clearly, there was a shift from the functional, from the product to the content and to the service industries. So how do you address the needs of a changing industry? How does an institute like IIM come up with a package of pedagogy where the students can adjust themselves or make themselves useful to the changing requirements at the job place? Okay. So that's a big challenge for us. And I remember the first strategy meet we had in Mumbai about 6 to 8 years ago. By the way, I must commend the administrators in the ministry. When they formed the boards of IIM, they said we will have 5 people from the institutes, people who have graduated out of management institutes, and 5 people from the industry. I think there was a very clear assumption that either cohort didn't know much about the other. So the management guys did not know much about the industry, or the industry guys didn't know much about management education, which is partly true. So they formed a board of this kind, and I remember the first first strategy meet we had in Mumbai. Professor Sahai was there at that time. And the only course we were offering was the 2-year PGP course. Okay. So our thoughts went around and said, how do we differentiate? How do we become an IIM Ahmedabad within 10 years? And then we had bright ideas, like all managers. And we said, okay, we must try to bring in more data appreciation. We should try to focus on processes. We should look at growing industries, tourism, health, and the institutes of those days, of course, were offering something like this. But it was all content-based. How do we offer content which is different, and how do we kind of bring about a differentiation so that our institute grows leaps and bounds? And then, of course, we had a strategy meet last year where we had BCG, Boston Consulting Group, coming and advising us. And believe me, it was an eye-opener. Okay? It was a bit like what Shiv said in the morning. Today, we are not talking about industry as a profit center. We are talking about individual as a profit center. So each one of you is going to be measured by the profit you make for the company, whether it is a service company or whether it is a manufacturing company. So how do you become a profit center? Okay. Is it simply by doing what has been assigned to you? Not at all. So we focused on the concept of thought leadership, and everything was focused on content. We are agnostic to content now. You press a few buttons, you get all knowledge, all content at your fingertips. So how do you kind of become thought leaders? How do you become profit centers? How do you become more industry oriented or business oriented? So suddenly we were posed with a challenge as to, how to kind of package our management education at IIM, especially IIM Jammu, where we were involved. And then the ideas were no more about content in that sense. The ideas were, can we have a 6-month program? Can we have technology? Can we have, any other skill which is required? And suddenly we are now talking about there is an IIT, there is an AIMS, there is an IIM, managers doing tech doing manager. It has now become a very kind of, borderless kind of, approach to education. So we are trying to come up with courses, and you would have realized by now. The other thing which is happening is MBA used to be a skill 30 years ago. When we were taught, we said managers come with skill sets which don't exist within organizations. Today, MBA is a brand. In Mumbai, we have MBA Chaiwala. Have you seen that shop? So what does that mean? If you are using MBA as a brand to sell a cup of tea, but make money, okay, he's not just using that, he's making money. So he is a profit center, but he's using MBA as a brand. Have you joined IIM Jammu to get a brand or get a skill? Okay. You need to answer that question for yourself. But remember that every course we are trying to design or every package we are trying to come up with, we are trying to make you more what I call, suitable for industry and more what I call skillful towards what I call contributing towards the thought leadership of companies. Become thought leaders, okay? You don't need to know how to do a balance sheet to become a good manager, okay? Balance sheets there are people who will do it for you, or even AI will do it for you. But how can you use that balance sheet and your thought process for the betterment of whatever you are doing and generating more profit, okay? So that is the change, and that is now driving the management education. The other change which is happening is no more people don't require postgraduate managers now. Okay, people require managers at the entry level. So you need a BBA, you need even below a BBA. Okay? So you need people at the entry level because we talk about time management, and we have this guy at our gate who is doing security at any society. All of you have security guards at your gate. He has to know how to do the MyGate software. He has to figure out who's the right guy to enter or exit the building. He has to figure out how to put the water on and water off at the right point in time. You need managerial skills to run a building security complex or building security. So very clearly, management education has percolated downwards, and it is reflecting in your courses. You have BBA, more of undergraduate management and less of postgraduate management. There is a difference in terms of skills you achieve at every level because you have some functional knowledge when you go into a postgraduate course. But believe me, over a period of time, your competition is changing and changing dramatically. Okay? And you will have to get ready to assume the role of thought leaders in your organization. That is the key to success. All that aside, okay, we will talk about it. Now, what did we do? How did we spend time to design IIM Jammu? We spent a lot of time on that logo you see, the flying bird over there. We hired advertising agencies to come up and say, we need a symbol which will represent the mentality of the student at IIM Jammu. Okay. And then people came up with the rising sun, and the glowing diamonds and so on. And then somebody came up with the bird, an unfettered bird soaring in the sky. And we wanted clean lines. We didn't want any impediments or hurdles. So if you see that logo, very clean flowing lines soaring in the sky, and that was to represent, that was our wish that every student in this campus becomes a thought leader, unfettered by any externalities, and having the ability to really kind of rise above what is normal. So that was the reason why we chose this logo. Then we came to the campus, and we had, unfortunately, we are missing Shalini today. She was one of our board members. And we spent 75% of our time figuring out how many places can we build in this campus where students can meet and socialize. we were not bothered about classrooms. I mean, classrooms will be there. There will be technology boards, laptops. We said, how many places on this campus can we build for students to socialize? So we said, okay, let's have a, open air amphitheater, steps flowing down into a, puddle of water, or it was supposed to be blue, but it looks green, But over there, then we talked about cafeterias in the open space, the central quadrangle, large spaces. We talked about the shopping center, what kind of shops we should have and where people can socialize. We talked about spaces for socialization in the hostels. Where can we build pantries, can we build common areas? So a lot of time was spent on socialization. And you know why? Because we believe people who do the residential program learn more outside the classrooms and less in the classrooms. Okay. So that's a philosophy which is adopted by most management institutes globally. So we spent a lot of time. I hope you people have a lot of space for socialization. I don't know whether it is sufficient or not. But that was the second thing we focused on. And lastly, I mean, when we said we are building a campus, can we build something which is memorable, okay? Which will create some sort of impression on our, surroundings, as well as leave an indelible mark on our thinking. And that's how the clock tower came in. We wanted a towering monument over here to outline or represent our aspirations. And the clock tower over here with the, it's visible from a long distance. So we want you guys to be visible. There was a thought behind having that, not to just show the time, okay? Everybody has a clock or a watch or whatever it is. So believe me, as board members, we have focused as much on, the campus and the needs of students and how it will build your character and, capabilities, as well as a lot of time on the content of what programs you're going to do and how things are going to change. So that has been my contribution. I'm going to, move out next year. I've enjoyed doing orientation lectures over here. I've done a couple. I think I haven't done one for your batch. So I did a couple of orientation lectures on the art of consulting and, how to make a career out of consulting and so on. And I will do it some other time, After consulting? Yeah, teaching a course is a little onerous because I always look at the profit part of it, So, but anyway, I think I have done a couple of lectures over here, and it was amazing interacting with the students because, as I said, your minds are not yet corrupted. Okay. So use that as a clean slate, build a position for yourself, and become thought leaders. Use IIM Jammu to its fullest. Sit out, have a cup of tea, and wander. That's the message I leave you with.
So thank you so much, all of you. And rightly so, as we feel, there's a lot of pride in how the Institute has shaped in these early 10 years. It reflected in the morning's program also, and it reflected in the appreciation the Institute gets at various forums. Yes, as board members, we also think we have made our contribution in this. And I think now is also a time where we kind of, having laid a good foundation, how the Institute progresses here onwards is a very important consideration at this point of time. Of course, during the course of last few years, IIM Jammu has built a lot of differentiators. And as we have spoken, campus has come out beautifully. The accreditations which have come to the institutes are also commendable. Plenty of MOUs done, not only with foreign institutes, but also various bodies, organizations within the country. I think all that is a job well done. And what really makes me think now is, like Shiv pointed out, the cycle of uncertainty. I think that is shortening. Lalit explained it very well, what we discussed in the first strategy meeting and what we discussed in the second. the issues were completely different. And I'm very sure 1 or 2 years down the line, they are going to be very different. So sitting here, if we speak for next 10 years, very difficult or would be, the reality is going to be very different from what we speak now in terms of what we see. But what we are going to do in the times to come, in next 1 or 2 years, 3 years, is something I think we can talk about more, because this is what is kind of going to set us up for the times to come. One thing is very clear, the competition is intense. And like Shiv said earlier, quantity is important, but quality also is. And I think what is going to differentiate IIM Jammu is the quality of experience we give to our students. Through a very, very deliberate and very careful kind of implementation, IIM Jammu has seen the student population grow pretty rapidly. 1400 plus is a very, very good number. I remember during those times also, IIMs had not reached that numbers, even after 25, 30, 40 years. So scalability is something which the institute has proven they can do. Scalability in the courses which are offered, that also has been kind of well proven. So now I think if we were to kind of set up some kind of agenda, what comes to my mind is, so what comes to my mind is some 3 or 4 kind of key issues are definitely emerging. Clearly, how do we leverage the differentiators which we have already kind of created? Path forward is now how do we kind of capitalize on all this which has already been achieved. Second would be, again, Shiv, in fact, really kind of reiterated a lot of our thoughts. We definitely want a rockstar faculty, rockstar students, and rockstar recruitment. I think that does become a fundamental thing for all of us to work on, and that is something which will kind of contribute, or will be a major part of our agenda. We spoke about industry connect, having connect with the industry. So maybe let me pick one of these and kind of seek your thoughts. I'm sure anybody can speak. So particularly when we come to the kind of achievements which we have had here. Okay, let me first come to say the quality, which again was focused in the morning. So what do you think, how we have been doing on quality and how do we take it forward? Probably Vandana to begin with.
I think we've got some really useful insights from both Ranjit and Lalit, and of course the others as well. But this, I think, is a challenge in all domains, quantity versus quality. And whether we look at it in this space or any other. And especially when we are now moving into the next phase of the Institute's growth. This question will be pretty central. And as we all know amongst the board, this has been also a topic of deliberation. Of course, the initial focus of the Institute was the 2-year program and is also still the focus. But as it broadens its offerings, you're talking about scale and quantity in terms of numbers of students, but even in terms of the offerings of the Institute. How wide do we go versus how deep we continue to be in a couple of our offerings? And when I say deep, I think I'm using it as a synonym for quality. So that, I think, is a balancing act that we'll have to manage as we go ahead. I think we all are fairly agreed on the fact that that focus on quality has to remain very, very strong. And it can't be quality just in terms of certain metrics which we are all constantly being thrown, like rank and all of that, but intrinsic quality, which I think people who are stakeholders of the institute, especially employers and students, they will perceive it as, we move forward, independent of whatever some rank might be, saying the number is. So I think that balancing act between width and depth is something we'll have to be very, very cognizant of. The other part, I think, which we've been seeing happen is in terms of the focus on technical skills versus soft skills, which is a much more fuzzy space. As the world of work is evolving and the expectations of employers are also constantly changing, I think the expectation, of course, is that the candidates would have certain core skills on tools which are current at that point of time, but since those tend to also lapse very quickly, as was mentioned earlier, the ability to learn, to be collaborative, to work with a wider set of stakeholders and real environments, I think those skills are super important. How our institute is going to manage this balance is going to be, including in fields like technology, which increasingly are now saying that the traditional technical skills are not as salient, but these meta skills, these transversal skills are really what's crucial. So I think these two will be fairly important balancing acts as we go forward, which will obviously be part of the decision process at the management level as well as at the board level.
Ranjit, if I may ask you, of course, we have been witnessing IIM Jammu, and we have also seen the quality definitely improving over a period of time. But you having been kind of with your wisdom and experience, do you think there would be some areas which we could focus even more than what we have done till now? And how can we kind of go ahead on that?
Thanks, Vijay. Except that you called me wise. Normally, wise old man goes there, which I didn't like, okay? But wise, all right. Sorry, as far as quality is concerned, definitely something very, very critical. As far as core is concerned, I mean, though I talked about differentiation, et cetera, but the core is something which has to be maintained. It's not at the expense of the core that we are going to differentiate ourselves in some field. But a couple of things I just wanted to share, just moving away from what you said. Like you very clearly said, it's very difficult for us to say what is the basis of the competition that we're going to have, because things are changing, the world is changing, expectations of students is changing, industry is changing, management education is changing, so everything is changing around us. So obviously you have to keep changing much, much faster. So innovation, so instead of saying that, okay, yes, this is the way we want to go, possibly we can think a little bit more about the process in which. One thing which I feel is that institute like IIM Jammu, third generation institute, we have done exceedingly well to where we have reached. And yesterday at dinner, someone mentioned about IIM Ahmedabad and how can we compete. I like the spirit with which Professor Sahai said, no, we can compete. Okay, that was not the word you used, but you said something like that yes, we can compete with IIM Ahmedabad and excel and become at par with IIM Ahmedabad in many areas. So that's the spirit. We must not shy away from setting the bar very, very high. People talk about Bhag, that big, hairy, ambitious goals. IIM Jammu as an institute must have certain big, hairy, ambitious goals. We may achieve it, may not achieve it. It may take longer than what we think it's going to take, but we must have that. And how do you operationalize it? Operationalizing means you choose an area of specialization, because we are against IIM Ahmedabad which has got an endowment of 1,000 crore plus. They've got huge amount of resources. They have history behind us, 30, 40 years. They have got a reputation. We are a young IIM. We have found our feet. We started walking. Now we started running. So we need to see, we can't compete them across the board in a broad brush kind of manner. We need to choose a space where we want to specialize, put more resources in that. It's basically a niche strategy that people talk about. And out excel all other management institutes in the area so that we become go-to institute for that specific area. This does not mean that we stop focusing on the core, PGP program, water PhD program, all these kind of things which are there. Because that's our core. We keep getting bigger there. We keep getting better out there. But on differentiation part, possibly we'll have to look at certain areas which is a little bit away from where most people are competing. That's the only thought I thought I'll share.
Yeah. No, I think that was quite insightful. Yeah. So, sorry, Lal. He has more to offer always. Then, right.
Yeah. So I mean, a couple of things. We have had thoughts on improving quality of our education over here. And as Shiv mentioned in the morning, simulation in one way or the other is a concept very often we have talked about at our strategy meetings. You know, so case studies and so on is fine. One thing we focused on was bringing the best technology to the students. I think without that, you can do anything you want, but we will fall short of achieving global standards. So we have thought about it. We thought about going across to business leaders, asking them for sponsorships, asking them for creating what I call capabilities in this campus. And you know, the alumni does that. And the whole thing was, how do we create technical capability beyond laptops, beyond a Bloomberg, beyond whatever? Today, if you know, within McKinsey, there is a very clear directive that every consultant will use all the agentic AIs available with them. So for 3 consultants, we'll have 1 in the end. And that is becoming a reality. So can we build a technical capability or a technological, what I call infra over here, where our students are able to access or use agentic AIs for simulated situations? It's a thought we have had. And how do we do it? Number 2 was, we wanted to create a consulting resource within this company. Our MDP people do a lot of research projects or a lot of consulting or whatever. So the whole idea was, can we convert the entire batch of students into a consulting firm where live projects are shared by industries with the institute, and we have groups of students not doing, you know, I remember doing, how do you launch a orange, you know, fruit drink versus Rasna or somebody. But we actually solve real life problems as a part of our curriculum. This has also been discussed during our strategy meets. Now, how do we make this happen, bringing the best technical capabilities through infra and other sources? And how do we bring in the real life problem solving within the institute by aligning with industries and creating problem solving situations over here? I think there is nothing better than that. And quality will be enhanced leaps and bounds if you are able to simulate situations at an academic level.
No. Very, very nice, Lalit. I'm being conscious of time. We don't have unlimited time. Really, at the beginning also, as I said, we would like the audience also to participate and take some questions and deliberate upon that. Left to ourselves, we'll go on whole day discussing many things here. So, very happy to take any questions from anybody. Faculty particularly. Yeah. Mic, students also?
Good afternoon, respected BOG member. So one criticism that we get as faculty from the students is whatever probably that we are teaching may not be relevant to practice. So how can we ensure our teaching and research is grounded in practice? One part, and then of course, what is the best possible way to get access to industry and practice? Number of times we approach, till the point we are at the discussion stage, everything is fine. The moment we say, ki, let us sign off, or let us write something on this, or let us publish something on this, the industry backs out. So what are the possible solutions to this?
Yeah, anyone of us?
So I will just like to add my perspective that I remember Professor Sahai was interacting with me, and we have many seminars arranged in Pune, Mumbai, Bangalore, wherein we invited many industries to participate. We had around 2-hour interaction, and there were some panel members were there. And the main intention of arranging these seminars were, I think, everybody from the Board of Governors who are from that city, they were also there, and we try to create a very positive impact of IIM Jammu, conveying that we have very strong students, highly energetic and dedicated, devoted, which can bring a good growth in the respective companies. So I think we need to create a very good coordination, communication with the industry participants, industry across the India. And I understand sometimes there may be a delay, there may be a delayed response. But as we do persuasion and we do communication and bring them to the platforms where we show them our strength and we show how the alumni have done good, I think that will create much more interest of industry into our organization as IIM Jammu, and they will be very keen to recruit students from our college. I always feel that getting good admissions into getting good job into big industry is a key aspect, and that is the only measurement. So for that, we need to keep on trying, we have to keep on interacting, and that is the only, I think, I have seen a lot of efforts has been happening, and I think that should be continued, and I think that will give a very good results.
Right. And to add on to what Srikanji said, first of all, the criticism is really valid, for sure. We have to accept that. And also that this is a trust building process. Industry also have to trust IIM Jammu to kind of confide in the institute, and also see that the intentions are to create a good learning experience for the student. So it is a process, we think, which will build over time. Each one of us is an ambassador of the institute. Now 8 batches, 9 batches would have passed probably in next year. All of us are ambassadors. So as the alumni base also improves, I'm sure that acceptance will increase. But as he said, the conferences and the seminars which we are having in various places, I think we should double down on that, so that the visibility increases, familiarity increases, and over a period of time, I am sure you will also experience that such rejection will be lesser and lesser. But it's an effort which we have to take.
I think we tried to overcome this hurdle where classroom teaching was found to be, I mean, it was applicable, but little less efficient, and we wanted an industry connect. So we went for professors of practice. That was one of the initiatives we took. And there are people from the industry who are now teaching. Hopefully, that was the step in the right direction for bringing a little more to the classroom based on an experiential, or it was an experiential methodology of teaching. I hear this grievance everywhere that what is being taught possibly, is good as far as the principles and models and basic fundamentals and concepts are concerned. How do you kind of enhance the value of that lecture or value of whatever is being taught? beyond professors of practice, as I think was mentioned over here. The old case was we create case studies, and I think companies are a little reticent about creating case studies because they don't want to share. I think Professor Sahai in between was exploring AI-based case generation. I think companies are trying to do this, and that is possibly one of the ways where you use AI to create cases and not rely on industry sharing information. A lot of institutes are trying to do this. Whether we want to bring that to the institute, I do not know, but that is up to the management. But that could create a source for industry-oriented teaching. And finally, of course, as I mentioned to you, we have to create a live, value-adding, consulting culture where we will become closer to the industry rather than just kind of, trying to build relationships purely from a student and industry kind of a perspective. We need to add value to the industry, and then you see information will start pouring in, and it will add value to your education also.
Any thoughts, Indranil?
Hello. Yeah. So I think there are two particular challenges that I see in terms of this gap to be overcome. One is that just the way the boards in most industries are being constructed, where you have the CSR or the DEI as factors being part of it, or the ESG. I think academic representation needs to be a mechanism of how boards are also being structured, because that brings in a continuity with institutions. Because very often what happens is that when it comes to recruiting interns or recruiting fresh graduates from B schools or even engineering schools, the continuity becomes an issue because the culture fit is missing. So if the industry and the institution are able to align in building a right culture fit as a mechanism itself with the right representation, I think the talent replenishment is something that will become a much more continual method. And maybe that could be a factor that, led with right endowments can also bring in sustainability to it. So could that be considered, at a broader level is something that should be thought through with the academia.
Surely, at our level, I think we should give more attention to that. Vandana, you might want to. Yeah.
So just a quick point, and it's kind of following from the points you both made. I think what we've been also discussing is that a lot of the industry interaction has been happening through different channels, whether it's separately for placement, separately for consulting opportunity, separately for training requirements. I think the thought has been discussed about trying to develop multi-pronged relationships with a corporate, which then fosters trust, familiarity, etc., which can be leveraged better than for the institute's academic objectives as well. But if we just keep it very transactional, that, oh, I'm chasing this company for a placement requirement, and then there's a discrete connect for consulting requirements, it probably becomes more difficult to establish that equation of trust. So I think there's been discussion on how we can broaden the touch points with companies so that we are able to have that kind of access and connect with the companies.
Mr. Gambhir, I think most of the institute, they have a different approach. Since I'm in corporate, they use a brochure or some information like a business sectors, verticals like defense, aerospace, FMCG. What value addition can be explored? They are doing the study on the organization or that business sector, and they give a brochure to the organization. See, any company will entertain if they are getting something out of that. Normally, hidden agenda yahi rehta hai ki what they will get out of it. Because fresh talent is coming inside. So we have to make that type of different approach. I mean, what value we can add to the company. That is one of the attraction point.
Well noted. Ranjit?
Yeah, one of the ideas which came to my mind just now was co-creating programs and courses along with the industry and companies. And I must commend the initiative taken by Professor Sahai and IIM Jammu about this collaboration with Accenture to bring in a collaborative program. I think this is going to be going a long way to bring in the industry connect as an industry perspective into management education. At the same time, which I forgot to mention earlier, our effort along with All Indian Institute of Medical Science of creating that program where both of us collaborate. That's another huge innovation which has been done by IIM Jammu. I understand there's some initial teething issues which are there, but I'm sure that's been solved and it'll be with IIT also, yeah. So that's another thing which is there, collaboration with other institutes to go for cross-functional, cross-industry perspectives.
As an experienced professor, Professor Atik would know that there are many answers to a question. And so, of course, but I think it has provoked and kind of highlighted a few things as an institute we would like to do in the future. Any question, or you have a follow-up question?
So
yeah, we'll come. Let's take this and then we go there.
Okay, so thank you very much for such an enlightening, panel with us, all the board members, and I had an opportunity to work with most of you. It's we always got very good insights in all the meetings in terms of how to grow faster, and I think the way we have grown, it is actually credit goes to everyone here, and particularly the board members and our chair. We have moved very fast. We have achieved many goals, but there are a lot to achieve. Connection with practice, definitely that is also important. But we have gone for making full-fledged, academic programs, academic mix. We try to build all the programs together. Along with that, definitely the future is in terms of how to go international. That is one of the challenge which we are facing, how to really position ourselves internationally in terms of bringing a student here on campus. Because we are able to send our student, we are having exchange one way, we are sending our student, but we are not getting incoming. So that is one of the aspect which we have to really work some way. Definitely board can help us in terms of how to really reach out and position ourselves in that particular regard. The other thing is that in terms of also how to consolidate whatever we are having so that we can talk about next 5 years and then again next 5 years. I think that is what I feel that we need definitely more help and more guidance to achieve that target because there are a lot of things to do. And as we move, as a new MBA definition which has been given in the beginning in the inaugural, right, that ambiguity part, the volatility and we don't know what is going to be the future, how to really prepare our students so that they can actually tap those, create those resilience in themselves and reach out to the next level. Thank you.
Very valid points, and I think definitely would be
comment.
Yeah. We have a question there. Yeah.
Yeah. As far as internationalization of a student, this thing is concerned, you have an NIOS
What better?
consultant. Ask Vinita ji how she is doing it, and we can possibly copy that.
Yeah. Okay, that is a. We hope it is not the permanent thing.
This is a wrong notion what people have that because there are multiple advisories not to visit to Jammu and Kashmir. And that is stopping us for international students coming to campus. So what is important is that this point we have raised with the government also, with the ministry also. They do something. And recently this ambassador, US ambassador visited Jammu and Kashmir. And this has been told that this advisory must go, partly, fully, whatever it is. Unless that is done, and if we keep issuing advisory, it becomes very difficult to attract international. In fact, many of the collaborations, universities are ready to sign. We couldn't proceed because of advisory. So I think that this requires attention of Government of India and Government of J&K.
No,
They must do it.
Yeah.
These things are beyond our control. Nevertheless, we will keep continuing and exploring this, because our idea is that 1/3 of class must go under exchange program, 1/3 of faculty member must go under exchange program. Similarly, we must receive similar number to IIM Jammu. So effort must be on.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely a very, very genuine point. A question there. I'd really welcome students also to ask a few questions.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay.
Just a
So now no more professors, only students after this.
yeah. Okay. So every member board of governors must be having a wish list for the next decade, what they would like to see IIM Jammu to be. I just want to understand what is the top element of that wish list for IIM Jammu.
Okay, we will take that question in our closing remarks.
Good afternoon, panel. I just wanted to ask, since you brought up the AI cases point, the industrial AI case creation, I wanted to ask that when we as IPM students, when we solve cases, we can always see a clear distinction between an AI-generated case and a case which is made by humans, because we feel that there is much more nuance and depth when it's a human-made case. How do we as students generate cases or look at cases which are produced by AI, but also have the human accuracy and the human nuance? Because right now there does exist a clear divide, and when we bring AI into academia, it doesn't feel like we are actually studying something of a lot of worth compared to a human case. So my question is that how do we close the gap?
I'll bounce that question back to you. Okay, so
Sure.
you are at a stage where you are learning, okay? So what is real, what is unreal, nuance, I appreciate that. Now take a case, you are facing the chairman of a company or the senior management of a company, and they have hired a consultant, and the consultancy, as I mentioned to you, is advising its consultants to use agentic AI, okay? Have you worked with agentic AI?
Yes, we have.
So what does the agentic AI do is it reads the situation, reads the data, and gives you a solution or a guideline, saying do this, this process and this. And the consultant is supposed to use that as a starting point. If you are going to do that in real life, okay, the least you can do is use a simulated case for learning the concepts, because that's exactly what you are going to be asked to do in real life if you are a consultant. So appreciating your point of nuances, accuracy, and so on, what is the thought behind it? Is it teaching you a concept? Because those are simulated situations, okay? And there is a lot of variety in that situation. You can create artificial problem solving, okay? You may not have a fire in a plant every day, okay? But what happens if you have a fire in a plant? How do you respond to the press outside? You will not have real life cases. If you can simulate that and create, you will learn a lot on how to manage a situation rather than hear from a practicing guy, when there was a fire, this is what I did. So I'm just trying to differentiate. In real life, you are going to work with simulated situations.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and it will be more complementary rather than kind of substituting the real industry interface and interaction and the practical issues which you want to discuss.
Yes, so I feel AI, when we are doing cases which are textbook cases, which have a textbook answer, AI is doing good, like we are able to answer, but when they have nuance, when they have a human element, we don't find any kind of help in the AI that can help us and guide us. That time we have to bring in humans. So when we are making cases through AI, if we make it the standard practice of making cases through AI, I think it could be problematic to some extent. So I feel that there should be a human intervention there. That's
There
my
should be.
For sure, there is no replacement for experience. Okay, so there's no replacement. Use that as a learning tool. Hopefully, AI improves over a period of time. Hopefully.
I think there is a limitation of human emotions in the AI. We are already using it in some other, and over a period of time, it will take some time. It is in the process of graduation. Need to articulate with certain actual factors because circumstances are always dynamic. So that needs some time to do it. We are using in the industries, but there is some error. I agree with that. But that does not mean it is helping us to human, that AI, not exactly giving the substitute solutions as on it. But it needs some.
Okay, so any more questions from students? Okay, in interest of time, I think we can wrap it up and also kind of address the last question which was there. So if you see what has emerged is if we want to set real priority for time to come, one thing which has emerged is industry connect can be better. And when we say it can be better, we have already achieved a certain level. It needs to deepen further. And I think logically that will be the next step for all of us in the board as well as in the institute administration now and the future one also. So that's an ongoing effort which I think will continue, and it will have multiple dividends in many ways, of course in placement, but enrichment of education, being contemporary, things like that. Second thing which emerges is also kind of being collaborative across the institutes, being more collaborative within. And I think we would like to see some kind of action plan to enable that collaboration. Of course, using technical capabilities, infrastructure, I think more and more, I mean, we have discussed with director, something which we bought 2 years back is no more contemporary. And so institute has to keep investing. And I think neither the board nor the administration here shies away from investing. So that is how we kind of would build a very, very contemporary institute and definitely make it more attractive for students to come. Of course, we have to say, set some big, hairy goals as well. And that again is something by having more often the strategy sessions where things can kind of be deliberated more frequently. And if you want to be consistent with the cycle of uncertainty, I think we need strategy sessions more and more often in time to come. And really, so if there is some dream or something, at a board level, Professor Upadhyay, it will not be something so concrete. We would like to, finally, we are here to enable the institute grow. And these are the broad guide rails in which we would want the institute to progress. So no specific answer to that, but I think it clearly a decent agenda emerges on what we need to do in time to come. So thank you very much, all of you. It was definitely an interesting discussion. With luxury of time, we would have indulged much more. But I think we don't need to stand between people and lunch. So thank you once again. Thank you, Professor Sahai, Chairman, for allowing us this opportunity. And thank you also for the questions which were raised. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. The first 10 years of IIM Jammu have been about proving that the institution can exist. The next 10 will be about proving why it must. May we have a huge round of applause for our BOG panel charting the next decade for IIM Jammu, ladies and gentlemen. I now request Chairman BOG, Dr. Milind Kamble, to kindly come on the stage and felicitate our panelists. Of course, our very own Director, Professor B.S. Sahai. May we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. We'll start the felicitation with Dr. Vijay Gambhire. Thank you very much, sir, for agreeing to be the moderator of this very distinguished panel. Let the applause not cease. Next, we'll felicitate Shri Indraneel Chitle. We'll start from here, sir. Yes, sir. Chronological. Shri Indraneel Chitle, ladies and gentlemen, may we have a huge round of applause. Thank you. Miss Vandana Bhatnagar. Dr. Suresh Salunke. Shri Shrikant Badveji. Shri Ranjit Singh ji. Shri Lalit Nayak ji. Thank you, panelists. May we now have a combined group photograph, please? Thank you very much, panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, let the room echo with applause. Thank you. We now have a lunch break for 45 minutes, after which we shall reassemble here for the first leadership panel of the day. All our esteemed guests, faculty and staff, lunch will be served for you in the cafeteria. Students, please go to the mess for your lunch and be seated here by 2:40 p.m. We'll begin the next panel at 2:45 sharp. Thank you, bon appetit, and I'll see you at 2:45. In discussing AI at precisely the hour when human intelligence might be a little low, that is after lunch. So let me start by first congratulating all of you for making the very brave decision of returning to the auditorium after lunch. But before we begin, I want to wake this room up a little. Now, show of hands, how many of you used an AI tool at least once today? Keep your hands up if you actually told anybody that you used it. That gap that we see here, this gap right here, ladies and gentlemen, is what this session is about. No force is transforming our world today as rapidly as artificial intelligence. So as we celebrate 10 years of our journey, the first leadership panel called Impact of AI on Business, Economy and Job Market becomes particularly significant. Without further ado, I invite our esteemed panelists to please take their seats on the stage. Let's have a huge round of applause. Professor Bijon Kumar Mishra, Mr. Ilan Hartman, Shri Sandeep Chopra, Shri Brijendra Kumar, let the room echo with applause, Shri Hemant Gautam, Shri Vijay Krishna Garimella, and Professor Jabir Ali. Leadership Panel 1, Impact of AI on Business, Economy and Job Market. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have a huge round of applause for them. Before we delve into the first keynote speech of the panel, may I take this opportunity to introduce our very distinguished panel. Our first keynote speaker, Professor Bijon Kumar Mishra, is an international consumer policy expert. He has been an entrepreneur for the last 40 plus years. He is former chairman, Consumer Coordination Council, former member, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, and has founded the Consumer Guidance Society of Jamshedpur in 1983. Since then, he has worked with several governments and consumer organizations in India and abroad as an expert for 30 plus years. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Professor Bijon Kumar Mishra. Our next keynote speaker this afternoon is Mr. Ilan Hartman, who is an investor relations advisor and a global authority in national security and international defense operations, has extensively engaged with India and Israel, facilitating business partnerships and market opportunities between the two countries. He has directed multi-billion operational environments, built strategic alliances with leading intelligence and security bodies. We welcome you to IIM Jammu, Mr. Hartman. May we have a round of applause for him? I know all of you must be very eager to listen to our keynote speakers and panelists, but allow me a few moments to introduce our distinguished panelists as well. Shri Sandeep Chopra, Executive Director, Data Management and Technology, Nomura, is an electronics and communications engineer by training. His is a world where AI stops being a conversation and instead becomes a system with real money flowing through it. Shri Brijendra Kumar, Partner and Head, Digital Government, KPMG, has 22 years of experience in consulting and technology implementation. He also leads his firm's work on AI in government. He has worked across more than 11 Indian states, as well as in the UAE, the Bahamas, and Bangladesh. Shri Hemant Gautam, Director, National Australia Bank. If you look at Shri Gautam's career, it's like a tour of the last 20 years of most important enterprise technology. There's Microsoft, Fidelity, the Royal Bank of Scotland, Morgan Stanley, and now one of Australia's largest banks. Next, we have with us Shri Vijay Krishna Garimella, Director, UBS India. a certified financial risk manager and certified in sustainability and climate risk. Shri Garimala brings experience from previous roles at Barclays, Credit Suisse, Nomura, CRISIL, and now UBS. Last but not the least, holding this conversation together will be one of our own, Dean Faculty and Research, Professor Jabir Ali, as the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists of the first leadership panel with a huge round of applause. Professor Bijon Kumar Mishra, I now request you to kindly deliver the first keynote presentation of the panel. Professor Mishra, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks a lot, Apurva, for the lovely introduction. A big round of applause to all of you for being on time. It's fantastic. It's really good to be here. All of you are awake? Louder. Yeah, good, good. Afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon to all of you. It's really, really thrilling to be with all of you today, this afternoon, and especially after a sumptuous lunch, and then to stay awake, to listen to us. So I would talk about artificial intelligence, business, economy, and jobs, putting the consumer at the center. Who is a consumer? All of us. Aren't we all consumers? We are all consumers. So we're going to talk about ourselves only this afternoon. So respected members of the governing body, who gave a lovely session just before lunch, the most dynamic director, Dr. Sahai, and all my friends who are here today, especially the students. I'm really privileged. The dignitaries, the faculty members, and ladies and gentlemen. The biggest question about artificial intelligence is not what AI can do. The biggest question is what AI should do. And for whom? Because behind every AI system, there is ultimately a human face, a consumer, a worker, a patient, a student, an investor, a citizen. And increasingly, a person whose life may be affected by a decision made by a machine. So while business leaders are rightly asking, how much productivity can AI create? Economists are asking, how much GDP can AI add? Technology leaders are asking, how intelligent can AI become? And policymakers are asking, how do we regulate AI? I would like to add one more question. What happens to the consumers and their rights when the machine becomes more powerful than the person? I can see some heads getting nod. Yes, you agree with my question. Very good. That is my view in the missing dimension in today's AI conversation. I'm not here to argue against artificial intelligence. I'm not here to argue that artificial intelligence must remain accountable to human intelligence. AI is not just a technology story, it is a power story. Let's look at the evidence. The International Monetary Fund estimates that almost 40% of jobs globally are exposed to AI, rising to 60% in advanced economies. Importantly, exposure does not automatically mean elimination. Some jobs will be augmented while others may face displacement. The International Labour Organization 2025 analyzes estimates that around 1 in 4 workers globally are in occupations with some exposure to generative AI. But it makes an important distinction. Full automation remains limited, and many jobs are more likely to be transformed than simply estimated. And the World Economic Forum Future of Jobs Report 2025 projects approximately 170 million jobs created and 92 million jobs displaced. Major labor market transformation through 2030, a net gain of 78 million jobs. So the debate should not be, will AI take over jobs? It should be, who will get the new jobs? Who will lose the old jobs? And who will bear the cost of the transition? That is fundamentally a consumer and social justice question to all of us to answer. The AI revolution is already here, and I am reminded of 1993-94, when the whole country was debating on computerization. And I still recall, I used to be in some of those conversations within the government with the trade union leaders. And they would never agree to computerization in the conversation. We could never build a consensus. So the idea which came up out of that conversation was, let's develop a pilot. Let's have few branches as pilot which has computerization. The trade union leaders fortunately agreed. And there was a consensus in the room on that. That yes, some branches, let us do computerization. You will be amazed to know, after 12 months when we met again, the first question which came from the room, from the trade union leaders is, हम कंप्यूटर मांग रहे हैं, हमको कोई दे नहीं रहा है. हम कंप्यूटर मांग रहे हैं, लेकिन हमको कोई दे नहीं रहा है. By then the trade union leaders realized with that model branches that how efficiently the tool was being used for the benefit of the consumer and of course the benefit of the workers. The trade union leaders also realized that no jobs got lost. In fact, new jobs got created. And there was a transition in terms of the attitude of the trade union leaders to accept automation. We are at the same kind of a cornerstone here. And India has a unique opportunity. India is particularly well placed. The government's India AI mission has an approved outlay of 10,371.92 crores over 5 years, with pillars covering computing capacity, data sets, innovation, application, future skills, and startups financing. By December 2025, the government reported 38,000 GPUs deployed under the country's expanding AI infrastructure, and projected that AI could potentially add $1.7 trillion to India's economy by 2035. This is a tremendous opportunity, my friends. Huge opportunity for all of you, especially my students. We need to understand that I could respectfully suggest, in fact, India's AI ambition should be defined by something more than how many GPUs do we have, or how many AI startups do we have, to even how much GDP will AI generate. Our real test should be how much additional welfare, choice, safety, affordability, access, and dignity does AI create for 1.4 billion Indians. You'll agree? You'll agree to that? That is what we need to look at. that how it would improve in terms of your quality of life and your well-being, and in what manner we can use it to our best of our ability. That is how Make AI in India should ultimately become Make AI work for every Indian. The consumers is becoming the most powerful and most vulnerable data point. Have you all heard of the Jago Grahak Jago campaign? Yes or no? One of the most successful public funded campaign ever conducted by Government of India to build awareness in the country, where the Department of Consumer Affairs was being given 8 crores every year as a budgetary allocation. They were not even able to spend 3 crores out of that. And when we started that campaign, we convinced the then Planning Commission that we would need a budget of 100 crores to build the campaign in terms of building awareness. And today you know very well where we have reached in terms of building the empowerment or awareness within the citizens on their rights as a consumer. Do you agree? Are you all aware about the rights of the consumer? You've heard about the Consumer Protection Act of 1986. You'll have heard about the Consumer Protection Act, the Modi version 2019. Louder, louder. Yeah, that's right. Well, I need to hear from you all that you all are awake, not sleeping. Friends, consumers must become the test subject. AI systems are increasingly making or influencing decisions involving credit, insurance, employment, healthcare, education. An algorithm may determine risk. A bank algorithm may determine creditworthiness. An employer may use AI to shortlist candidates. A healthcare system may use an algorithm to prioritize patients. The crucial question is, if AI makes a decision against me, who explains the decision to me? And even more importantly, who takes responsibility if things go wrong? My principle is simple. No AI decision should become an accountability-free decision. If the consumer cannot understand, challenge or appeal a consequential decision, then we have not created intelligent markets. We have created automated power structures. Friends, are you all aware about the National Consumer Helpline? Yes or no? Do you know the number? It's very simple. 1915. Try it out today. Whenever you have any issue in terms of sharing your experience as a consumer, do not forget to report it to 1915 or 9800114000. We started this tool because we wanted to make sure the government doesn't go to sleep. And we wanted to make sure that the providers are also not going to sleep. And that is why we are telling the consumers, Jago Grahak Jago. Industry leaders don't measure AI only by return on investment. This is perhaps my most important message to the CEOs and business leaders in this room. Of course, you must measure return on investment, but I suggest add 4 more metrics. Rights. Does the AI respect consumer rights? Trust. Can consumers trust the output? Fairness. Does it treat companies, comparable consumers fairly? Accountability. Can someone answer when AI gets it wrong. AI return on investment should become return on intelligence plus return on trust. Because in the long term, trust is an economic asset. A company may use AI to reduce the cost of serving a consumer by rupees 100, but if the customer loses trust, the company may lose a customer worth rupees 10,000 over the lifetime of the relationship. Friends, what I want to tell you today is that whatever you do or whatever you are doing, and I heard a very interesting question asked by one of the students in the earlier panel. The most important aspect is creating a mechanism to get in free and frank feedback from the users, from the consumers. If the consumer is not there, the trade and industry is not existing. It's not there. But if the consumer is there, friends, listen me out. You people are very important. If you don't share your anxieties freely and frankly, you would never get a solution. And that's the kind of the project which we all need to undertake within this campus, which is such a beautiful campus, where I am looking forward to that what India could not do, this campus has done and shown it. And we will show it, yes or no, with a round applause, please. We shall do it. We shall do it. So now the question is trust. There is a fascinating warning in the latest Stanford evidence. The 2026 AI index finds that globally, 59% of respondents believe AI products and services offer more benefits than drawbacks. But at the same time, 52% say AI products make them nervous. And India recorded the sharpest increase in AI nervousness amongst countries surveyed between 2024 and 2025, a 14 percentage point rise. That statistic should make every Indian policymaker and CEOs pause. Because AI adoption without trust is not sustainable adoption. And trust cannot be manufactured through advertising. You know what kind of advertising goes on in our country. Highly deceptive and misleading. So we need to be very careful. It must be earned through transparency, fairness, safety, privacy, and accountability and redressal. It's very important, friends. Let me conclude with something very simple. We are standing at the beginning of what may become one of the greatest technological transformation in human history. AI can make India more productive, more competitive, more innovative, more inclusive, and potentially more prosperous. I still recall when I went overseas for the first time in 1993, looking at how the consumer organizations works in Germany. What did I see there? Huge engagement with the citizens. The consumer organizations had very active participation with academia, with all academic institutions, with all researchers, which is missing in my country. But now IIM Jammu will make that happen, and we will see that happening very soon here. Let me promise you that and go back. Friends, technology by itself cannot decide whether that prosperity will be shared. That is our responsibility. The responsibility of policymakers, the responsibility of industry, the responsibility of education institutions, and the responsibility of all of us. I therefore propose, when we talk about AI for business, economy, and jobs, we add one more word, AI for the consumer. Because the consumer is not merely the last link in the economic chain, the consumer is the reason the economic chain exists. And I would leave this distinguished audience with 5 questions. First, will AI make products and services more affordable? That's my biggest worry these days. Because there's so much of inflationary trend that we don't understand the mechanism of MRP. We don't understand that. There's no transparency. We find that they write 2,000 and then they cut it and make it 1,000. How could they do that overnight? There has to be transparency in terms of the cost and who is sharing what in terms of intermediaries. Second, will AI give consumers greater choice or manipulate their choices? I recall my 1980 when I started the consumer movement in Jamshedpur, and it started because we had to wait for 8 years to get a telephone connection. Can you people ever believe it? Can you people ever believe it that it will take 8 years to get a telephone connection after you have paid your full money? In 1980, that was reality. Today, you will not believe it. Because we brought in competition, we brought in choice, we made sure that there was transparency, and today the telecom companies are telling you, you take the connection, talk about the price later on, I'll take the money from you later on, first take the connection, and they're coming to your home rather than you going to their office. That's the transformation I'm talking about. Friends, the consumer is the I was talking about the fourth point. Will AI create better jobs or simply cheaper labor? And finally, will we build AI that is powerful enough to transform the economy, but responsible enough to deserve the trust of the people? My answer is India should not choose between innovation and consumer protection. India must make consumer protection part of innovation. Because the ultimate measure of AI is not how intelligent the machine becomes. The ultimate measure of AI is how much better it makes human life. And if we can achieve that, AI must not become artificial intelligence without accountability. Stanford reports that documented AI incidents increased from 233 in 2024 to 362 in 2025, while public confidence and expert confidence about AI's impact remained sharply divided. AI will not merely transform business. Friends, AI will transform India. AI will transform all of you. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Professor Mishra, for your insights, particularly on how the consumer is not the last link in the economic chain, but the first. I now request Mr. Ilan Hartman for his keynote presentation. The second keynote speaker of Leadership Panel 1, Mr. Ilan Hartman, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everybody. For me, it's exciting to be here in Kashmir. You can assume why. I'm traveling a lot in India, many years, but to be in Kashmir, it's a dream. And when Mr. Badawi invited me on behalf of the chairman and the CEO, I said it's a good opportunity. Either it's Shabbat today. You know what is Shabbat? Nobody's working in Israel. I'm working. For me, it's not working. It's a pleasure. I'm happy to be here. Why India? My last position in the Israeli government was I had the director of the Israeli security aviation all around the world. And I had about 120 stations around the world. One of them was in Bombay. And I became in love with Bombay. And when I retired, I decided that from all the world, I'll do the business in India. And what I'll show you now, how the bridge between Israel and India, including AI, on behalf of the AI, make good for the two countries. Like our leader said, Mr. Modi and Mr. Netanyahu, we are a sister or brother. We have the same mother. You have born in 1947. Half year later on, we have born. So I found it very mutual mission. And I'll explain why, and why for you, for the new generation, you have a good opportunity to expose yourself to the world. And you can do it with us. What do you need for the complex mission succeed when your discipline work together? And all the time I will talk about together. First of all, clarity. You have defined the mission before the method. When I'm coming to an Indian company, I ask them, what is your mission? Define it very clearly, what is your mission? When they define for me what is the mission, I will find for them the Israeli partner. So that is the first step. People, you have to empower the decision close to reality. I'll talk later about it, but to talk, it's nothing. You have to understand what is the reality. You suffer from less water, electricity. System, you have to build repeatable operating discipline. Not once, but for long range. And the most important between Israeli company and Indian company, it's earn legitimacy and through consistency to make a trust. Without trust, you can't make any business. Leadership is not control of every action, it's alignment under uncertainty. The uncertainty that our countries suffer since the Holocaust till now, it's unbelievable. Just like the last 4 years, we had around us about 7 Pakistans. You have 1 Pakistan, we have 7. And that's that influence on the fine of uncertainty. 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, I was here. I met Mr. Badawi in Berlais. And I got a phone call from Israel, and they said, tonight, there is attack of Iran. I left the office immediately. I took a flight to Delhi to fly before it happened. Nothing happened. Finally, nothing happened. Our, let's say, USA with us, and they said, don't, and it's don't. But when I'm talking about uncertainty, it's all around the world. All the geopolitical now in the world, it's crazy. The partnership powerful because the strengths are, for us, a country of 10 million people, comparing to enterprise of 1 billion point 45. How you cooperate between those two countries? In Israel, you have a rapid innovation. Everybody know what is Waze? Waze, like Google Maps, it's from Israel. WhatsApp, innovate in Israel. The anti-drones, now here in the border with Pakistan, in Israel. And I'll talk later on about many things, so you understand that the innovation, you have it over there. Operational experience, everybody in Israel knows if he doesn't do something for the country to protect it, we won't be. That's the reason, as I said, many years, every few years we had a fighting with somebody. Everything that we're using, it's in Israeli. Innovate in Israel, and then you have the experience with that. Global, we have, as I said before, we are the gate, especially to United States. On the other hand, now to Europe and to the Gulf area. When Iran attack now the Gulf area, I can tell you who protect them: Israel. Israel protects them. And they let us, and I came now from Abu Dhabi, not direct flight, I flew via Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi and Dubai, they have today about 20 flights a day to Tel Aviv, like they have here to India. So you understand that if you are in Israel, you open to those markets. About India, I don't have to talk a lot because everybody since the morning speak what is your strength: industrial scale, engineering depth, expeditional human capital, and large growing markets. In Israel, you sell two components. I brought those components over here. Now they are going to selling 200. We have two systems of anti-drones. Now the Indian Army asked for 1,000. So the scale here, it's unbelievable. It's together both sides. We bring the manufacture or the components in Bangalore. They assemble it and then spread it here in India, but either to other country. The next step will be that they will manufacture the component over here, assembling here, and send it away. And we are doing it by OEM, JV. I can tell you few enterprise, Indian enterprise, bought an Israeli company, fully. And then for Israel, it's easy to do that because later on, if they can't sell, let's say we can't sell to Indonesia today. When it's made in India, you can sell India to Indonesia, to Pakistan. We don't have relation with Pakistan. You can sell it. The Indian, especially the young generation, brilliant. You can see that. They lead Google, Microsoft, and YouTube. It's in Indian. We learned in IIM in the previous building in Jammu, one of them could be one of those. When I'm talking about together, you see, you have, let's say now here we are Israeli Indian entity. Define the mission, I've talked about it. Sorry. Four arenas turn cooperation into vision outcomes. Security, I just mentioned about the anti-drones, but cyber, electronic, water and agriculture, desalination water. In Israel, we are not drinking clear water. All the water in Israel from the sea. I think India won't be, they don't have any problem with water because you are surrounded by sea. So you can desalinate the seawater and you don't have any problem. We have the technology, we have the knowledge, and we can make it together. In Israel today, we are not using, we are desalinate water from the Mediterranean Sea and send it to the lake in the north of Israel. Mobility and connectivity. I can tell you the high risk today about the connectivity is the cyber problem. You have to protect yourself by cyber, and cyber we are protected in our country. We have about 1,000 attacks every day from many countries, and this is something that you have to take care. You're talking about AI, you're using AI, you're using software, that you have to protect yourself very clearly. A bridge between the country, not just with Israel, but any country, only works when both entry carry weight. The meaning, there is not somebody stronger than the others. Israeli, we bring the technology, the knowledge, and the speed. I got a purchase ordering for the salination water car, mobility car, from India, and they said in 2 months we need it over here. The Israeli company said, usually we are doing it for 8 months, but we can do it in 2 months because there is purchasing order. They're working around the clock and they'll supply it in 2 months. In the Indian side, the scale, the localization, and the market access. If you want to scale, you need an Indian partner. And I think what Modi did, made in India, it's a great for your country. Because Israel moved now from China to India. Israel trusts India. We are not trusting China, and all the Israeli industrial that during the last 30 years were over there, now in a movement to India. It's a good chance for all of you to grab it and to do that. For the young generation who is sitting over here, start with a real operational need. I've talked about it. If there is no need, don't do it. If there is no need, don't do it. Today, everybody over here, from the student, you have the opportunity to make your company by yourself. If you find the need, you're using Anthropy as an AI who make you scripts, you will build in 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, months, something that is need. So think all the time what people are need. I'll give you a short sample. My young son just left the army. He's 22 years old. Heard from his brother that he has a problem to book buses for kids. He did by Anthropy. Software that can targeting every driver in Israel of buses, and then the driver supposed to give an offer of money, and it's cause the prices to go down. After 1 month, he has consumer. You talk about consumers. He has about 100 industrial in Israel that are using this software. And it's scale, and if he has 100, in next month he will have 1,000, and if he will bring it to India, it will be 1 million. So just do it. Then prove value in the local environment. The desalination that I've talked about, first of all, they brought it over here. They make testing. They're trying. They decide that it's fit to India, and then they say, okay, we will buy few Israeli, then we'll adapt the product. Instead of Polaris United States, the car, it will be Tata car or Mahindra car. And they put a component on the car, and now they scale it. I've talked about 200 pieces instead of 2, and that was the route. I have many samples of Israeli company who are dealing here. Sasa, Defend, Aerovation, Colugo, robotics, water resilience, and it's going more and more. I hope that after this lecture, and I know because few members over here contacted me before, and they said, yes, we would like to start to do that. Don't hesitate, that is the time. Instead of China, it will be India. It will be a local, made in India, JV, OEM, whatever you want, and you shall get the innovation, the knowledge, the technology. I think that I expose the field that I think it's a good bridge between the country. So beside the good relation between Modi to Netanyahu, we can make it locally, academy, health, Shiba, desalination, Gal Mobile, and I'm sure that we'll achieve it mutual together in the nearest future. Thank you very much.
Professor Jabir Ali, the panel is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We had a very nice keynotes, very elaborate, one on AI and consumer, and then going international. Now we have 4 panelists with us. First of all, I would like to float the first question where we can give an opportunity to speak on the theme which is there. So how AI is impacting, right, economy, impacting business operations, impacting job market, though Mishra sir has already floated this, that AI has created more job than took, but at the same time, definitely the landscape of skilling need to be changed so that we can match the requirement. So there are a lot of opportunities which has been created, but at the same time, there are challenges. So I would request all the panelists one by one to speak about, say, 5 minutes to give a thought, maybe use some use cases, highlight those in the process of discussion, that how AI is impacting business, economy, and job market. So I would like to request first, Sandeep for putting his point forward for 5 minutes.
Hello. So thank you. So I think thank you for the keynote speakers. And I'll just start with a little bit of my background. So I am a senior technology leader, over 25 years of experience in technology. Have worked with global investment banks throughout. And basically, coming from airport to the campus and then in the cafeterias, and there's a lot of curiosity around what AI can do. Will it take our jobs? How well is that adopted in the industry, and what is the pace of adoption? So I wanted to share some of my thoughts around what are the senior leaders, both business side as well as technology, mostly from global investment banks are thinking about in this latest AI era. So being in this industry for close to 25 years, we've seen technology shifts from internet to cloud computing to digital transformation. And all of these technology shifts have brought a change. And, but what makes AI different? So all the previous attempts that we had, all these shifts that happened, they were gradual. We were trying to optimize our systems or processes or make them more performant. With AI, it is fundamentally different that, it is changing our perspective. We are now forced to think, do we even need this workflow or a process that currently exists? So it is challenging us to think beyond our current day jobs. If we come to an office and we are a financial analyst, we look at our, what are our daily job, what are the tasks we need to perform, but never questioned whether we really need it or not, or how can it make it better. So from an industry perspective, the senior leaders in business and technology are very keen to make fundamental or transformational shift here now. So every business line in an investment bank, if I talk about investment banking, they are asking every process owner, so whether you are in compliance or risk, whether you are in wealth management, whether you are in software engineering, they want to make sure that can these business functions think out of the box, reimagine their processes. And likewise, from a technology perspective, we all know we can just give a prompt to Claude and we can get the software generated, but that is not the whole software development life cycle is. So obviously, it is challenging both the business as well as the technology teams to make our systems much better, improved, and actually question existence of some of the things that we currently do. So far in the last 2 decades, I think we were using our talent arbitrage, where we were able to deploy developers at a lesser cost versus how people are available in globally. But that cost arbitrage is actually no more there. So how do we shift to still add value from so much of talent pool that we have in India? So what the way I look at is we need to move away from pure cost or talent arbitrage to intelligence arbitrage. So how can we use our existing talent pool, the domain expertise, the depth of knowledge in both technology as well as the domains to really have better business outcomes? So I think that is where the opportunity lies. India is a big country with a lot of young population. We have the digital transformation or infrastructure already set up. And what we want to really do, or we should do in this AI era, is really to use AI to really scale. The adoption of AI has to be at a large scale across the industry. And that is the biggest opportunity I think we have with AI coming in. So AI, will it replace jobs? I think the better question is, what part of our job will be actually replaced by AI? So a job is not just one task or 2 tasks. So you basically need to actually see it as a combination of things you do in a day. And some parts of it will definitely be not required going forward. But then that also gives you the opportunity to do more critical reasoning and think out of the box and see how you can make your, how can you drive business outcomes that are better than what we currently have. So that's pretty much I would wanted to cover today.
So thank you very much. Brajendra, I think you work in KPMG and also looking at multiple projects related to government. right? And it's very interesting that, there's a kind of talent arbitrage, but there's, gap which is there. How to really look at from the policy perspective or any government, use case where you can highlight something in terms of how to use AI to make economy more vibrant in future.
Thank you. I mean, this is an amazing opportunity because most of the things that will change or the entire impact that you're talking of is gonna come from the people in audience and possibly not us, because I mean, this is an very, I'll think that this set of people or students here, and they are facing one of the most amazing opportunities. Now, somewhere I always feel our consultants and analysts who have joined us in the last couple of years, they are the ones actually who are facing most of the brunt. Because their jobs, what they were doing is something which is now getting automated. And as you rightly mentioned, so what is a job? It's just a set of tasks that you do. And then you bring in certain context around it. Now, some part of that job is going to get automated. And the faster we adopt, the faster we bring in that human plus AI into the work that we do, the better equipped we would be to face the future. And since you guys are the ones who, I'll say, are kind of AI native, because you are studying it in your schools, in your colleges, and maybe using it in a day-to-day lives. And at that point in time, I think it's you who should be questioning. We as business leaders have now been forced to question, as you rightly mentioned, that a good part of work that we do, should we be doing that on our own? Or should that be, say, being given to somebody else, maybe agents? And then our job remains only to provide that level of verifiability or that level of context to it and see whether it meets my purpose or not. But having said that, a lot is changing. You mentioned about government. Now, we've seen government changing a lot because they were at the forefront of adopting, one of our panelists did mention about the ROI. So you mentioned about that, the return of investment. Now, the private sectors where we have seen, they have been, at least in the earlier phase, pretty wary whether there's a return, because it's a huge amount of investment that is going inside. And then the question came in that if the private sector is not adopting, why government should? Because it's a taxpayer's money. You should be very cautious about it. But then there are certain decisions which the governments take, which gonna go and help us in the longer term. And that's where this entire focus you have seen coming from India AI mission, where there's a lot of CPU or other GPUs which have been procured, good 38,000, so you mentioned. A lot of funding going into create sovereign LLMs, because one very important part, and which sometimes we miss on, is AI brings in a lot of opportunities, but it also brings in lots of risks. So opportunities certainly in terms of the productivity gain. The productivity increases. But then there are aspects like who's gonna get benefited by that gain in productivity? Is that the employee who's now can do things faster? Now, would he get those hours back for his own purposes? May not be. Would that gain go to the company where it will end up earning more profit? Maybe. Would it go and get passed on to the consumers, who then will be pushing the companies who are competing with each other to provide services at a lesser value? Maybe. So there are lots of things that's going to change, lots of business model that's going to get impacted because of this. And then the risk part, and where this entire sovereignty part comes in, is while there's an angle of trust, that whether I trust what is being given to us as an AI product, we have heard about biasness going on, we have heard about data poisoning happening, we have also seen even the models going rogue. So the trust is an important part. The second part, and where the government actually faces a lot of scrutiny, is the accountability.
Because at the end of it, if any service is getting given by the government and where the AI has been used, now whether it is for beneficiary identification, whether it is for in the law where if a certain judgment is getting influenced by that, now someone has to take accountability. And till now, most of the AI has been pretty notorious about being a black box. So that is something which is, again, a perspective which is coming in where the governments have to see that who's going to take accountability of certain decisions that get taken based on the inputs which has been given by the AI. Third and very important part, and that's where the sovereign story comes in, is the concentration. Now, AI runs on data centers. Now, where are those data centers? You know, is it somewhere in India, within the control of maybe Indians, or is it lying somewhere in some other part of the world? Models. Who has that model? You know, are we using models which have been developed by some other country? It may be open weight, open source, but has that been developed by us? And then there's a lot of push going on now that even at the compute level, even at the model level, those are the places where the sovereignty should come in. So a lot of government programs at least need to be run on Indian GPUs, Indian models. And so someday if someone chooses to cut down certain things, you know, and Ilan mentioned about, you know, the geopolitical thing happening. Fact is that if I do not control the model, I just might be shut out of those models. China was, you know, told that, okay, you can't use NVIDIA chips anymore. The same thing can happen to us. So that way the sovereignty becomes very important because we are actually outsourcing a lot of the work that humans were doing to agents now. And that is going to impact us in the longer term. So we have to be prepared for it. You know, so a lot of, I'll say, optimism and certain caution that we have to take. And the government is doing whatever it can. So I'm pretty happy about it.
Thank you. Thank you for giving such an elaborate explanation of how to really go about adoption. We have Hemant and Vijay, you know, from the banking, which is definitely, you know, a very, very, you can say, whenever we go for banking, we are a bit careful. And also, we look at the security, we look at the trust issues, right? How to really go about AI into that. There may be, you know, from the deposit to the risk management in credit, a lot of things are here. So we have, you know, two people having expertise in banking, so their views. And after that, then we'll look forward to have another round of questions based on the time available.
Sure. So before I answer the question, I would say, wake up. If any of you are thinking that AI is a bubble, it's time to wake up. It is not a bubble, it is real. And it is impacting businesses. Productivity gains are real. And if I take an example from banking scenarios, a loan application which used to take weeks to approve, now take minutes. And that is because of the productivity gains that we are getting from AI. Now with that, there's another thing that is coming is right now organizations are spending more on AI than on employees. And that is actually making it difficult to get the ROI. And I think there are reports already published where only 20% of the AI initiatives are all getting their ROI back. And that too, it takes 4 to 5 years. Whereas if they do it normal way, they would have got it in 2 years' time. And with increasing speed, I think because of AI, the risks that are already called out by Bajender are also real. And in banking, which is very regulated, highly regulated, it is important to have right kind of governance. So you cannot expose your data to AI models directly. So a lot of governance need to be built, and that's what most of the organizations are trying to do. Most of the banks have not yet cracked it. So for smaller project, it is okay, where the data is not PII, you can share it. But wherever there is higher governance, you need higher level of governance is required to share the data with those LLM models. And most of the organizations are actually having a mediator. So they are not directly using the LLMs, which is available. So there is always some mediator, and those LLM models are actually controlled. So your data is not going out to the providers. Now, in terms of the impact on job, it is rightly called out. There is a real impact on job market. And if I give you one mantra, it is that AI will not take the jobs. It is the person who use the AI effectively will take your jobs. So it is important that you adopt AI, use it responsibly, and also don't shy away from it.
Thank you very much. Vijay.
Hello? Yeah. So the three aspects that we are discussing here. One is economy, second is business, and third is job market, right? So from the economy perspective, I think in near term, there would be certainly a lot of shocks that we can expect. Some industries are bound to do well. I think all of us know about what is happening to the IT service providers. And what is also happening in the banking space, maybe that is something that we can try to understand here. So banks are, as Hemant said, they are heavily regulated. What it means is we have two aspects or two people to whom we have to at least answer, if not more. One is the regulator where the bank is operating, right? There we have to explain that we have enough money, which is the capital aspect. The second is from the conduct perspective, we are doing okay. What it means is there are aspects like financial crime, lending to, let's say, organizations which may not be in right businesses, right? So that ethics point also comes into play. And the second part is more on the side of, let's say, the shareholders, right? So there is something called as cost to income ratio, which is common in most of the companies. But banks are heavily tracked on the basis of this. So if you look at the US banks, right, they are sitting at the cost to income ratio of about 55 to 60%. Now, when you look at the European banks, they would sit somewhere around 70%. And then let's talk about the Indian banks, right? They're already close to 40%, right? So even the bank like SBI, about which we normally talk a lot, it's not as bad as even the US banks in terms of cost to income ratio. Now, why does that happen? I think in the past 1 to 2 years, you would have seen, so all the low-hanging fruits have been plucked. What it means is most of the tasks which you can automate. Let's say you receive market data from market data providers. For that, earlier maybe idea was you run a 3-month project, you hand it over to somebody who is developer in IT who would develop a code, test it, and then essentially the UAT testing, etc. would happen. What happens now is you use Copilot, you try to build something yourself, right? And then you essentially see that, okay, if I'm able to reach 80% of where I want to be, then we can use the POC as is, right? So this has become the practice. Why this is important for you to know? So earlier, the MBA graduates would go join the banks, they become product managers. This is as recent as perhaps 4 to 5 years ago, right? Now the idea is you do not have to depend upon the IT developers anymore. So which means that you can bring disruption in your own roles. You can bring value to your own roles much sooner. You can prove your worth much sooner. You have any idea, you do quick POC and then prove it out, right? So this is where in general the banking industry is headed, as I see. And on the jobs part, I think as it was, I think already discussed, and I would like to just summarize. Point is more than jobs. So it may not be necessarily that jobs are going away. Few jobs will. But then let's focus more on the tasks that might go away. And so if you are not doing or not spending time on few tasks, what additional can you do? That is something that one can focus about. So yeah, thank you.
So thank you very much. So AI is here, right? We can't say no to it. There are a lot of data sets which talk about that, how it is getting penetrated day by day, right? Even if you look at the AI mission in India, IMF data on the readiness of AI, governance readiness, UNDP data talks about individual adoption, going about say 60-65% population reported. World Bank has talked about in a recent survey on how firms are adopting AI across the value chain. So it is here. So this question is for everyone, even our keynote speaker can also take it up, that how to leverage AI power ethically, in an inclusive manner, with responsibility across different sectors or segments.
Yeah, I'm audible, yeah. I want to leave a thought to the director of IIM Jammu. Everybody does a purchase. Every day you do a transaction. It could be insurance, it could be banking, it could be an FMGC product, it could be an hospital, it could be a medicine, it could be a medical devices. Use AI to be able to enable consumers to make an informed choice, which is guaranteed, which is not there in India. And let me tell you, the first time I saw that was in US when I visited. They have something called Consumer Report, taken out by one of the consumer organizations known as Consumers Union. And that report is so popular that no consumer purchases any product without not referring to that magazine which they publish. They have 6 million copies subscribed. It's one of the richest consumer groups in the world. And it's a revenue model, or they're not for profit, of course, but the revenue model is that the subscribers pay for it. That means the consumers pay for it. And what I want to prove to India is that IIM Jammu can make it happen. You all can bring about, the students can get involved to bring about a comparative testing of products and services. And your report will generate huge revenue because the industry themselves will purchase it, whether he's at the top, he'll purchase it because he wants to be at the top, and the person who's at the bottom will purchase it because he doesn't want to be in the bottom, he wants to come up at the top. And you consumers, you students, would lead the country to make an informed choice. And that is how we will move, by using AI to empower the consumers to make an informed choice. Director, any comments, please?
Thank you, sir. I think we will move a bit because we have limited time now in hand. So, yeah.
I think adding to that, I think we need to actually look at the use cases, from an inclusion perspective. where we see that the services are not reaching to the grassroots level or our remote villages. So one clear example says, healthcare. We would never have enough doctors serving, each and every village that we have. But we hear a lot of startups that are basically putting up basic diagnostic test centers in each village where you can actually, go get your test done, and those tests are then centrally are digitized and then centrally sent to maybe in a server where you can have LLMs creating those summaries, quick summaries, and then you can have a panel which is more at a state level or at a district level, which can actually have a quick review of what's going on. So I'm just highlighting one of the use cases, but I think these are the use cases where we need to sort of look into more detail and see where it can reach the inclusion and maximize the benefit for India as a country. Then I think we need to, we all know, banks and digital apps and everything is so accessible now, but I think the sections that haven't really got those basic necessities, I think those are the areas we need to see how AI can make sort of a difference there.
Okay, so I'll bring in just an aspect which actually concerns the government a lot, since you mentioned inclusivity. Now, one of the things which is very unique in our country, is the language divide. Because right now we speak 22 official languages and there are many, many, many more. And the idea was that, can we use AI, to ensure that any services that get delivered can be uniformly delivered across the country, irrespective of what language the recipient is speaking or writing. And that is where we've seen, say, organizations like Bhashini coming into picture, where they have got speech-to-text models, speech-to-speech models, which in real time can translate. And there are services being provided. In health sector, we did discuss, but right now there's also a lot of discussion in the health sector is about, can an Anganwadi worker, simply hear what the symptoms somebody is telling, and then using models like MedJamma, can answer immediately, okay, fine, these are symptoms of this particular disease, so this is an intervention that you should be taking, unless it's a very serious one, which you should not be prescribing anything. Agriculture, again, this Bharat Vistar has come in, where now advisories are being issued to any kind of farmer who wants to understand by just sending a picture of his crop and say, okay, fine, what is the disease which is actually troubling it, and you get to understand that these are the specific diseases which is happening, this is the measures that you can take to, some way stop it. So there's a lot of use cases which are right now underway. CP Grams is again a big one. So in fact, you can try that. So any language, you simply go to CP Grams website. If you have a grievance, and all of it have, you simply go and speak. It understands what you are speaking, which language you are speaking. It will ask you the questions which is needed to actually help the person who is supposed to take care of it. So a lot of it is happening. The access to justice, again, you go to something like a Nyaya Setu, and you have any questions regarding somebody has tricked my pocket, and what should I be doing? So there's a lot of such thing which government is now coming up with, which is making this information accessible in your own language. So this brings down both the literacy barrier as well as the language barrier.
Thank you. Hemant.
Yeah, I'll touch upon the ethical use and where AI in banking could expose unethical use also, and which we are trying to stop, is think about hyper-personalization. So we are using AI to hyper-personalize and have data of each of the consumer. And instead of suggesting to the consumer what they actually need, but what bank can sell. So instead of customer's perspective, if bank's perspective is taken into picture, and we are selling product for bank's profit, not consumer's profit. And that is the example of using AI ethically versus unethically.
Yeah. So I think in banking, one other use case could be, let's say, the surveillance use case, right? So how many times do I front run? a given trade on behalf of my client. What do I need to identify such cases? One is the trades that, let's say, given trader has done. Second, perhaps the communications that he would have had with the colleagues, or even through, let's say, the tools like Bloomberg Chat, etc., through which the trader of one bank can talk to the trader of other bank. There is one particular case, I think LIBOR scandal, if anyone would have heard. This is 2012 case. Now, many banks were found guilty. If we had AI back then, it would have been very easy to identify those cases. Right? And then there are other use cases also, like the MF industry or wealth management in India that's coming up. You literally have a new startup that you hear about, right? But how much ethically they are treating your data? Is there any report that they generate, or how well they're compliant with the SEBI norms? So these kind of use cases can certainly be looked at.
So thank you very much. I think it's a time where we can also give the opportunity to audience to have few questions. Because time is less, so we can go up to 2 questions only. So you can raise your hand and you can put the question. Yeah, stand up. That side.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Navya. Building on what was mentioned earlier about AI and consumer choice, sir, traditional consumer rights were built on the idea of an aware consumer who reads the labels. Today, in the era of black box AI algorithms and targeted ads, in your opinion, is individual consumer awareness still enough, or are we permanently outmatched by this predictive technology?
Can you repeat the question?
Sir,
Only the question part of it, right?
yes, sir. Sir, in your opinion, is individual consumer awareness still enough against these targeted ads?
Yeah, that's a good question. Very good question. Yeah, very nice. See, we have a lot of laws in our country to address these issues. You know, in terms of deceptive, surrogative, misleading advertisements. But most of the time, the regulators have been found napping. They're sleeping. They're not taking prompt decisions. And that is where I come in, you know, where I tell the consumers that you have the right to share your views on such advertisements. And there are bodies like Advertising Standard Council of India, which looks at these kind of complaints which go to them. And I happen to sit in that committee of ASCII for 10 years, because that's the longest period one can serve in that committee. So I spent full 10 years there, where we all adjudicate in terms of telling the provider or the advertiser that where they are going wrong and how they can redesign their advertisements. And that's what, again, I would say you students can do that. Keep sharing those misleading advertisements, those deceptive advertisements at one place, collate it, publish a data, publish a publication and sell it to make revenue for yourself. And I'm sure, you know, you all will be able to empower the consumers, and consumers will be too happy to subscribe to your publication and make it going in a sustainable manner. So you are absolutely right. We are not empowered yet to go to a place where we can, but there are places like ASCII, as I said. You can complain there. You can do Google search and find out how to put your complaints there, but do it in an organized manner and let IIM Jammu set a model in terms of how academics can combine with industry in taming the misleading and deceptive advertisements which are going on in the country today.
Thank you. So last question.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank all the esteemed panelists here for sharing such valuable insights, perspectives with us. My name is Himanshi. I'm an MBA student at IIM Jammu. So my question is, for MBA students like us, how should we prepare ourselves for future where everyone is using AI already? What different we can do so that we will be relevant in the future? And that's my question.
Yeah. It's open to all the panelists.
So I think, yeah, I spoke about that a little bit earlier when I was giving an overview. So I think, as I said, the problem statements are now changing. So as an MBA student, if you go out and want to work in an industry and there is a business as usual, so we call it BAU process, which has worked in a certain way always, can we, because now that process itself is being now questioned, or a lot of tasks that were to be done around that process will no longer be valid after some time once AI understands and we understand the use case better. So how do you add more value? You need to basically think out of the box. You need to be more aspirational. You need to have, much better critical reasoning and the depth of your knowledge, whatever subject you mastered. I think those things cannot go away. So you cannot take a human judgment out of an AI opinion. Ultimately, even if you're doing a company analysis report, there has to be accountability. You cannot say this report is generated by an AI. It is in your name. So that human judgment will come in play. And I think what you need to do is to master your area of expertise. So depth of knowledge, I don't think anybody can take that away, even if AI can automate a lot of tasks that are currently there. So that's how I look at it.
Few things which possibly I can suggest. One is an easy one. Okay, please read as a student. That's one thing which is available to you all the time. One thing which we have seen, which AI has brought in, and which is something which is concerning, is that we just get the answers really fast, and that's what the AI has been trained to do. Just because you are getting the answers really fast, we lose our, I won't say an ability, but maybe and even an aspirations to read. So be a little more read read about magazines which are talking about that. I'm sure your brilliant library, so read more. Secondly, tinker more. I'm sure again the lab would give you an access to the latest models which is available. The more you tinker, the more you get to realize that what are the capabilities of these models are. So as a part of college curriculum, I'm sure there's a lot of hackathons that would have been, that would be getting conducted here. But idea is that if you don't tinker, you will never be able to understand how to use it just by reading. So again, read, tinker, do it again. But again, AI skills is just one part. If you really would be successful, and we are all sitting here and doing that crystal ball gazing, we don't know what future is going to actually be there for you. But right now, from where we sit here, we can see, get deeper in domain, because that is one thing that becomes really, really important. AI is only a skill that will get provided to you, but go deeper in the domain. Critical thinking, again, very, very important. Context is one thing which AI completely misses. It simply does not understand in which context you're asking that question. So this entire critical thinking becomes very important. And certain human things, communication, very, very important. At the end of it, whatever is the output needs to get communicated to someone to understand and consume. So that communication part again becomes really important. And at the end of it, leadership. Now, earlier leadership used to come at a later stage in your lives, Here, and in the morning I heard Professor Shiv Kumar talking about it. Now the overall levels of, say, hierarchy is getting crashed into maybe fewer levels now. At every level, there's now more decision that needs to be taken. You're using AI, but the decision cannot be delegated upwards. You now have to decide whether this output is something I should consume or not consume. Shall I send it upwards or shall I not send it upwards? So this is something which is an amazing tool that you have, but using responsibly, that's a decision making, that's a leadership that we as a students or any professional now has to show.
I'll add one more thing here, because I totally agree. two things I would say you need to do. One, every single day, dedicate 10 minutes just to read about what is happening in AI world, just to be aware. And second thing is, I was going through a podcast in the morning about creator of Java. And what he said is that the more you know, the more you realize that what AI is generating is not actually that good. If you don't know, if you don't have depth of knowledge, then you'll be mesmerized with what AI is generating. But if you have deep knowledge, then you'll realize you are better than AI in most aspects. What it is generating is not that good that you can do yourself.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much. A rapid round for each one of you. AI in business in one word. So one word for each. How this AI in business works.
Well, for me, hello. For me, it is value for money to the consumer. Okay. AI should be used for value for money to the consumer.
For us, I don't say about me, about my country, more safety and more security.
I think for me it is making you more ambitious in whatever you want to achieve.
He's just an genius assistant, nothing beyond.
I echo on that. It is an assistant. Treat it as an assistant. Don't treat it as your replacement.
I think added productivity is what I would say.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you so much for this nice session. 2 keynotes and 4 panelists. Thank you very much for the insightful session. And we are almost on time for this. Now, Apurva,
Thank you. Thank you, panelists. You've truly changed our assumptions and suspicions about AI today. I also thank our students for raising such pertinent questions. May I now request Professor Shakti Gupta, Honorary Distinguished Professor IIM Jammu and former ED and CEO IIMS Jammu, to kindly felicitate our first keynote speaker, Professor Bijon Kumar Mishra. May we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now our second keynote speaker, Mr. Ilan Hartman. Thank you, sir. I would like to take this opportunity to invite our very own director, Professor B.S. Sahai, onto the stage as well. Sir, please join us on stage.
So we have already discussed to you help me with establishing the Institute of Dermatology in India.
I request Professor Shakti Gupta and Professor B.S. Sahaya to felicitate our distinguished panelists. We'll start with Shri Hemant Gautam. Shri Hemant Gautam. Thank you, sir. Shri Brijendra Kumar. Shri Sandeep Chopra. Shri Vijay. Thank you. Shri Vijay Krishna Garimela. And now, our very own Dean, Faculty and Research, Professor Jabir Ali. Sir, please felicitate Professor Jabir Ali as well. Thank you, sir, for being the moderator and for adhering to the time slot as well. This was Leadership Panel 1. Leadership Panel 1, Impact of AI on Business, Economy and Job Market. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request everybody to please come forward for a group photograph. Thank you, panelists. A huge round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. I would request you to stay exactly where you are because we are now going to move straight into our second leadership panel of the day. And this one is closer to home. So please stay where you are. Students, please take your respective seats. We are going straight into the second leadership panel of the day. As I said, this one is closer to home. It's about what AI is doing to us, the faculty, the classrooms, the case method, the management degree, to the very idea that you can actually take a bright young adult and teach them to manage. This panel, ladies and gentlemen, is Impact of AI on Management Education. But before I invite our esteemed panelists on the stage, I want to ask a question which might make some of us uncomfortable. So students, show of hands. How many of you have used AI for an assignment ever? Thank you for your honesty. Now faculty, how many of you believe that the real number is much higher? Faculty, show of hands if you believe the real number is much higher. Great, so now we are ready for an honest conversation. With this, I request the panelists of the second leadership panel to kindly join me on stage. The panel, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, is called Impact of AI on Management Education. Students, please settle down as quickly as possible. We are about to begin. Ma'am, done? Ma'am? करूँ announcement? ठीक है. Impact of AI on management education. I request the panelists of Leadership Panel 2 to kindly join us on stage. Dr. Pramath Raj Sinha. May we have a huge round of applause. Let the room reverberate with this applause. Professor Vinita Sahai. Applause, ladies and gentlemen. I shouldn't have to repeat myself. Ms. Gurpreet Bhatia. Shri Narayanan Ramaswamy. Dr. Sandeepan Sarkar. Shri Apurv Agarwal. Ms. Jaya Goyal. And Professor Nitin Upadhyay. Let's have a huge round of applause for our very distinguished panelists, Impact of AI on Management Education. Before we begin, I would like to take this opportunity to start introducing our illustrious panelists. I would like to begin with our first keynote speaker, Dr. Pramath Raj Sinha. Dr. Pramath Raj Sinha, founder and trustee, Ashoka University, an IIT Kanpur and University of Pennsylvania alumnus. He is also the founding dean of the Indian School of Business. He founded Hadappa, an online-first learning institution focused on building skills for workplace success. He is the FICCI's Personality of the Year for Education and in Thinkers 50 list of India's leading management thinkers. And he has not stopped. He is at this moment establishing another university, Pravah, in Loma village, Vaishali, Bihar, with its first cohort due in 2027. Dr. Pramath Raj Sinha, ladies and gentlemen, may we have a huge round of applause for him. Our next keynote speaker for this panel is Professor Vinita Sahai, Director, IIM Bodh Gaya. Professor Sahai Professor Sahai is only the second woman in India ever to lead an Indian institution of management. A gold medalist in economics with a doctorate in customer value. Professor Sahai has taught at IIM Raipur, IMT Ghaziabad, and has spent 10 years as a visiting professor at Aarhus University, Denmark. She is member All India Board of Management Studies, expert member UGC, and expert for Scrutiny Committee for Graded Autonomy granted by AICTE to institutions running PGDM programs. Professor Vinita Sahai, ladies and gentlemen. And now our esteemed panelists, Ms. Gurpreet Bhatia, Managing Director, Accenture LearnVantage. She's held senior HR leadership roles at PwC, Intel, Honeywell before moving into the education sector. Shri Narayanan Ramaswamy, Partner and National Leader for Education and Skill Development, KPMG India. An IIM Bangalore alumnus, Shri Ramaswamy has 30 years of experience in consulting across South Asia, Middle East, Europe, and Africa. He has also advised the Union Ministry of Education in the review of India's National Education Policy 2020 and the NAC reforms. Dr. Sandeepan Sarkar, partner IBM Consulting India, has 3 decades of experience at the intersection of technology and enterprise strategy. He co-founded Tagore Web, the leading digital archive of Tagore's works, and has also authored the Jungle Notebook to tie nature and conservation with culture. Shri Apurv Agarwal, Head of BFSI at CBO Infra Services TCS. Shri Agarwal brings to the table his experience from infrastructure and service management that keeps banking and financial services standing up. Next, we have with us Ms. Jaya Goyal, former BOG member, IIM Jammu. Chairperson, Women Entrepreneur Cell, IIM SME of India, the fastest growing MSME body in India. She is a certified master trainer with Ministry of MSME, with National Institute for Entrepreneurship and Small Business Development, and with the International Finance Corporation. Ms. Jaya Goyal. And moderating this outstanding leadership panel too today is another one of our own, Professor Nitin Upadhyay, Dean Academics, IIM Jammu. Let's have a resounding applause for our very, very distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I now take this opportunity to request Dr. Pramath Raj Sinha to kindly deliver his keynote speech. His most recent book titled, Learn and Don't Study. For a panel on AI and management education, I cannot think of a better sentence to begin with. Learn, don't study. Dr. Sinha, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, namaste, and congratulations to Professor Sahai and the board, the BOG of IIM Jammu on the completion of 10 years. I'm here for the first time, and it's very, very impressive to see the campus, to meet all of you, to see a thriving institution. On days like this, one always talks about the achievements and all the wonderful things that have happened, but having been involved in the building of several institutions, I can say that there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that has gone to get this far. So my full empathy is with all of you, and therefore I really do mean to congratulate you for having brought this institution this far. Thank you for having me, and congratulations. I was already worried that I said yes to Professor Sahai because I'm from Bihar and I've been saying no to the other Professor Sahai for many years. And given how popular she is here, I think people are requesting for a change of director, sir. Sorry, I couldn't resist. I think we just wanted to have some fun at your expense. Sorry, Vinita, but I will come to IIM Bodh Gaya. We are really facing a very big disruptive moment in management education. And I'm not saying this out of any kind of panic, but I think while we are in the earlier session, we were telling about our students what to expect. I'd like to focus on what we as educators need to do. And I think it's extremely important that we realize that this is very, very disruptive for management education. We teach disruption, we teach transformation to our management students in our management programs. We are going to become a case study very soon. If how we react will become a case study for management. Management education has gone through two eras. The first era, it's only about 100 years old. And by the way, people who started teaching management used to be accountants. These were auditors who would go into businesses and figure out from a financial standpoint what was wrong in the business. And as they worked more and more in these businesses, they realized that there was something more than accounting and finance that was wrong, and they started discovering the areas of operations, customer service, sir, as you talked about, and so on and so forth. And when the discipline was born, largely through Harvard Business School in the US, as well as the management consulting firms, they were all populated by lawyers and accountants. And these lawyers and accountants went and taught management. Essentially the discipline was started by practitioners. And practitioners became faculty. at these institutions. INSEAD was born similarly in France and so on. So it was always very practitioner-led. Somewhere in the 50s and 60s, this became institutionalized as a educational institution, a higher educational institution, part of universities. So all this academic infrastructures and framework, the formal frameworks of academia started getting applied to management, and you had PhDs, and research became a big part of management. So if you did good management teaching, then you also had to do good management research. And so for the last era, it has really been about academic formality being brought into management education so that it can be treated like a master's degree, and then bachelor's degrees in management, and so on and so forth. Interestingly, the practical part of it never left, because one of the things that business schools do is executive education, and it's a very big part of it's. In fact, in any university, the largest executive education happens within a business school, which is not surprising, because in the other disciplines, even though law is taught by a lot of practitioners, design is taught by a lot of practitioners, executive education never took off in those schools. Executive education has always taken off in business education. And that's another area that we have to worry about, which I will come to in a minute, not just the MBA. But I think the MBA is truly something that we have to think about. What does the MBA of the future look like? Because a lot of us who are in management education are really focused on the MBA. And in the interest of time, to cover this very quickly so that we have a chance to hear from the other panelists, I'll largely focus on the MBA. So we are now moving into like the third era of MBA education. And that's what we have to be all conscious of, that we are at an inflection point, and what do we do about the third era? By the way, I am not a subscriber to the view that MBA is dead. So let me state that up front. I think we have to figure out what is the third era of MBA look like. Now, what is the threat? The threat we've talked about already, but in the MBA space, the threat is that LLMs already perform on par with all the assignments and exams and case studies that B schools give. It has been proven. I mean, LLMs do much more than that. They are cracking CAT and JEE tests. So anything you do in the classroom, I teach at ISB still, all my assignments are finished. I cannot give those assignments anymore because every student comes back with the same answer because they've run an LLM overnight. They've taken the same LLM, they've taken the case through LLMs and so on. So assignments, the traditional assignments and analytical tasks do not work. Now, that's one big change that has happened from an MBA education perspective. But the second big change that is happening is that consulting, finance, technology jobs were our mainstay and are going to be our mainstay. Those jobs at an entry level are getting redefined. So I worked in management consulting for 13 years at McKinsey & Company, and the fact is that McKinsey doesn't know what will happen to entry-level jobs because a lot of those jobs are actually getting done. So while people are saying jobs are gone, jobs are not gone, but those entry-level jobs, the expectation from a fresh MBA from an IIM Jammu is going to be very different. So what do we as educators do to meet that expectation? And the third thing is that all the content that we teach in class is getting commoditized. So all of us who are faculty members who think we have some really unique content, LLMs can actually create better content. I have been at least humbled by this myself. When I was putting my class together for the class that I teach at ISB, which is called the Founder's Dilemma. So I teach a class which talks about how do you set up a business as a founder. I remember walking around the Mohali campus one day many years ago, about 4 or 5 years ago, with the early version of ChatGPT and saying, here are 10 topics that I think I can talk about. And within minutes, I actually had an entire pedagogical plan for the classroom, cases, readings, exams, assignments, quizzes, everything laid out. I didn't have to do very much. All I had to do was deliver. It was still my content, but it had designed everything much better than I could have done myself. So these are some of the changes that are happening that will disrupt education. So what the question really is, and people have already spoken about it, so I won't repeat it, there is a case for complementarity. Forget about replacement, I'm not getting into it. So what is the complementarity? The complementarity is that people have already said you have to get deeper into the frameworks and the things that we are teaching rather than become more superficial. Because at the superficial level, people will get it from AI. But I am convinced that you have to understand the underlying concepts better. And today, we are actually not doing that. In classrooms, people just answer questions and move on. They don't understand concepts as deeply as they should be understanding, and that you can do through AI. So I think one big change is that AI is actually going to force you to go deeper into a subject and understand it better. Number two, you may see a much bigger demand for executive education and undergraduate education. It's not surprising that IIM Bangalore just launched another undergraduate program. For the first year, for 80 spots, they got 12,000 applications. Of course, part of it is because it was IIM. But interestingly, both degrees are in economics and data science and economics. And so many students applied. So I think there's a huge opportunity to think about, for places like IIM Jammu and others, do you get into undergraduate education, and of what kind? And what more can you do around executive education? Finally, the one big area where business education has always meant to add value, and I think we have to add much more value, is around judgment. Judgment will still be something that you will have to make. Ethics. All of these topics were talked about, so I'm not going to repeat them. Leadership in terms of, I think the gentleman from Israel talked about leadership and the fact that you have to work with people, you have to drive change, you have to convince people, you have to be able to negotiate. All of those things you have to do as a person, so that will not change. And change management itself. How do you manage change? Most of our work is really about convincing people, changing their perspective, improving things, starting new things. Now, these core things I don't think AI is going to really affect. So I think the fundamental question is in our classroom, wherever there's content involved, whatever has to do with content, that is going to be the biggest disruption. And in the workplace, our graduates are going to be expected to show more depth, more judgment, more clarity, more adherence to ethics and values than ever before. Now, this thing about judgment is very interesting. All of us say in a situation that, how do you judge? What is judgment? There's a very interesting Harvard Business School, Harvard Business Review article around this recently, which talks about the fact that people who used AI for judgment actually made more errors, because not only did they use AI for judgment, they actually used AI's rationale for judgment. Somebody was asking, I think Mr. Mishra was also asking that, who's accountable? AI can take accountability. If you say, look, you decided, please explain to people how you decided. Why did you decide? They give very good, AI will give very good explanations. But the problem is that those explanations actually are such strong explanations that people who've made an error end up making a bigger error because they justify the wrong answer. And this has been empirically proven now. If without getting into the complication of it, you can check out the paper. It's around, it's an HBR paper around judgment. So what the paper argues is that the real value in life and forever has always come from making judgments about things that are not what people would normally say. For many years, we never had more than the original 3 IIMs. But somebody said, look, we need to create more IIMs, right? And so you took decisions outside of the normal. And then you said, no, we need to create an IIM in Jammu. People might have said, why should I create an IIM in Jammu and how will it work? People are questioning me about the university in Bihar and saying, you must be an idiot. Why are you creating a university in Bihar and that too in Loma, Vaishali? Wahan faculty kaise aayegi? Wahan students kya milenge? But unless there are people like us who think on the edges, things will not happen. the country will not progress. So I think what the article argues is that you have to teach people how to be curious and how to act on the edges. And I think that's a big aspect of management education that we have to bring back into the classroom that had gone away. So I could go on and explain this whole rationale to you, but I just want to end by saying, and I'm sure I'll have a chance to say more, that by no means is management education dead as a result of AI. But management education has to fundamentally change as a result of AI, because everything that has to do with content is going to become very commoditized. Everybody is going to teach the same thing. Everybody is going to have access to the same content. And therefore, each university, each institution will have to be unique in its own way. And the reason I want to also lastly emphasize this is that a lot of people don't realize is that management education is not like a law degree or a medicine degree or a chartered accountancy, which is required by that profession. It is something that people opt for. And the reason people opt for is that industry says that if somebody has done an MBA, I will take them. And the reason industry says that is because they assume that the MBA school would have filtered that person already, and that MBA school is giving the thappa that yes, this person knows these things. But if somebody else gives the thappa, and somebody else gives the thappa to certify you cheaply, then people will not pay the price of the expensive MBA that we have been charging as a country and as MBA institutions go. So in that sense, we have to constantly ask, in MBA and in management education, is the value that we are adding commensurate with what ROI that was mentioned earlier, commensurate with the ROI that the student is expecting and that the industry is expecting. If you look at journalism, for example, and I set up a journalism school and I was proven wrong in my approach because of this big fact that I didn't realize. Journalists don't require any credentials. So they don't have to go to an Indian Institute of Mass Communication to get a journalism degree. More than that, most people are happy getting an intern as a journalist right out of college and training them within the organization. So they say, look, I don't need these students to get an expensive journalism degree, because once they pay for that degree, then they expect a higher salary. Why should I pay that salary? I'll just hire somebody for 15, 20, 30,000 rupees direct out of a Sri Ram college and train them. I don't need your training. So the worry is that if we don't add value, then industry will say, look, I can train them myself. I don't need that MBA credential anymore. Now, that's an extreme scenario, and I'm arguing that that scenario will not happen. But that mindset is what puts much more pressure on us who are providing MBA education than other schools and other institutions and other universities. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much again. Congratulations on the 10th year, and look forward to more discussion about this.
Thank you, sir. It's a privilege and an honor for us to hear about the future of education from someone who keeps building it rather than predicting it. May I now invite Professor Vinita Sinha for the second keynote presentation of the leadership panel 2. Ma'am.
Let me start with by admitting that I'm actually nervous. First of all, it's not easy to speak after Pramod. He's a brilliant speaker. As they say, there are three things most difficult: that to lean against a ladder, or to climb a ladder which is leaning against you, to speak after a brilliant speaker, and to speak when you are a little overwhelmed with emotions. So I think the third one is even more powerful. But nevertheless, it's a very, very momentous occasion for the entire IIM Jammu family. Congratulations to the entire team, right from Kamleji to the illustrious board members, to faculty, to the non-faculty, to the director and the team, and to these lovely students. a decade of excellence, a decade of coming this far. It's not just physically that you are on top of a mountain. Actually, in spirit also, you are right up there in excellence, in scale. Every time I come, I just get that feeling of awe as to how much this team has been able to achieve in such a less time. Believe me, it's not easy. You all have done a absolutely stupendous, amazing work, and a huge round of applause to the entire team. Yeah, I had prepared slides, yeah, I thought so. But, since I said that I'm really overwhelmed with all that clapping which was happening, I hope you were not teasing me. But that affection was very palpable. I know in the morning I just got a very undue attention because I understand where Jammu stands, just some few hundred, like I think 40 kilometers away from border. Any kind of geopolitical risk hits you the first, and it is so very difficult to become what you have become in such short duration. I know we also have to admire that, yes, though the brand name is, India has only produced 3 brands, I always say, IIT, IIM, and yoga. No matter which part of the globe you go, like I've taught for very long in Denmark, and I do remember 5 o'clock in that Arctic region, still you can find people doing yoga, and then you recognize the power of India and the power of these brand names. So, and these so-called sister institutions, whatever that we are curtsy them because yes, they gave us a brand which was very robust, but at the same time, they also had privileged geographies, they also had privileged cities, they also had privilege of being almost having monopoly for such long duration, premium government contracts, easy executive education, everything was easier. But at the same time, what is very special about us is that we have come at a point where I think the moment for India is there. I always take a whole lot of pride, and coming from Bihar even more. As an economy, we are so, as a nation, we are so young. जिस देश की median age 28 हो, जिस देश की 60-67% population under 35 ho, how can we not grow fast? So these 2 rows of teachers, I know they cannot rest. Believe me, as teachers, as academic administrators, we just cannot rest. Because I've always felt, जब देश इतना जवान हो, the population is so young, raring to go. इस बार हमने इस पॉपुलेशन को नहीं बढ़ाया, नहीं स्केल अप किया, तो बताइए ब्रिटिशर्स को ब्लेम करेंगे, विदेशी हाथ को दोष लगाएंगे, बाहरी ताकतों को इल्ज़ाम देंगे। इस बार सारा का सारा ब्लेम हमारा, आप लोग से ज़्यादा हमारा, बिकॉज हम टीचर्स हैं. We are the teachers of the nation, and which is why we take a whole lot of pride that the so-called baby arms, I take a huge offense to the word baby. I said babies have grown bigger, much bigger than what you are. And we took it on us. We took it very seriously that we have to scale up this India. This is that opportune moment for our nation, where we have the time that we can really turn around the tables, we can really become what we've been aspiring for so long, the superpower. But this can only come on your shoulders. You know, I come from Bihar, and I hate it. I actually fight with everyone if somebody says ki Bihar garib. I said, what garib? What is this rhetoric? There's nothing garib. It's like telling, you know, that you're sitting on a mountain of gold and then you say you're poor. No. Because Bihar has the highest and the most dense population in the country. And there are two things which fundamentally go with them. One, बिहारी बच्चा पैदा बाद में होता है या ABCD बाद में सीखता है, UPSC पहले सिखा देते हैं. You know, we have that helicopter parenting there. Parents literally
I keep telling, दो चीज़ के लिए बिहारी लोग ज़मीन तो क्या किडनी बेच देते हैं. One is to educate the kids in the house, and second, of course, is land itself. And yeah, I have known this a very hard way, because land was the issue in the initial stages of making the campus. And these days, I have a rhetoric like this: house arrest, office arrest, lathi charge, ghirao, patrao, sir putna, gaadi putna, sab ho gaya. Because that's how we usually build up those places. But one thing which I am very, very proud of the fact that we have changed the narrative. And same as this geography. People used to say this is unsafe. Where is the safety concern? There are such bright young people singing, dancing. It's all very, very, very aspirational. And the one thing which we always say in young campus is, we are young, so we try harder. Elephants can't dance, we can dance, and which is why we are, as campus, very nimble. I can see such lovely work happening here, and of course back in my campus as well. So if we've been talking AI, I think we are the only campus having a full-time 2-year course in AI. We see so much of healthcare work happening, Shakti ji, and an entire group of POPs who are working so tirelessly to make this particular institution so industry ready. So yes, there is so much of work happening, and super proud of this generation as well. At every forum, I always end up saying, we don't envy you. For sure, we are not jealous of you, because we completely recognize the challenges that you're growing up with. Remember, Shiv Kumar had shown that very, very hard-hitting graph in the morning, where he was talking that now the disruptions are there every 5 years. I know that since even Pramath was talking, and why I'm saying more, because my slides is almost replication of what Pramath just finished saying, so I'll just rush through that. But he was talking judgment, and I was kind of wondering, it's so very difficult, because it's not easy to be teenage or to be Gen Z or to be Zen Alpha these days, because yeah, we were lucky. मैं तो हंसी में मजाक में कहती हूँ कि वेडनेसडे को चित्रा और संडे को पिक्चर और बीच में सन्नाटा. Whenever we went to the television and switched it off at 6:30 in the evening, कृषि दर्शन आ रहा होता था. So we used to always switch it off and go off to play. And while we were going off to play, we could see what judgment is. Because you may read articles and articles as to how to hit a ball, but to develop a judgment when to strike comes only from playing. And we were doing a whole lot of it. Why I don't envy, because yes, other day, a lot of my team members have young kids at home. So one responsibility which as elders we must take is, yes, your generation for sure is facing much more disruptions. And that's the reason we have to understand where you people are coming from. As elders, we have to really understand this autobiographical reading is not going to help. Other day I was talking to my colleague, and he says कि मैं ना रोज अपने बेटे को डांटता था कि तुम्हारे टाइम पे हम 6 किलोमीटर चल के बस से जाते थे स्कूल, तुम AC बस में जाते हो, AC कमरे में सोते हो, and all that. So one day he actually looked into my eyes and he said, कल से स्कूल बस को मना कर दूं क्या? And he said, I had no answer to that. It's not their problem that if they are living in so-called comforts by our standard. Their life is facing the kind of disruptions which we never knew. We were never, I can go on and on, because there's so much of work these days which I'm doing on happiness hormones, which I remember. And the more and more I'm reading about these kind of literature, more and more I'm falling in love with the space where I belong these days, which is Bihar, and more about India, where it is all about collectivism versus lots of individualism, which had now started creeping in much in our country. That collectivism where dopamines, endorphins, oxytocins, and serotonins were just normally getting made. I understand your plight when in the evening, every night you bash yourself, because dopamine gets created only when there is a task completion, or task complete ho nahi raha because of so much of distraction and so much of anxiety which is there about the future. And this AI thing is even making it worse, because all that you keep hearing, it's going to take away the jobs. Other day I was telling, don't worry, it's the hourglass thing. So the jobs at the lower end and the jobs at the top end are not going to suffer as much as the jobs in the middle. Those with 6 years or 3 years to 10 years really need to worry, not the freshers. But still, so much it is in the air, so naturally I understand those anxieties are getting passed on. And every night you are sleeping with so much of self-bashing, ki tum idiot ho, tumse aaj bhi kuch nahi hua. See, there was so much of tasks to do things list, and you just did not do anything. And you know, you generated cortisol, because that dopamine was missing. We were lucky. हम लोग बहुत lucky generation थे. Dopamines were getting formed at home only. You know, when our parents were telling, go, 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 cooler ka pani bharo. Entire childhood I was doing nothing but filling up frizz bottles. And whenever we finished those chores, our parents used to say, shabash, and dopamine used to get formed. Those dopamines are missing these days. Those oxytocins are missing these days. I loved it when Shakti ji and the other person, they hugged each other. Hugs are so uncommon these days. And which is why I started loving the collectivism of Bihar, jahan do mummy, char papa, teen tau, teen chachi hote hain. So for some reason, agar mummy khana nahi deti, to choti mummy nahi deti, to badi mummy de deti hain. And for some days, if bade papa doesn't give you that 10 rupee note, which is very elusive, the chote papa will do that. And the day when everybody will be mad, your dadi will put you in an embrace and thak will the oxytocin release happen. So which is why we don't envy you. We completely understand how anxious your lives are. I remember in the conferences we used to say, VUCA, 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 volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Then it became Bani, more for you people. Brittle, anxious, nonlinear, incomprehensible. And today in the morning, somebody gave me another one. They called it rupt. I said, this rupture, where is this coming from? But yes, when I read it, I was kind of surprised that, yeah, even that is true. Rapid, and the last one is paradoxical and tangled. It is not an easy word to grow up. And in spite of it all, while you are in higher education, we are also talking about it. So now let me try and see if I can do justice to whatever is the agenda today. Here we are supposed to be talking about AI disruption, which is happening in the higher education. So 4 conversations we can have. One is about this disruption per se. Enough is being said since morning. Why the graduate employability and institutional relevance are now an existential question. It is not just a trend anymore. We can talk about the institutional response, which we are giving as an organization, that what curriculum, what assessment, what credentialing must change and how fast. Of course, we will go back to the human edge, because why these durable human-centric capabilities are becoming the scarce currency of the AI economy. And last, we'll try and see if we can develop some leadership recipe around it. Well, this is what I was talking, Vani, Buka, Bani, and Rapt. Since morning, we have been discussing that what the world will ask from the future leaders. What are going to be your deliverables? Very clearly, critical thinking, ethical judgment, and systems thinking. I know, easier said than done. For sure, we all understand that in this real world, for sure, the entire world is going to be talking about the character formation and the real world exposure and decision making under all these uncertain environment which is going to happen. And last but not the least, one very fundamental thing which was going to happen is the learning architecture is going to be lifelong. Already, you know, these DigiLockers and credit sharing and academic credit banks, all these conversations have started happening in the country, and it's all going to take us there. For sure, the graduate employability continuum, you are not going to struggle because of AI, you're going to struggle because what you can do no longer lines up with what your employers are asking you to do, which is what Pramod was mentioning, that, you know, McKinsey is not really happy about what you were bringing the skill set which earlier. They want something plus, delta. And as usual, our default response always has been to collect more data, to add more governance and processes, and then wait for that culture to change, which was very, very difficult. That approach was definitely too slow because labor markets were shifting too fast while academic calendars were not. We were only making our curriculum changes as per academic calendar during the summertime when the students were not on campus. For sure, it's not going to help us anymore. Going forward, then what exactly? The central question remains, is the professor going to become extinct? Is AI really going to replace the professor? Or will it redefine what a professor is supposed to do? It has to move from AI assisted to AI enabled, for sure AI native. In fact, if I can share for last 2 years, what we have been doing on our campus is we started first because we are recognized. Nobody has any clue. Neither my professors were having clue because we all have very young team. And when we visited industry, even industry was not very sure. Yes. So what we did is, in the recent times, what we have started doing is we have started bringing in every subject, be it marketing, be it finance, be it anything. We have started getting first hardcore AI practitioners in class. Not too early, but when some syllabus and some curriculum has been covered, so that they can actually come and share with the student very hands-on as to what is needed and what is expected. And for sure, we have also started, I would say, replenishing or supplementing a lot of our syllabus almost on a super priority basis, whether it is in form of workshops. And what is very, very heartening is that even our non-faculty, like other day we had a mess tender and more than 380 participants had applied. So it was so heartening to see my purchase team actually buying Claude and ChatGPT and first experimenting with that for 15 days, this way, that way, this way. And then finally they got it right. And then when they got it right, they were so super glad that they could do it in 1.5 days flat. So small experiments have started happening on campuses, and that's the only way that how do you get your faculty, your non-faculty, your students, everybody join this whole journey of learning, becoming AI native. So that's because I have always felt this huge population that we have, these youngsters that we have, and very colloquially we say that India first missed the computer bus, then India missed the internet bus. India should not miss the AI bus. And for that, we have to make sure that every student, every professor, every faculty, every non-faculty, ASAP has to become AI native. And I know there are some similar thoughts which were there, which in so many ways, some of my professors had already, like Professor 1.0 to Professor 4.0. See, intellectual orchestrator. All that I'll ask you is imagine in your own mind what an orchestrator used to do. How he was managing that symphony by actually being deeply immersed in every instrument and every motion which was happening in the class, and yet just being the orchestrator, not just so-called knowledge transmission from that paradigm that I know more than you to I can help you think better. So the professors have to shift, the learnings have to shift from tutoring, so professor's content student to professor-student AI and an inter-exchanges between, from tutor and research assistant to actually case protagonist and learning companions. These are some of the things which we all have to target, we all have to become, and this is a very collective journey where the team, the leadership, we all have to get together. We have to make environments which are very, very AI-enabled, AI-friendly. Our learning curriculums have to change real fast. I leave the slides here. I don't want to become that culprit of making that mistake that everybody else's time gets consumed by just my conversation. But pretty much, this is one core idea which I want to leave behind, that learning will be very, very, it will not be static credentials. It will be small, live, verifiable currency that you will accumulate. And actually, those skills you will keep accumulating because we have already started, alumni have already started approaching us that we need to refurbish, we need to replenish. So what would happen is that rather than just a degree, people will accumulate credits throughout their life and it will maintain digital credentials of what all they will do. So yes, there are going to be huge shifts in how we were doing. These skills need to be made visible, portable, and continuously updated. We have to build connected learning ecosystems that will follow learners across their lives. And we have to embed employability into every learning journey, not just as a bolt-on to be done at the later stages. So yeah, this is how we can go on. We have to redesign our curriculums. We actually have to, but last but not the least, something which my entire team has been saying, I think every industry practitioner also said exactly the same thing, that these are going to be the currencies: judgment, creativity, collaborations, ethics, empathy, and learning agility. So I hope we all will create such curriculums, we all will create such practices which will help our students to gather these currencies, because they are going to be the differentiators in times to come. And with such a young population, we have no choice but to adapt, learn, and time has come now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable insights. Clarity like that comes from people who've made the decisions themselves. Professor Nitin Upadhyay, the floor is yours now. Over to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you both the speakers who have set the context, and which is very, very critical in this moment of time, because we are not just seeing the disruption, we are seeing the sea of disruption, which is very challenging for multiple stakeholders, including education, including student, and also the industry, because nobody knows where's the right path, where to navigate. It's a big bang. AI act as a big bang because it has dented every aspirations of the stakeholder. So with this point, I just want to understand from my fellow panelists. I'll start with Gurpreet. And the similar questions can be answered based upon your perspective from the industry and academia. What management aspect that a student would bring to the organization has impacted because of AI, so that we can re-engineer those aspirations for the future? Because in the changing time, it's very dynamic. We do not know the future.
Thank you, Professor Nitin. I think that's a very relevant question. And I'm also going to, I learned a lot from Dr. Raj and Professor Sahai on what they were talking about in terms of, what do institutions need to change, in the new times, right, for management education. But I think before I say that, I just want to talk to all the students here. Good evening, all of you. I want a louder good evening. All those who are sleeping, please wake up. Louder. All right. Why did I ask you that? The panel discussion is about AI changing management education. And we heard two of the very senior leaders from management institutions talking about what do they need to change. But I think one of the things that came out very clearly from all of this is that all of us who are running organizations, running institutions, we are bringing 20 years, 30 years, 25 years to the experience to the board, right? But we've had to learn over time slowly. You guys are the Gen Z, isn't it? You've been born with AI. You've been born with phones in your hands. You've been born with, you are the true AI natives. So we need to learn from you. And I think that is what I would like to say. What are organizations looking for? There is ambiguity everywhere. Somebody asked the last panel, right, the question saying, what should students do differently to differentiate themselves? And I think a few of my colleagues who were sitting with me in the audience, we were talking to each other and saying, these are students who are thinking that what should I do? But actually the corporate employees are exactly in the same situation. All corporates are facing ambiguity. Leaders, employees, everyone is nervous, everyone is worried. Now, in that kind of a thing, what do you do? How can you differentiate? And I want to shift the onus from the academicians, from the institutions to the student body. Because I can tell you, I have 2 Gen Z boys at home. I learn a lot of technology. I learn how to learn from my sons, right? I don't learn as much in the corporate world sometimes. So what do we have to do in this change, in this time, which is very disruptive, very ambiguous, and of course, we've talked about judgment, we've talked about creativity, we've talked about the adoption, change management, right? All of these are extremely important. We've talked about risk-taking. Risk-taking with younger people is much, much higher. Do you agree? You all can take much higher risks than a lot of people with, much higher experience. So what are the skills that are required for the corporate world, and what is it that you can bring to the table when you join an academic institution like IIM Jammu? One thing that you definitely need to learn is learning to learn, because things are changing every month, not every year, not every 5 years, not every decade, but every month technology is changing. So how do you learn to learn is very, very important. How do you learn to embrace technology? How do you learn to work with ambiguity? So, the last panel we had someone from Israel, he was talking about war. But if you see in your lifetime, you've already seen COVID, lot of ambiguity, correct? You've seen the Iran war recently, people had to put off their travel plans, corporates have gone through a lot of change as well, contracts went on hold, etc. So ambiguity is the way, things will be uncertain. Are you going to look for surety all the time, or are you going to learn to work with ambiguity? That's important, right? Learn to embrace change, because change is constant, even more so now. The 4th thing, learn to collaborate. People around you are not competition, whether it's your fellow, friends. Yes, you're competing for some jobs. Yes, tomorrow you're going to compete in organizations for promotions. Yes, if you set up an organization yourself, you will be competing with other organizations. But I think the currency is if you learn to collaborate, not see people as competition only, but say, okay, how can we collaborate and how can we do things together? Right? So if you look at Copilot right now, Copilot is not saying, okay, Claude has done something, how do I ignore it and how do I do something on my own? They've incorporated Claude Opus into their model, right? So collaboration is extremely important. And the last thing, learn mindfulness. Be mindful about yourself. This life is very, very stressful. You can get drained out. I'm sure you read about it, hear about it a lot, right? How do you learn to be mindful about yourself, about your fellow colleagues, about your friends, about your teams when you start to lead one in organizations? I think those are the 5 things based on my experience of working in corporates, working with academic institutions, as well as looking at what disruptions are happening. Those are the 5 things that I would encourage all of you to learn, and not just depend on your seniors, right? Depend on your professors. These are things you can learn and teach each other, because peer learning, learning to learn, learning to adopt fast is a skill that's very important.
Naran, over to you. What do you think about it?
Am I audible? Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Professor Sahai, for inviting me over. It's exciting to see a lot of young faces. I get reminded of my B school days, which was many decades ago. But to come to your question, right, sir, I think there's a lot talked about what is changing, a lot talked about disruptions that are happening. But I also think there are certain things that are not changing. And in the process, I don't think we should throw, as they say, the baby with the bathwater. And in many sense, those values that we believe were essential and because of all these shifts we thought will vanish, in my view, are getting even more important because of this, right? Let me start with this. Judgment. And we spoke a lot about this, so I'm getting into why that is important rather than whether it is important at all. AI, at the end of the day, is a collection of all your previous experiences, right? There is nothing original, honestly, in AI. What is artificial intelligence? Is it any more intelligent than a thought that has not occurred? No. AI is a compendium of all thoughts that have occurred for different people, just that it very effectively, efficiently coordinates that, synthesizes that, and gives you certain predictions. So if you are an original thinker, which essentially means, ironically, if you are not using some of those things in your thinking process. Let me give you an example. How many of you use Google Maps? Okay, pretty much all of you. Recently, I saw this very funny WhatsApp, forwards that keeps happening, taking on Odyssey as to how, the captain there started using Google Maps and he arrived after some 10 years because there was always a change that happened in Google Maps and he couldn't fathom it. But the fact is, now if I ask somebody to go from, say, here to airport, how many of you really think you can go without Google Maps? Though you've been living in this place for so long, without Google Maps, how many of you can go there? I see very less hands there. The point is, we now get used to a technology so much. If something else happens and you want to do some original thinking, it becomes so much more difficult. So you need to use technology without a doubt. It's really foolish not to use technology. But is there some original thinking that has gone into the process? Are you asking the right questions if you are using AI? Are you using the right tool in case you are using it? Those are all the questions that you should ask. And I completely agree with her that if you are not, using the right tools, and if you are not using it in the right place, that is one. Second, I also feel empathy is not something that you get from some of these tools. Human values, like there are so many things that are happening, there are so many outcomes that come. At the end of the day, who acts on that is still human. There are occasions where you automate it, but even the formula for how that needs to act is done by us, and that needs to happen with certain empathy. And I can go on with examples, but suffice to say, till today, God knows how things will happen in the future, machines can only be as cold as it can get in terms of doing a sharper analysis and stuff like that, but it can never replace somebody who will react based on a situation, react based on who is the recipient of that and other stuff. So the second thing, I think what we are looking at is somebody who looks at it in that fashion. But at the same time, usage of data, usage of right data is a skill that industry expects today's managers to be much more than what it has happened in the past. The amount of data that you have, formal, semi-formal, unofficial, whatever data that is available is so humongous. Are we in a position to use those things and put to use in the right fashion is something that I think is a new skill that may not have been so important in the past, but rapidly that is becoming so important. And when we come to the second round, are the management institutions teaching? There is a big question mark for me. So overall, are you using some of your human values like judgment, like empathy, and some of these things is what you should ask for. And I believe these things are going to be more important because technology is a leveler, and more sooner than later, all of you are going to be on an even keel when it comes to usage of technology, including AI. So go back, dig deeper into those values that will make a difference.
Thank you, Narayan. I think with the paucity of time, I'll just have one question from each for a brief, response. Which one skill you think is important for management educators to imbibe on the students so that they are ready for the future that is for AI?
There is a benefit of joining a session towards the fag end of the day because the answers are mostly given by somebody else, so I'll have to only summarize. But before going there, over there, right, so if I look at today's agenda, right, so out of 3 panel discussions, 2 are focused on AI, right, so it is such an impactful discussion today. I do not know. I am a person that who is working on AI since 1994. I do not know whether I should be elated or I should be scared. To be honest, these are the 2 sentiments that are essentially governing today's discussion, and any and every time that we talk about AI, these are the 2 sentiments that often evoke. This is nothing new, right? To be honest, AI is something that has been being discussed since mostly from 2021, 2022. But since the 1940s, it is going on, right? And at least if we look back in the history, at least twice these things happened, right? The fear came up, right, with the hope, yeah? But there is a mismatch always, right? So what is the reality? And reality is somewhere in between. Exactly that is happening today. So before I answer to your question, Professor Upadhyay, I would like to throw a new crisis in this mix, okay? So if we look at that, we talked about, I think that quite a few speakers, including you, sir, that the entry-level white-collar job is diminishing. That's a fact today, right? Unfortunately, all of us are aspired to be white-collar workers, right? I think that in the first session somewhere we talked about from manufacturing going to service-based economy, right? And unfortunately, that is the area, that is the sector that is being impacted most. And look at that, right? Traditionally, if we look at the service-based industry, it was built like a pyramid structure, which is exactly adapted from manufacturing industry. But going to KPMG, McKinsey, BCG, even IBM Consulting, right? So the way that we operate is we get associates who do all the legwork, who do all the hard work. There are managers on top of that, and we have partners like us, right? So who get profit out of the whatever margin that we make, right? So now the problem is that the clients are asking, why do you need so many associates? You do not need so many associates. We have AI, right? You look at that, I have Copilot. If I ask question, it gives me answer. You are saying 10 associates you will deploy in this project? Forget it, right? I am not going to pay for it. So what I am doing, so I am going to cut back on number of associates. The moment I cut back on number of associates, my billing is going away, right? Because essentially it's an hour-based, labor-based billing that is also going away. So essentially I'll have to use tools, right? AI tools up to an extent so that I can make money. I can still make money. I can still get my incentive, my bonus, and share whatever by end of the year. So now the problem is that, right? So if we cut back on the entry-level, associates, right? I know that if the AI makes a mistake, I can go and fix it because I have years of experience to fix it, right? If the AI makes a mistake today, so who will fix it? Because we are in 10 years down the line, we'll not have any associates who have done this work hands-on and etc. I think that is where the management schools and B schools will come into play. We'll have to make them domain experts so that they know somehow we need to imbibe that. Somewhere in the first discussion we came up that we'll have to have hands-on experiences of real-life projects, real lives of problem solving, which can help us.
Thank you, sir. Just a very brief note about the competency you're looking at.
So if I have to summarize in one word, I would say the contextual knowledge. AI can give you hundreds of answers, right? It is not about getting the right answer actually. It is more about asking the right question. So the value which you guys can actually deliver as a MBA graduates or scholars is what kind of a questions you are asking, and for that response, who is taking the accountability, right? I think in the morning there were some discussions about the accountability, right? Again, the ounce will be on you, the managers or the people at your level, who is auditing that outcome, right? There are high chances that those answers may be biased, may be hallucinated, and this is where you will add value. So I think the contextual knowledge of a reply or a response from AI is where you will add immense value.
Thank you. Anup.
Yeah, it's been a long journey for me to be with IIM Jammu, and it's such a pleasure to be over here in the new campus. I don't see Professor Sahai, he's out probably, but it's been a beautiful journey, and so happy to see all of you over here. And one thing that I really appreciate is the big mix of my girls sitting at IIM Jammu. It's, I don't know, normally I don't know where I would, but it's, I see 70% girls, 60% girls across 40% boys. So which is an excellent way to grow my girls. And I'm partial to girls, so I can't help that. मंजिलें उन्हीं को मिलती हैं जिनके सपनों में जान होती है. Wings do not matter, confidence से ही उड़ान होती है. ज़माना बदल गया है, विंग्स की भी उतनी ही ज़रूरत है. बिना AI के इंफॉर्मेशन के हम कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते. It's there to stay. And I'm not going to talk about the management side of it or the teacher side of it. I'm going to talk about your side of it. I have 2 children, and one of them is into designing and the other is into foundation. You know, I would have problems galore in designing things, and they would say, oh, we don't have time. When I got onto AI, it became so easy for me. I developed things that I was looking for and working for hours together. So if you want to actually have, or I beg to differ with everybody, पहले के ज़माने में ऐसे नहीं है कि मुश्किलें नहीं होती थी. मुश्किलें अलग होती थी. पहले भी मुश्किल होती थी. Now that you've grown in IT era, you've got to have IT challenges. We didn't have IT, so we had our challenges. So challenges will always be there. Now how do you get out of it is totally your call. And that's, your teachers teach you, your institution teaches you, but there's somebody who excels. Why does that person excel? It's got to be you. It's got to be your hunger. It's got to be your desire to do well. Keeping in mind, AI, using AI ethically is the only one thing that I would want your people to remember for me. Be ethical, do anything that is not right. As somebody said, a wrong can never be right. So AI is essential, there to stay, there to help us. It's a tool. We'll only add value to AI. So it's a tool to help us, and all that you need to do is use it ethically to do the right, and we'll have our nation grow. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we don't have much luxury of the time, so we'll not be able to take any further questions. But student may interact with the panel over here after the session itself. Thank you all the panel members. And I'm just going to conclude the panel with one remark specifically. Now we have a choice. The choice is just like a knife. We can chop the vegetables, prepare the good food for friends, relatives, family members, or we can use it to kill anyone. AI is like just that tool. The choice is on us. We have to use it consciously, not for cognitive offloading, but for cognitive acceleration. And that's why judgment, value, ethics, responsible use is paramount. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, panelists. This was Leadership Panel 2, ladies and gentlemen, Impact of AI on Management Education. May we have a huge round of applause for them? I now request Shri Shrikant Badwe and Shri Ranjit Singh Ji to kindly join us on stage for the felicitation ceremony. They are our esteemed members from the Board of Governors. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a round of applause. Let's start with our first keynote speaker of Leadership Panel 2, Dr. Pramat Raj Sinha. Our next keynote speaker, Professor Vinita Sahai. And now, our distinguished panelists, Ms. Jaya Goyal. Let the applause not cease, ladies and gentlemen. Let the room echo with your rounds of applause. Shri Apurv Agarwal. Ms. Gurpreet Bhatia. Ms. Gurpreet Bhatia, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Sandeepan Sarkar. Dr. Sandeepan Sarkar, ladies and gentlemen. Shri Narayanan Ramaswamy. And last but not the least, our Dean Academics, Professor Nitin Upadhyay. Thank you so much, sir, for agreeing to be the moderator and for adhering to the time slot. Thank you, sir. Thank you, panelists. May we have a quick group photograph, please, before we begin the next session. A group photograph with our distinguished leadership panel 2, Impact of AI on Management Education, ladies and gentlemen. May we have a huge round of applause for them. They have shared some very valuable insights. Thank you, panelists. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, the leadership panels of the day come to a close, and it is now my privilege to welcome you to the valedictory program of IIM Jammu's 10th anniversary celebration. So sit back, relax, and allow us to take you through the valedictory proceedings. Thank you, and I wish you a delightful evening ahead. Thank you very much.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. कुछ ही क्षणों में हम IIM जम्मू के वैलिडिक्टरी कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ करने जा रहे हैं। हमारे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि हिमाचल प्रदेश के राज्यपाल श्री कविंदर गुप्ता जी कुछ ही पलों में हमारे बीच में उपस्थित होंगे। हमारे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि पधार चुके हैं। माननीय मुख्य अतिथि राज्यपाल हिमाचल प्रदेश श्री कविंदर गुप्ता जी, पद्मश्री डॉक्टर मिलिंद कामले जी, चेयरमैन बोर्ड ऑफ गवर्नर्स IIM जम्मू, ऑनरेबल मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट श्री जुगल किशोर शर्मा जी, श्री राजकुमार चौधरी जी, चेयरमैन जॉइंट इलेक्ट्रिसिटी रेगुलेटरी कमीशन यूनियन टेरिटरी ऑफ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर एंड लद्दाख, प्रोफेसर BS सहाय, डायरेक्टर IIM जम्मू, सम्मानित बोर्ड मेंबर्स, IIM जम्मू परिवार के समस्त सदस्य, फैकल्टी मेंबर्स, स्टाफ, एलुमनाई, स्टूडेंट्स और यहाँ उपस्थित सभी गणमान्य अतिथिगण, आप सभी को सादर नमस्कार और सुसंध्या। सर्वप्रथम आप सबसे अनुरोध है कि कृपया राष्ट्रगीत व राष्ट्रगान के लिए अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं।
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
धन्यवाद। अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। Ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense pride, joy, and a deep sense of honor that I welcome each one of you to this very special and historic occasion. Today, we gather not merely to mark the passage of time, we gather to celebrate a journey that began with a vision, a journey shaped by determination, commitment, and collective effort. A journey that over the past decade has steadily grown into a story of excellence, innovation, and impact. Welcome to the valedictory program celebrating 10 remarkable years of Indian Institute of Management, Jammu. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor to have amongst us a distinguished gathering of eminent leaders, policymakers, academicians, partners, and well-wishers who have joined us to celebrate this landmark occasion. It is now our privilege to felicitate our esteemed guests as a token of our respect and gratitude for their gracious presence on this special occasion. To begin with, I request Chairman Board of Governors, Dr. Milind Kamble, to kindly felicitate our Honorable Chief Guest, Governor Himachal Pradesh, Shri Kavinder Gupta ji. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. हम माननीय सांसद लोकसभा श्री जुगल किशोर शर्मा जी का भी हार्दिक अभिनंदन करते हैं। प्रोफेसर सहाय, we request you to kindly do the honors, please. We are also thankful to Shri Rajkumar Chaudhary ji, Chairman JERC, Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, for gracing us with his presence. Professor Sahai, we request you to kindly present a token of our regard to our esteemed guest. Thank you so much, sir. We now move ahead with the proceedings with a welcome address by Professor B.S. Sahai, Director, IIM Jammu. Ladies and gentlemen, जो पानी से नहाते हैं वो लिबास बदलते हैं, लेकिन जो पसीने से नहाते हैं वो इतिहास बदलते हैं। पिछले 8 सालों से दिन रात एक कर अटूट समर्पण बेइंतहा जुनून के साथ प्रोफेसर सहाय ने IIM जम्मू को एक अग्रणी संस्थान के रूप में स्थापित करने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है, एक इतिहास रचा है। इनके प्रेरणादायक नेतृत्व में IIM जम्मू नई ऊंचाइयों की ओर निरंतर अग्रसर हो रहा है। And here we would like to make a special mention that Professor Sahai has the unique distinction of being the founding director of 2 IIMs, IIM Raipur and IIM Jammu. Other than that, he has also been the director of MDI Gurgaon and IMT Ghaziabad. Ladies and gentlemen, आज जबकि IIM जम्मू अपनी 10 वर्ष की यात्रा का उत्सव मना रहा है, तो इसकी बुनियादी यात्रा को दिशा देने वाली, इस आधारभूत सफर को सबसे करीब से देखने वाली इस शख्सियत की आवाज से बेहतर आगाज और कौन कर सकता है? Ladies and gentlemen, I now request Professor Sahai to kindly deliver the welcome address, please.
माननीय कविंद्र गुप्ता जी, ऑनरेबल गवर्नर ऑफ हिमाचल प्रदेश, श्री जुगल किशोर शर्मा जी, ऑनरेबल मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट, पद्मश्री डॉक्टर मिलिंद कामले जी, चेयरमैन BOG IIM जम्मू, श्री राजकुमार चौधरी जी, चेयरमैन जॉइंट इलेक्ट्रिसिटी रेगुलेटर कमीशन for UT of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. Distinguished members of Board of Governors, our industry and international partners, distinguished guests, esteemed faculty members, officers, staff, alumni, students, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to all of you. This evening is very special to all of us. It is my privilege to welcome you to the valedictory function of 10th anniversary celebration of IIM Jammu. सर, हम आपके शुक्रगुजार हैं माननीय राज्यपाल जी के कि आप यहाँ पे मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में आने के लिए स्वीकार किए और हमेशा आपका स्नेह और आपका गाइडेंस IIM जम्मू को मिलता रहा है. We are thankful to you for your continued support and guidance to IIM Jammu. सर, हम सारे फैकल्टी मेंबर्स, स्टाफ, बोर्ड मेंबर्स, स्टूडेंट्स और मैं अपनी तरफ से आपको हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं IIM जम्मू में. प्लीज ज्वाइन मी इन वेलकमिंग. अच्छी बात ये हो रही है कि आज मंच पे ये जो 2 महान हस्तियां बैठी हुई हैं, ये हमारे घर के मेहमान हैं. तो इसलिए मुझे ये नहीं समझ में आ रहा है सर कि मैं हिंदी में बात करूं कि अंग्रेजी में बात करूं. और जुगल किशोर जी तो हम इनसे हमारा बहुत पुराना ताल्लुकात रहा है, जितना कि कविंद्र गुप्ता जी के साथ रहा है. तो जुगल किशोर जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आभार कि आप यहाँ पे आने के लिए एक्सेप्ट किया हमारा इन्विटेशन को एज गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर. प्लीज़ ज्वाइन मी इन वेलकमिंग श्री जुगल किशोर जी. और इसके साथ ही हमारे स्कूल के, हमारे कॉलेज के अलमनाई और ये बड़े बड़े पदों पे आसीन रह चुके हैं, इस फॉर्मर CMD of NHPC, and currently he is a Chairman, Joint Electricity Regulatory Commission for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. Thank you, Chaudhary Sahab, for accepting our invitation. मिलिंद कामले सर के लिए कोई परिचय की जरूरत नहीं है। वो इतना ज़्यादा IIM जम्मू में समाहित हैं कि हर स्टूडेंट, हर फैकल्टी मेंबर, हर स्टाफ, हर बोर्ड मेंबर, सब लोग उनके बारे में जानते हैं। और ये वो शख्स हैं जिनको कि हम रात में 10 बजे, 11 बजे, 12 बजे फ़ोन कर सकते हैं और सुबह के 6 बजे फ़ोन कर सकते हैं। तो आप इससे ही समझ सकते हैं कि इनकी कमिटमेंट IIM जम्मू के लिए कितना रहा होगा। प्लीज़ गिव ए बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज टू डॉक्टर मिलिंद कामले। और आज कितना अच्छा दिन है कि इतने सालों के बाद स्ट्रेटेजिक बोर्ड मीटिंग के अलावे कभी भी हमारे बोर्ड मेंबर्स इतने साथ नहीं रह पाते थे, टाइम नहीं लगा पाते थे, लेकिन आज इनके साथ भी पैनल डिस्कशन जो रहा कि आने वाले 10 साल में IIM जम्मू कैसा दिखेगा। तो प्लीज़ वेलकम ऑल द esteemed board members for their continuous support and guidance. I also welcome all distinguished speakers from government and industry. You are awesome, I must tell you. अब जबकि हम बिल्कुल समापन के कगार पे खड़े हैं तो एक तरफ काफ़ी खुशी की अनुभूति हो रही है। There is a sense of pride, but also there is a sense of gratitude. A valedictory function normally marks an end. For IIM Jammu, this evening is different. It marks a new beginning. 10 years is an important milestone. It gives us an opportunity to look back, to remember where we began, to recognize how far we have traveled, and to think about where we want to go from here. So this evening is really very much important for all of us. This celebration has therefore been much more than a celebration of achievement. It has been an occasion to remember, recognize, and acknowledge. Because no institution is built by one person. An institution is built by many hands. It grows through many minds. It moves forward because many people believe in it. The story of IIM Jammu is a story of such collective faith. The government of India gave us opportunity to begin this journey. The government of Jammu and Kashmir supported us. We grew. Our board members gave us direction. Our faculty created the academic strength of the institute. Our officers and staff built its system. Our students brought life and energy to the campus. Our alumni carried out our name beyond the campus. Our industry partners opened new opportunities. Our international partners connected us with a wider world. And the people of this region gave us a home. This 10th year anniversary belongs to all of them. That is why this occasion is so important to all of us. It has allowed us to pause and say something very simple but very meaningful. Thank you. The awards being presented this evening also carry this spirit. They are not merely awards, they are expression of our gratitude. They recognize the individuals and the institutions who have stood with us and helped us grow. Today, we are proud of what IIM Jammu has achieved in 10 years. But this celebration cannot only be about the past. An anniversary becomes meaningful only when memory becomes a foundation for the future. The first decade was about building IIM Jammu. The second decade must be about expanding its reach and deepening its impact. And here, our location gives us a very special responsibility. और मैं हमेशा इस बात को कहता हूँ कि हम तो माता के चरणों में हैं। माता ने हमें आशीर्वाद दिया है और इसी वजह से हम जो कुछ भी कर पाए हैं, सबसे पहले मैं धन्यवाद करूँगा माता को और भगवान को कि आपने मुझे ये शक्ति दी, हम सबों को ये शक्ति दी है। These regions have talented young people. दे हैव रिच कल्चर। बंधन के थ्रू हमने बताया कि कितना रिच कल्चर है, स्टूडेंट्स को ये अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल पाए, वो यहाँ के परिवार के साथ एक दिन गुजारे। उस परिवार को डिफरेंट पार्ट्स ऑफ द कंट्री से जो बच्चे आते हैं उनके बारे में मालूम हुआ और यहाँ के बारे में उनको मालूम हो पाया। They have unique natural resources, they have great possibilities in tourism, entrepreneurship, local enterprise, agriculture, horticulture, renewable energy, and services. But development in the Himalayas also needs a different approach. It must be sustainable, it must respect ecology, it must involve local communities, and it must create opportunity for young people. And that's why in the morning when we were talking about that how Jammu and Kashmir has worked and working with government of Jammu and Kashmir, और कितनी बड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स में हम उसमें इन्वॉल्व हैं, गवर्नमेंट को हम गाइड कर रहे हैं, सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, बिकॉज अवर एम्बिशन इज दैट जम्मू कश्मीर शुड ग्रो। लेकिन जब कविंदर गुप्ता जी एलजी बने लद्दाख के, और आप सर यहाँ पे आए थे फंक्शन में, और आपने कहा था कि जम्मू कश्मीर का तो काम बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है, कुछ लद्दाख के बारे में सोचो। और वो एक स्टेटमेंट हम सबों को जो है इतना इंस्पिरेशन दिया। और जब आप वहाँ से हिमाचल चले गए और वहाँ पे वीके सक्सेना साहब आए एलजी बनकर, इत्तेफाक से वीके सक्सेना साहब हमारे चेयरमैन साहब के मित्र भी हैं, तो उनके यहाँ से फ़ोन आया कि दिस एलजी वुड लाइक टू मीट यू। हम लोग वहाँ पे गए और जो जिस सिलसिलों को आपने चालू किया था उसको आगे बढ़ाते उन्होंने कहा कि आप यहाँ पे IIM जम्मू यहाँ पे क्या कर रहा है। हमने कहा यहाँ पे बहुत सारी चीज़ें करेंगे, ये करेंगे, बोले वो सब ठीक है, आप ये बताइए कि यहाँ पे प्रोग्राम कब स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं। और हम सबों का एक ही कंसर्न था कि लद्दाख का टोटल पॉपुलेशन ही 3 लाख है, 1.5 लाख कारगिल में, 1.5 लाख लेह में। तो हमने उनसे कहा, उन्होंने एक बड़ी अच्छी बात कही और आप सबों के लिए बहुत बड़ी सीख है। उन्होंने कहा जब हिंदुस्तान के बच्चे रसिया और यूक्रेन जा सकते हैं तो हिंदुस्तान के बच्चे लद्दाख क्यों नहीं आ सकते हैं। ये माइंडसेट हमारा है। और एक चीज़ मैं बता दूं, लद्दाख इतना सुंदर जगह है, वहाँ की वादियों में जाइए, इतनी खूबसूरती है, जैसे हम जम्मू कश्मीर के बारे में बात करते हैं, और इतनी नेचुरल ब्यूटी है, देयर इज़ नो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर प्रॉब्लम। तो उन्होंने कहा सर कि यहाँ पे आप अंडर ग्रेजुएट प्रोग्राम शुरू कीजिए, और उन्होंने ये कहा, और वो हम लोग साइन कर रहे हैं नेक्स्ट वीक में MOU कि सारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सब कुछ वो प्रोवाइड करेंगे। लेकिन IIM जम्मू यहाँ पे आए और ये प्रोग्राम को स्टार्ट करे, बिकॉज देयर इज़ अ माइंड सेट that people from different parts of the country, students cannot study in Ladakh. जब इतनी एडवर्स सिचुएशन में, चाहे वो कनाडा हो, चाहे वो रसिया हो, बहुत सारे कंट्रीज़ में है जहाँ के रहना बहुत मुश्किल होता है, वहाँ पे जब हमारे बच्चे जा सकते हैं तो लद्दाख में क्यों नहीं जा सकते हैं। और ये हम लोगों के लिए भी एक नया चैलेंज है, एक नई लर्निंग होगी, एक नई सीख होगी कि कहीं पे भी जा करके हम अपना कार्यक्रम आरंभ कर सकते हैं। और जब तक कि सारे रीजन्स भारतवर्ष के डेवलप नहीं होते हैं तब तक देश प्रगति नहीं हो सकता है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है कि 2047 में भारत एक विकसित देश होगा। वो तभी संभव है जब हम अपने सोच में परिवर्तन लाएं, और वो सोच में परिवर्तन लाने का जो पहला बीज डाला था वो कविंद्र गुप्ता जी हैं। तो इनको जो है, लेट्स गिव हिम अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज टू हिम। और इसके साथ ही मैं कहना चाहूँगा सर कि अब आप हिमाचल पहुँच चुके हैं। हिमाचल, जम्मू कश्मीर और लद्दाख ये सब एक है। जब आप वहाँ पे पहुँचे हैं तो हम चाहेंगे कि वी वुड लाइक टू एक्सपेंड टू हिमाचल प्रदेश ऑल्सो, और हम जो है वहाँ पे हम अपनी सेवा देंगे। मुझे ऐसा महसूस लगता है कि हम IIM जम्मू could take its knowledge, training, institutional strength to places where they could make a real difference. तो मुझे लगता है ये सही वक्त है, यही वक्त है, सही वक्त है, और आपको सर हमें मार्गदर्शन करना है। We see possibility in entrepreneurship, development, capacity building, sustainable tourism, local entrepreneurship, leadership development, executive education. We would like to work with young people. We would like to support local entrepreneurs. We would like to work with institutions and administration. As we would like to contribute to the development of management models suited to the special conditions of Himalayan region. We would now like to explore possibilities for meaningful engagement with Himachal Pradesh as well. The geographical proximity is natural. Developmental concerns are often shared, and the opportunity for collaborations are many. We can support entrepreneurship. We can work with MSME. हम यहाँ पे जम्मू कश्मीर में MSME को बहुत ही विस्तृत रूप से सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. MSME क्लिनिक के जो प्रोग्राम है उसके तहत, तो मुझे लगता है कि वहाँ पे भी MSME को और लोकल एंटरप्राइज को हम सपोर्ट करेंगे. वी कैन कंट्रीब्यूट टू सस्टेनेबल टूरिज्म एंड हॉस्पिटलिटी मैनेजमेंट. We can organize management and leadership development programs. We can work with government departments and public institutions. और जैसे कि हमने यहाँ पे सर नीति आयोग के सहयोग से यहाँ पे एक सेंटर खोला है, सेंटर फॉर इनोवेशन एंड ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन इन गवर्नेंस, CTAG. और आज जम्मू कश्मीर में जितनी भी पॉलिसी फॉर्मुलेशंस की बात हो रही हैं, जितने भी PPP प्रोजेक्ट्स की बात हो रही है, और जितनी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग्स की बात हो रही है जो ऑफिसर्स की हैं, ये सेंटर का 3 मैंडेट है और तीनों मैंडेट को हम कर रहे हैं. तो वी थिंक दैट वी कैन वर्क देयर इन हिमाचल प्रदेश ऑल्सो. और ये नेटवर्क जो है काफ़ी अच्छा रहेगा और काफ़ी यूजफुल रहेगा. लेकिन इसका ये मतलब नहीं है कि हम जम्मू को भूल जाएंगे. वी विल रिमेन फर्मली रूटेड इन जम्मू, बट आवर नॉलेज मस्ट ट्रैवल, आवर पार्टनरशिप मस्ट ग्रो, and our impact must extend beyond our campus. As India moves towards Viksit Bharat 2047, institutions like ours have a special responsibility. Management education cannot remain confined to classrooms. It must reach society. It must reach entrepreneurs. It must reach communities. It must help institutions solve real problems. And it must prepare young people not only to seek opportunities, but also to create opportunities for others. That is the IIM Jammu we want to build in coming decades. As an institution known for academic excellence, an institution connected globally, an institution responsive to natural priorities, and an institution deeply committed to the region around it. On this special evening, I express my sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Sri Kavindra Gupta ji, for graciously being with us. Sir, I once again thank you for encouragement, and would like to work with Himachal Pradesh government. My gratitude also goes to our board members, industry partners, international partners, faculty, officers, staff, alumni, and students. Each one of you have written a part of the story that we celebrate today. As this 10th anniversary celebration comes to close, we leave these many memories, but we must also live with a bigger dream. 10 years ago, IIM Jammu was an aspiration. Today, it is an institution with an identity. The next 10 years must give it a wider horizon and a larger purpose. From Jammu, Kashmir to Ladakh, from Ladakh to Himachal Pradesh, and from Himalayas to the wider world. The first decade gave us our foundation. The second decade must expand our horizon. With gratitude for journey behind us and confidence in the journey ahead, I once again welcome you all to this valedictory function. Thank you. Jai Bharat. Vande Mataram.
Thank you very much, Professor Sahai. After the welcome address, we now would like to invite Dr. Milind Kamleji, Chairman Board of Governors, IIM Jammu. Ladies and gentlemen, sir.
Respected Kavindra Gupta ji, Honorable Governor of Himachal Pradesh, Shri Jugal Kishore Sharma ji, Honorable Member of Parliament from Jammu, Shri Raj Kumar Chaudhary ji, Chairman, Joint Electricity Regulatory Commission for Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. Professor B.S. Sahai, distinguished members of the Board of Governors, leaders from the industry, academia, our partners, faculty members, officers, staff, alumni, students, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to express my deep appreciation to our chief guest, Shri Kavinder Gupta ji, Honorable Governor of Himachal Pradesh. Your long experience in public life and your close understanding of this region make your presence especially meaningful to us. I am grateful to our Shri Jugal Kishore Sharma ji, Honorable Member of Parliament, for joining us on this important occasion. I warmly welcome Shri Rajkumar Chaudhary ji. His experience in regulation and public governance brings an important perspective on growth, sustainability and public responsibility. I must also acknowledge Professor B.S. Sahai, Director IIM Jammu, building a new institution with a vision, energy, persistence and the courage to think beyond the immediate. Professor Sahai has brought these qualities to IIM Jammu. The confidence with which the institute is now looking towards its second decade reflects the work of the director and his entire team. I appreciate to every faculty member, officers and member of staff, especially those who worked behind the scenes to make this celebration possible. A valedictory function is different from an inauguration. In the morning, we began with the expectations. By evening, we have had time to listen, reflect, and think about the road ahead. We are celebrating IIM Jammu's journey of last 10 years. At this hour, I would therefore like to speak about responsibility of the next 10 years. Today, discussions have shown us how rapidly the world is changing. Artificial intelligence is transforming businesses, employment and education. But behind all these changes lies in a simple question: what kind of leaders will India need in the years ahead? Technology will matter, data will matter, artificial intelligence will matter, but important decisions will still be taken by human beings. Technology can tell us what is efficient. Leadership must decide what is right. AI can improve productivity, but human intelligence must ensure that progress improves human life. This must remain at the heart of management education. The challenge before IIM Jammu is therefore not only to prepare managers who can use new technologies, it must develop leaders with competence and humility, ambition and responsibility, confidence and compassion. This becomes even more important as India moves towards vibrant Viksit Bharat 2047. A developed India will require not only bigger companies and advanced technologies, but also new entrepreneurs, stronger institutions, better governance, and greater opportunities for young people. I am coming from an entrepreneurial background. I have always believed that entrepreneurship is not simply about starting a company. It is about seeing possibility where others see limitations. Today, aspirations is no longer limited to metropolitan cities. We can see it in Jammu, Srinagar, Leh, small towns and villages, and among first-generation learners and entrepreneurs across India. IIM Jammu must become a bridge between aspirations and opportunity. This is especially important in Jammu and Kashmir. Young people here want not to become job seekers, they want to become job creators. They want to innovate, build enterprises and become part of India's growth story. IIM Jammu must support them through knowledge, mentoring, incubation and capacity building. If 10 years from now, innovate enterprises, responsible administrators and socially conscious leaders emerge from this region with the support of IIM Jammu, and that will be an achievement greater than any ranking. An institution must also remain a learner. The day an academic institution believes that it has arrived, it stops growing. We must constantly ask ourselves, are we teaching what tomorrow needs? Are we producing useful knowledge? Are we listening to society and industry? Are we preparing students only for their first job or for lifetime of change? And above all, we are creating only successful professionals or also responsible citizens? These questions must guide IIM Jammu in its second decade. This evening, we also recognize our industry partners, international partners, accreditation partners, faculty, staff, and alumni through the Distinguished Service Awards. These awards remind us of a simple truth: no institution grows alone. To all those being honored, I offer my warmest congratulations. To our alumni, I make a special appeal. Stay connected with our institute. Mentor younger students. Create opportunities from them. Share your experiences, including your failures. Become partners in building IIM Jammu. And to our students, I leave one thought. Knowledge will become outdated faster than ever before. Do not build your identity only around what you today. Build it around your ability to learn, unlearn, and learn again. AI may change your professions. Markets will change. Organization will change. Jobs will change. But integrity will not become absolute. Courage will not become absolute. Compassion will not become absolute. Curiosity will not become absolute. And the ability to learn, the trust of people will never become obsolete. Protect these qualities. As a chairman of the Board of Governors, my aspiration for IIM Jammu's second decade is a simple. Let us build an institution whose success is measured not only by how high it rises, but also by how many others it helps to rise. Let IIM Jammu become globally respected while remaining deeply rooted in India. Let it embrace artificial intelligence without losing human intelligence. Let it promote enterprise without compromising ethics. Let it pursue excellence while widening opportunity. The first decade gave IIM Jammu its foundation. The second decade must give it its distinctive voice, a voice from Jammu to India, from India to the world. Today we have celebrating a decade. From tomorrow, we being building the next one. May the coming decade be a decade of ideas, impact, inclusion, and institution building. Once again, my warmest congratulations to Professor Sahai and entire IIM Jammu family and Board of Governors. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so very much, sir, for this enlightening, inspiring, and insightful address. Ladies and gentlemen, the strength of an academic institution lies not only in what it teaches within its classrooms, but also in how it engages with the world beyond them. The dialogue between academia, governance, industry, and society is what helps prepare future leaders for an increasingly complex and rapidly changing world. It is therefore a privilege to have with us Shri Rajkumar Chaudhary ji, Joint Electricity Regulatory Commission, Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh with us. Sir, may we request you to deliver the keynote address, please.
Honorable Governor of Himachal Pradesh, Sri Kavinder Gupta ji, Honorable Member of Lok Sabha, Sri Yugal Kishore Sharma ji, respected Dr. Milind Kamble ji, Chairman, Board of Governors, IIM Jammu, respected Professor B.S. Sahai, Director, IIM Jammu, faculty members, distinguished guests, alumni, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and privilege to be present here today as we celebrate a truly significant milestone, the 10th anniversary of the Indian Institute of Management Jammu. At the outset, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the entire IIM Jammu fraternity on completing a decade of excellence, growth, and remarkable achievements. This occasion is not merely a celebration of 10 years in the life of an institution, it is a celebration of vision, perseverance, and collective endeavor. A decade ago, IIM Jammu began its journey admitting its first batch of 56 students with a bold aspiration to create an institution that would nurture future leaders, advance knowledge, and contribute meaningfully to the nation's development. Today, as we look around, we see an institution that has transformed that aspiration into reality. In a relatively short span of time, IIM Jammu has established itself as one of the country's promising centers of management education. Through academic rigor, innovation, industry engagement, and a commitment to the excellence, the Institute has earned recognition and respect across India and beyond. Institutions not built merely by infrastructure or resources, they are built by the people. The success of IIM Jammu reflects the dedications of its visionary leadership, Professor Sahai, the commitment of its faculty, the tireless efforts of the staff members, achievement of its students, and the contributions of its alumni, who carry the Institute's values into diverse sectors of society. The story of IIM Jammu is also closely intertwined with the story of Jammu and Kashmir, a region known for its rich heritage, resilience, diversity, and immense potential. The establishment and growth of the institution have added a new dimension to the region's educational landscape, creating opportunities for talent from across the nation and contributing to the intellectual and economic development of the region. The leaders of tomorrow will require not only knowledge and competence, but also integrity, empathy, adaptability, and a deep sense of social responsibility. Institutions such as IIM Jammu have a vital role to play in preparing young minds for this future. They must continue to foster innovation while upholding values, encourage entrepreneurship, while promoting inclusivity and pursue excellence while remaining committed to the nation building. As we celebrate this milestone, it is also a moment to express gratitude to the Government of India, the Ministry of Education, academic partners, industry collaborators, alumni, and all the stakeholders whose support has contributed to the success of this institution. Most importantly, it is a moment to look ahead with confidence and ambition. The next decade can be a decade of greater academic distinction, deeper research contributions, stronger global collaborations, impactful innovation, and transformative leadership. I am confident that IIM Jammu will continue to emerge as a globally respected institution that not only develops outstanding managers and entrepreneurs, but also shapes responsible citizens and visionary leaders who contribute prosperity to the society, the nation, and the world. Once again, I convey my sincere greetings to all of you on this occasion. May this institute continue to grow in stature, inspire generations of learners, and serve as a beacon of excellence for decades to come. Congratulations once again on the landmark achievement. Thank you all. Thanks a lot. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir. We are very grateful to you for sharing your time and thoughts with us this evening. देवियों और सज्जनों, किसी क्षेत्र के विकास की यात्रा में जनप्रतिनिधियों की भूमिका अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण होती है, क्योंकि वे जनता की आकांक्षाओं और विकास की प्राथमिकताओं के बीच एक महत्वपूर्ण सेतु होते हैं। आज हमारे बीच विशिष्ट अतिथि के रूप में उपस्थित हैं माननीय श्री जुगल किशोर शर्मा जी, जो जम्मू संसदीय क्षेत्र का प्रतिनिधित्व करते हैं। आप वर्ष 2014 से लोकसभा में जम्मू का प्रतिनिधित्व कर रहे हैं और लगातार 3 बार इस संसदीय क्षेत्र से निर्वाचित हुए हैं। आपकी सार्वजनिक सेवा और क्षेत्रीय विकास से जुड़ी दीर्घकालिक भूमिका आपको जम्मू क्षेत्र की आकांक्षाओं और प्रगति से निकटता से जोड़ती है। आज IIM जम्मू के इस 10 वर्षीय महत्वपूर्ण पड़ाव पर आपकी उपस्थिति हमारे लिए अत्यंत सम्मान का विषय है। सर, आपसे अनुरोध है कि आप अपने विचार व दृष्टिकोण हमसे साझा करें, सभा को संबोधित करें। सर, प्लीज।
धन्यवाद। बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से ये मंच का संचालन जहाँ पर शिवाकांत जी कर रही हैं, मुझे बहुत ही हार्दिक खुशी हुई। आज के इस कार्यक्रम में, ये जो कार्यक्रम IIM जम्मू के जो कार्य करते हुए 10 वर्ष जो हैं वो पूरे हो रहे हैं, और इन 10 वर्षों में मैं कह सकता हूं कि IIM जम्मू ने दिन दुगनी और रात चौगनी तरक्की की है, और बहुत अच्छा मैसेज और संदेश जो है वो देश को दिया है। और विशेष तौर पर ये जो कार्यक्रम यहाँ पर हो रहा है, आज के हमारे इस कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि और विशेष तौर पर जम्मू कश्मीर के ही रहने वाले और हिमाचल के आदरणीय राज्यपाल महोदय हमारे मित्र कविंद्र गुप्ता जी, मैं आपका वेलकम करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। और ये भी कहना चाहता हूं कि जहां पर कहा गया कि मैं तीसरी बार जहां से सांसद चुना गया। लेकिन आप सबको मैं ये भी जानकारी दे दूं कि जिस स्थान पर आप बैठे हुए हैं, ये जो नगरोटा विधानसभा है, यहाँ से मुझे 2 बार बतौर विधायक भी मैंने अपनी भूमिका जो है इस क्षेत्र में जो है वो निभाई है। तो इसलिए मेरे लिए तो और ही बहुत सौभाग्य की बात है। और विशेष पर जहाँ पर जैसे कि हम देख रहे हैं कि हमारे पद्मश्री मिलिंद कुंबले साहब जो कि चेयरमैन हैं, और विशेष तौर पर BS सहाय साहब जो कि डायरेक्टर की भूमिका निभा रहे हैं, और RK चौधरी साहब, और उसके साथ साथ ही हमारे बड़े परम मित्र जिन्होंने अच्छी सेवाएं हमें एम्स इंस्टीट्यूट में दी हैं जम्मू में, ऐसे डॉक्टर शक्ति जी, और हमारे बहुत ही परम मित्र कर्नल सुनील कांत जी, और विशेष तौर बोर्ड के मेंबर्स, और जहां पर जो आए हुए गेस्ट और हमारे जो विद्यार्थी देश भर से यहाँ पर अपनी शिक्षा प्राप्त करने के लिए आए हुए हैं। आज इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट जम्मू के 10 साल जो है वो पूरे हो रहे हैं, और इस अवसर पर आप सभी के बीच उपस्थित होना मेरे लिए अत्यंत गौरव और प्रसन्नता का विषय है। और विशेष तौर पर सबसे पहले मैं IIM जम्मू के निदेशक महोदय और समस्त फैकल्टी ऑफिसर्स, स्टाफ और विद्यार्थियों को इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर हार्दिक बधाई एवं शुभकामनाएं जो है वो आपको देता हूं। और 10 वर्ष किसी भी संस्थान की यात्रा में केवल एक संख्या ही नहीं, बल्कि उपलब्धियां, संघर्ष, समर्पण और निरंतर प्रगति की कहानी होते हैं। IIM जम्मू ने 2016 में अपनी यात्रा जो थी वो शुरुआत उस यात्रा की थी, और केवल जैसे कि मुझे जानकारी मिली है कि 47 विद्यार्थियों के साथ ये यात्रा का प्रारंभ जो है वो हुआ था। और खुशी इस बात की है कि आज ये संस्थान लगभग 1400 विद्यार्थियों का एक बहुत ही अच्छा वाइब्रेंट एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन जो है वो बन चुका है। और ये परिवर्तन IIM जम्मू की उत्कृष्टता और पूरी टीम की मेहनत का परिणाम है, मैं इतना जरूर कहना चाहता हूं। आज IIM जम्मू PhD, MBA, एजुकेटिव MBA और 5 ईयर इंटीग्रेटेड प्रोग्राम इन मैनेजमेंट, ड्यूल डिग्री प्रोग्राम तथा IIT जम्मू और एम्स जम्मू के सहयोग से MBA इन हेल्थ केयर में भी जो है यहाँ पर ये शिक्षा भी प्राप्त होती है। मैनेजमेंट जैसे विभिन्न कार्यक्रम संचालित कर रहा है। ये विविधता बताती है कि ये संस्थान केवल मैनेजमेंट एजुकेशन तक सीमित नहीं, कि बल्कि भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं के अनुरूप युवाओं को तैयार कर रहा एक उत्कृष्ट संस्थान IIM जम्मू है। और ये जो स्थान है, ये स्थान है जगती, और जगती का ये गांव जो है ये भी बड़ा सौभाग्यशाली है। और जहां पर मैं ये जरूर कहना चाहूँगा कि प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी द्वारा 20 फरवरी 2024 को इस कैंपस का उद्घाटन जम्मू कश्मीर के लिए एक ऐतिहासिक क्षण था। ये परिसर राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग के साथ स्थित होने के कारण आसानी से पहुंच योग्य और आधुनिक सुविधाओं से सुसज्जित है। यहाँ का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर विद्यार्थियों को एक ऐसा वातावरण देता है जहाँ वे शिक्षा, रिसर्च, इनोवेशन, लीडरशिप और दूसरे क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़ सकेंगे। और वैसे भी आप देखें तो हम बाहर से देख रहे थे, जब बाहर खड़े थे, बहुत ही सुंदर नज़ारा जो है वो इस IIM का बाहर से देखने को मिलता है। और जब IIM जम्मू में अगर खड़े हैं तो बाहर का नज़ारा जो है वो देखने को मिलता है। इसलिए ये बहुत ही अच्छा स्थान जो है वो। और विशेष तौर पर यहाँ किसी ने ठीक कहा कि भाई कई वर्षों की मेहनत जो है वो भी है सहाय साहब की जे मेहनत और इनके सहयोगियों की, कि दिन रात मेहनत और लगन के साथ काम करने का ये नतीजा है कि आज IIM जम्मू जो है वो आज इस स्थान पर जो है वो पहुंचा है। विशेष तौर पर IIM जम्मू ने कम समय में राष्ट्रीय ही नहीं बल्कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर भी अपनी पहचान जो है वो बनाई है। इसके साथ ही संस्थान द्वारा विभिन्न और बड़े सारे कार्यक्रमों की स्थापना भी एक महत्वपूर्ण उपलब्धि के कारण जहाँ पर हुए हैं, चाहे वह हैप्पीनेस और दूसरे कई बड़े सारे कोर्स जहाँ पर जो हैं वो हो रहे हैं। मैं देख रहा हूँ कि जहाँ पर इनोवेशन एंड ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, इनोवेशन एंड स्किल डेवलपमेंट अथवा स्मॉल बिजनेस एंड डेवलपमेंट के क्षेत्र हों, बहुत ही अच्छा लगता है जब हम देखते हैं कि देश भर के जो विद्यार्थी हैं वो जहाँ पर आकर यहाँ से कुछ सीख कर जा रहे हैं। और विशेष तौर पर प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देश आज विकसित भारत 2047 तक बनने की ओर आगे बढ़ रहा है और ये संकल्प देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी का है। विकसित भारत केवल बड़ी रोड्स, बिल्डिंग और इंडस्ट्री से नहीं बनेगा, इसके लिए हमें नॉलेज, इनोवेशन, स्किल्ड मैन पावर और इसके अलावा और विजनरी लीडरशिप की आवश्यकता होगी। IIM जम्मू जैसे संस्थान इस राष्ट्रीय लक्ष्य को पूरा करने में एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका जो है निभाने का काम कर रहे हैं और आगे भी निभाएंगे। आज जम्मू कश्मीर के युवाओं को अपने क्षेत्र में ही नहीं, देश के प्रतिष्ठान मैनेजमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशन में उच्च शिक्षा प्राप्त करने का एक अवसर जो है वो मिल रहा है और देश भर के विद्यार्थियों को मिल रहा है। ये नए जम्मू कश्मीर और नए भारत की ये तस्वीर है। जम्मू कश्मीर के विकास में IIM जम्मू की भूमिका बहुत बड़ा एक रोल निभा रही है और हमारा जम्मू कश्मीर प्राकृतिक संपदा और मानवीय प्रतिपदा से संपन्न है। मित्रों, मैं ज़्यादा ना कहता हुआ इतना ही कहूँगा कि मैं चाहता हूँ कि IIM जम्मू के विद्यार्थी अपनी मैनेजमेंट एजुकेशन का उपयोग स्थानीय अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूत करने में करें। हमारे किसानों को बेहतर मार्केटिंग की ज़रूरत है। हमारे दूसरे जो लोग हैं उन्हें भी बहुत सारी ज़रूरतें हैं। हमारे युवाओं को स्टार्टअप और नए अवसर चाहिए। हमारे छोटे बिजनेस को टेक्नोलॉजी और दूसरे क्षेत्रों की आवश्यकता है। तो मैं चाहूँगा कि भाई हमारा जो IIM जम्मू इन क्षेत्रों में रिसर्च, इनोवेशन और मैनेजमेंट एक्सपर्टीज़ के माध्यम से ये महत्वपूर्ण योगदान जो है दे। प्रिय विद्यार्थियों, आप देश के उन चुनिंदा युवाओं में हैं जिन्हें वर्ल्ड क्लास मैनेजमेंट एजुकेशन प्राप्त करने का अवसर जो है वो मिला है और ये अवसर देश के बहुत सारे ऐसे युवा हैं जिनको नहीं मिलता है। तो हम ये जो विद्यार्थी हैं ये सौभाग्यशाली हैं कि भाई हमें ये अवसर मिला है। लेकिन मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूं कि आपकी शिक्षा की असली सफलता केवल एक अच्छी नौकरी पाने में ही नहीं बल्कि दूसरों के लिए अवसर पैदा करने में है। तो इसलिए आप जो है फ्यूचर मैनेजमेंट बने। और इसके साथ साथ ही मैं यहाँ पर इतना ही कहूँगा कि ये जो 10 वर्ष की उपलब्धियाँ हैं और विशेष तौर पर अंत में मैं IIM जम्मू के सभी विद्यार्थियों को, फैकल्टी मेंबर्स और मैनेजमेंट को इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। मेरी शुभकामना है कि IIM जम्मू आने वाले दशकों में और ऊंचाइयां प्राप्त करे, जहां से निकलने के बाद विद्यार्थी देश और दुनिया में नेतृत्व करें और ये संस्थान जम्मू कश्मीर की प्रतिभा को वैश्विक मंच तक पहुँचाने का सशक्त माध्यम बने। आइए हम सब मिलकर ये संकल्प लें कि देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी का जो ये संकल्प है कि 2047 तक हम भारत को विकसित भारत बनाएंगे, तो हम विकसित भारत जो है वो बनाएंगे। ज्ञान से विकास, इनोवेशन से समाधान और रोजगार और युवा शक्ति से विकसित भारत जो है वो बनेगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत। और मैं एक बार फिर कहना चाहूँगा कि ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि आज हमारे बीच हमारे परम मित्र और हिमाचल के राज्यपाल श्री कविंद्र गुप्ता जी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं और मुझे उनके साथ ये मंच साझा करने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ है। और ये IIM जम्मू और यहाँ की जो टीम है उन्होंने दिया है, इसलिए मैं कविंद्र जी और बाकी सब साथियों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। आपने मुझे सुना, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
अपने बहुमूल्य विचार हमारे साथ साझा करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। देवी और सज्जनों, अब हम इस शाम के एक अत्यंत विशेष चरण में प्रवेश कर रहे हैं. We are here to appreciate and celebrate excellence and acknowledge the contributions of our industry partners, accreditation partners, dedicated faculty members, committed staff members, our proud alumni, and distinguished members of the society, Veer Nari Civilian and Gallantry Award winners. I request our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Kavinder Gupta ji, to do the honors, please. We begin by recognizing our valued industry partners. I request representatives of our industry partners to kindly come forward to accept the award. Mr. Nakul Kumar Agarwal, Regional Head TASC North, Axis Bank Limited. We request you to come forward and accept your award, please. Ms. Archana Singh, Vice President HR, HDFC Life Insurance Company Limited. ICIC Bank Limited is also a valued industry partner. Mr. Om Chaudhary, Zonal Head Acquisition. We also request Mr. Sagar Doshi, Executive Vice President, Head Talent Acquisition from Kotak Mahindra Bank Limited. We also call upon Mr. Prabhanjan Prasoon, Senior Director, Birla Soft Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause? Heartiest congratulations. I now call upon Ms. Anjana Dilip Verma, Program Manager, Capgemini Technology Services India Limited, to kindly come up on the stage, please. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. We would also request Ms. Avasthi Venugopal, Senior Director, Cognizant Technology Solutions India Private Limited. Mr. Rajul Kansal, Global Head, HCL Technologies Limited. We request you to come up on the stage, please. We are very grateful for their valued association and contribution. That is Mr. Rajul Kansal, Global Head. After that, Mr. Vishal Mahajan, Senior Director, Kaelon Global Solutions India. Mr. Vishal Mahajan. A huge round of applause for Mr. Majid Shah, Vice President, Strategy and Transactions, Ernst & Young India Private Limited. And Mr. Sudeep Luthra, Vice President, Human Resources, Kent RO Systems Limited. Heartiest congratulations to these industry partners. And while we also have certain industry partners in absentia, we'll just mention their names: Accenture Solutions Private Limited, Amazon Development Center Private Limited, BNY, Deloitte, Gujarati Processors and Packers Limited, Havells India Limited, IDBI Bank Limited, Infosys Limited, Maruti Suzuki Limited, India, Tech Mahindra Limited, and Vedanta Limited. Next, we would acknowledge the valued association of our accreditation partners. Ms. Shikha Tong, Strategic Engagement Manager, India, Association of MBAs and Business Graduates Association, representing Business Graduates Association. Yes, sir. Mr. Nishit Jain, from European Foundation for Management Development. We also have certain international valued partners in absentia. Alba Business School, ESC Claremont Business, Montpellier Business School, University of Bradford, Estonian Business School, University of Gothenburg, National Central University, IE University. Heartiest congratulations. Can we have a huge round of applause once again? अब हम उन प्रेरणादायी शख्सियत को सम्मानित करेंगे जिन्होंने अपने अपने क्षेत्र में समाज के बेहतर भविष्य के निर्माण में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दिया है। इनका समर्पण और प्रयास समाज में सकारात्मक बदलाव की मिसाल है। गुजरने को तो हजारों काफिले गुजरे, जमी पे नक्शे कदम बस किसी किसी का रहा। वी कॉल अपॉन स्टेज पद्मश्री डॉक्टर मोहन सिंह सलाथिया। Dr. Mohan Singh Salathia. We also call upon Dr. Padma Shri Dr. Jitendra Udampuri. Okay, sir. Padma Shri Dr. S.P. Verma. Padma Shri Shri Rumalu Ram. And we also now request Padma Shri Shri Balwant Thakur ji. Let's hear it for Balwant Thakur ji, please. Shri Sahil Mehra, we request you to kindly come up on the stage, please. And we also have an eminent artist amongst us, Shri Kamlesh K. Gandhi. कहीं दीवारों के चर्चे, कहीं मीनारों के, कभी तारीफ के जुमले इधर नहीं आते। हम तो बुनियाद के पत्थर हैं कई सदियों से और बुनियाद के पत्थर नजर नहीं आते। एक वीर शहीद सैनिक की पत्नी या माँ ऐसी ही बुनियाद का पत्थर होती हैं जिन पर हमारी नज़र अक्सर उसी वक्त पड़ती है जब तिरंगे में लिपटा सैनिक घर वापस आता है। आज हम ऐसी ही बहादुर वीर नारियों के त्याग और बलिदान को सम्मानित करेंगे। I now call upon Srimati Neelam Kumari, wife of late Havaldar Tilak Raj Veer Chakra. इसके पश्चात श्रीमती सुदेश कुमारी, mother of late rifleman Sunil Kumar Veer Chakra. Srimati Sudesh Kumari, mother of late rifleman Sunil Kumar Veer Chakra. इसके पश्चात जीतो देवी, वाइफ ऑफ ऑनररी कैप्टन कर्नैल सिंह, शौर्य चक्र। Ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to honor the heroes of armed forces, the Gallantry Award winners. Can we have on stage Honorary Captain Santokh Singh, Shaurya Chakra. We also call upon stage Honorary Captain Muhammad Sadiq, Shaurya Chakra. And another hero of the armed forces, Honorary Captain Pavan Kumar Veer Chakra. Please take a seat, ladies and gentlemen. स्वप्न से कह दो साकार हो जाए, तार से कह दो झनकार हो जाए, सुलगा लो मेरी लौ से लौ की सीने में दबी चाह अंगार हो जाए. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to honor the people at the heart of every academic institution, its faculty, who ignite the flame of knowledge, of curiosity, who inspire, mentor, and shape the leaders of tomorrow. This is faculty of IIM Jammu who have completed more than 5 years. A huge shout out to them. First of all, we request Professor B.S. Sahai, Director IIM Jammu, to kindly accept the award. Professor Jabir Ali is next, Professor and Dean, Faculty and Research. Professor Jabir Ali, please. Professor Nitin Upadhyay, Dean Academics. And after that, we also call upon stage Dr. Mukbil Burhan, Associate Prof. Dr. Atiq Sheikh. We are also delighted to invite on stage Dr. Mahesh Gadekar, Dr. Rashmi Ranjan Parida. Please, may we have on the stage, please. Dr. Baljit Singh. Dr. Mamta Tripathi to please come up on the stage to accept the award. Dr. Sarabjit Singh, please, we call upon you to accept the award from our Honorable Chief Guest. Dr. Wasim Akram. Dr. Kulvinder Kaur. Dr. Archana Sharma. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd also like to honor the staff members who are an integral part of the team, IIM Jammu team. Mr. Shailesh Keloya, CA Rajat Jain, who's the Financial Advisor and Chief Accounts Officer. that is Dr. Archana Sharma. And then we have Mr. Shailesh Lohia. Mr. Rajat Jain, the Financial Advisor and Chief Accounts Officer. Mr. Arup Bhattacharya, Chief Program Officer. May we have you on the stage, please? Mr. Nadeem Yunus Zargar, Administrative Officer. We also call upon Mr. Jaiprakash Sivaswamy. Request for your presence on the stage, please. Mr. Jaiprakash Sivaswamy. Mr. Vaibhav Gupta, Assistant Administrative Officer. Mr. Shashank Mishra, Assistant Engineer. Ms. Sakshi Jamwal, Assistant Administrative Officer. Ms. Sakshi Jamwal. Mr. Asif Khan, Assistant System Manager. We request your presence on the stage, please. Dr. Vishal Sharma, may we have you on the stage, please? Dr. Vishal Sharma. Ms. Veena Kumari, Senior Library and Information Assistant. Ms. Pooja Devi, Junior Executive. Do we have Ms. Pooja Devi on stage? Mr. Sunil Kumar Thakkar, Executive Assistant. Mr. Aman Kumar Singh. Mr. Rohit Kumar. We also would like to specially thank and appreciate Consultant Project Shri Rajesh Kumar Dhiman. Can we have you on stage, please? We also call upon the former Chief Administrative Officer, IIM Jammu, Commodore Keshwan Bhaskaran. Can we hear it for him, please? Lieutenant Colonel M.L. Sharma, again, former Chief Administrative Officer, IIM Jammu. May we request you for your presence on the stage, please? That is Commodore Keshwan. Heartiest congratulations. Right now we have Lieutenant Colonel M.L. Sharma on the stage receiving the award. Ladies and gentlemen and students, we now come to a special moment of celebrating our proud alumni, those who have carried the knowledge and spirit of IIM Jammu into the world and their achievements are a matter of pride for the Institute and an inspiration for generations to come. May we have on stage Mr. Bishnu Kumar, Vice President, IIM Jammu Alumni Association. We also request Mr. Sanjay Nalamaru, Joint Secretary South, Executive Committee, IIM Jammu Alumni Association, to come up on the stage, please. Can we also hear it for Mr. Sajal Bansod, Joint Secretary West, Executive Committee, IIM Jammu Alumni Association? We also call upon Mr. Tarun Gupta, Joint Secretary East, Executive Committee, IIM Jammu Alumni Association, to please come forward and receive the award. Last but not the least, Mr. Bhavneesh Sharma, President, IIM Jammu Alumni Association. Ladies and gentlemen, let us acknowledge all our distinguished awardees with a huge round of applause. Can we hear it for them all? Thank you so much, sir, for doing the honors. We now arrive at one of the most significant moments of this valedictory program, valedictory address by our esteemed chief guest, Shri Kavinder Gupta ji, Honorable Governor of Himachal Pradesh. वो महफिल में नहीं खुलता तन्हाई में खुलता है, वो महफिल में नहीं खुलता तन्हाई में खुलता है, समंदर कितना गहरा है गहराई में खुलता है। आपके अनुभव काबिलियत की था पा लेना सर, वो तो काफ़ी मुश्किल काम होगा, लेकिन फिर भी हम गागर में सागर भरने का प्रयत्न अवश्य करेंगे। हमारे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि एक ऐसे अनुभवी सार्वजनिक नेता और प्रशासक हैं जिनका सार्वजनिक जीवन और शासन के क्षेत्र में व्यापक अनुभव रहा है। माननीय श्री कविंदर गुप्ता जी ने अपने सार्वजनिक जीवन में अनेक महत्वपूर्ण जिम्मेदारियां निभाई हैं। आप जम्मू नगर निगम के पहले निर्वाचित मेयर रहे और 3 कार्यकाल तक इस महत्वपूर्ण दायित्व का निर्वहन किया। इसके पश्चात आपने जम्मू कश्मीर विधानसभा के अध्यक्ष के रूप में भी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई। आपने जम्मू कश्मीर के उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में भी सेवा दी। आपकी सार्वजनिक सेवा और प्रशासनिक नेतृत्व की व्यापक यात्रा आपको शासन और जनजीवन की चुनौतियों का गहरा अनुभव प्रदान करती है। आज IIM जम्मू के 10 वर्षीय उत्सव के इस महत्वपूर्ण अवसर पर आपकी गरिमामयी उपस्थिति हमारे लिए अत्यंत गौरव और सम्मान का विषय है। देवी और सज्जनों, जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत करें हमारे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि का। सर, हम आपसे अनुरोध करते हैं कि सभा को संबोधित करें।
आज के इस कार्यक्रम में हमारे बीच में प्रमुख रूप से उपस्थित डॉक्टर मिलिंद पी कामले जी, अध्यक्ष बोर्ड ऑफ गवर्नर्स IIM जम्मू, हमारे परम मित्र और वर्तमान में जम्मू से हमारे प्रिय सांसद और हमारे आज के विशिष्ट अतिथि श्रीमान जुगल किशोर शर्मा जी। जुगल जी के लिए बताऊं, हम कई वर्षों से साथ साथ चलते रहे राजनीति में, कभी ये ऊपर कभी मैं ऊपर, लेकिन वो कहते हैं ना, हम सफ़र साथ साथ चलते हैं, बेवफा रास्ता बदलते हैं। अब मुझे रास्ता बदलना पड़ा तो कुल मिलाकर के मैंने इनको हमेशा से दौड़ते देखा है। और आज अगर जम्मू में एम्स का निर्माण हुआ, सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी का निर्माण हुआ, IIM, IIT, तो मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सांसद जी का एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। चाहे हमारा एयरपोर्ट हो, चाहे हमारा रेलवे स्टेशन हो, या जम्मू स्मार्ट सिटी का काम हो, और विशेष करके जो भी डेवलपमेंट के काम हुए हैं उसमें हमारे जुगल जी का एक महत्वपूर्ण रोल रहा है। बड़े डाउन टू अर्थ इस प्रकार के राजनीति में व्यक्ति बहुत कम मिलते हैं, इसलिए मुझे लगता है जुगल जी के लिए एक बार बहुत जोरदार ताली होनी चाहिए। श्रीमान राजकुमार चौधरी जी, चेयरपर्सन जॉइंट इलेक्ट्रिसिटी रेगुलेटरी कमीशन, प्रोफेसर BS सहाय जी, निदेशक IIM जम्मू, जिनके कारण से मैं आज यहाँ पर खड़ा हूँ। आपका भी यहाँ पर धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि आप किसी भी इस प्रकार के जो मौके होते हैं मुझे ज़रूर याद करते हैं, इसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। बोर्ड ऑफ गवर्नर्स के माननीय सदस्य, संकाय सदस्य, अधिकारी एवं कर्मचारी, यहाँ से हमारे पूर्व छात्र, आमंत्रित अतिथिगण एवं प्रिय विद्यार्थियों, आज IIM जम्मू की स्थापना के 10 वर्ष पूर्ण होने पर इस महत्वपूर्ण समय पर आपके बीच में उपस्थित होकर के मुझे अत्यंत प्रसन्नता का अनुभव हो रहा है। 10 वर्ष किसी भी संस्था के लिए केवल समय की अवधि नहीं होती, बल्कि उसकी ये यात्रा उपलब्धियों, चुनौतियों और भविष्य की दिशा का मूल्यांकन करने का एक अवसर भी इसको मानना चाहिए। IIM जम्मू पिछले 10 वर्षों की ये यात्रा रही है वो काफ़ी प्रेरणादायक है। मुझे याद है मैं 2018 में भी यहाँ पर आया था एक जम्मू कश्मीर के उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में, और जितने 8 सालों में हमारे जो यहाँ के निदेशक हैं या हमारा यहाँ का जो स्टाफ है, जिस प्रकार से इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को एक सम्मान मिला है, उसके लिए आप सभी बधाई के पात्र हैं। एक दशक पहले तो ये जो संस्थान है केवल एक ट्रांजिट कैंपस से अपने प्रथम MBA बेंच के जो बताया गया कि केवल कुछ सदस्यों के साथ, विद्यार्थियों के साथ प्रारंभ हुआ था, उस समय ना तो कोई हमारा कोई स्थायी परिसर था और ना ही आज जैसी जो विस्तृत अकादमिक पहचान थी, लेकिन संस्थान के पास एक मजबूत संकल्प, दूरदृष्टि और उत्कृष्टता प्राप्त करने का विश्वास था। उसी का परिणाम है आज वही संस्थान एक आधुनिक स्थायी परिसर, विविध अकादमिक कार्यक्रमों, शोध एवं नवाचार की संस्कृति, राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय साझेदारियों के साथ बढ़ती हुई प्रतिष्ठा के साथ आज हमारे सामने खड़ा है। मुझे लगता है कि ये आपकी मेहनत, लगन, तपस्या जो उसका परिणाम है। ये उपलब्धि IIM से जुड़े प्रत्येक व्यक्ति की मेहनत और प्रतिबद्धता का परिणाम है। मैं विशेष रूप से निदेशक प्रोफेसर BS सहाय जी को भी बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। IIM जम्मू की विकास यात्रा में प्रोफेसर सहाय जी का एक बहुत ही बड़ा योगदान रहा है और इसमें मैं पूरी तरह से IIM की जो टीम है उसको भी हार्दिक बधाई देता हूँ। आज दुनिया की समस्याएं किसी एक विषय की सीमाओं से नहीं बंधी हैं। स्वास्थ्य के साथ प्रबंधन जुड़ा है, तकनीक के साथ अर्थव्यवस्था, नैतिकता जुड़ी है और उद्यमिता के साथ समाज और मानव व्यवहार की समझ बहुत ज़रूरी है। इसलिए भविष्य की जो शिक्षा है वही होगी जो विभिन्न विषयों को जोड़कर विद्यार्थियों को समग्र दृष्टि प्रदान करे, उनके मन, शरीर, आत्मा और बुद्धि इन सभी का विकास करे। इस प्रकार की शिक्षा की हमें ज़रूरत है। प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत में उच्च शिक्षा, शोध, नवाचार, युवा शक्ति राष्ट्र के निर्माण का केंद्र रखा गया है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो विकसित भारत 2047 की परिकल्पना को साकार करने के लिए विश्वविद्यालयों और युवाओं की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका पर बल दिया है। मैं आपकी जानकारी के लिए बताना चाहता हूँ, हिमाचल में भी लगभग 17 यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हैं हमारी। हम पहली बार विकसित भारत को 2047 को सपने को साकार करने के लिए एक सभी जो वाइस चांसलर्स की मीटिंग करने जा रहे हैं, जिसमें कि एक शुरुआत की जा सके। आज जो हमारे सामने चैलेंजेस हैं, 25 तारीख को वो मीटिंग होने वाली है। मैं चाहूँगा कि आप में से जो अच्छे एक्सपर्ट हैं, जो मार्गदर्शन कर सकते हैं, दिशा है दे सकते हैं, मैं उनको भी साथ में स्पेशल इनवाइटी वहाँ बना करके, ताकि आप हमारा मार्गदर्शन कर सकें। इस प्रकार का हमारा प्रयास रहेगा। प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्पष्ट संदेश है कि विकसित भारत सरकार के प्रयासों से नहीं, बल्कि सबका प्रयास होगा तो तभी बनेगा। उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि देश के युवाओं को ऊर्जा और सामर्थ्य की विकसित भारत के निर्माण को जोड़ना बहुत ज़रूरी है। मुझे लगता है कि जिस प्रकार की शिक्षा की हमें ज़रूरत थी, उससे हमने कई साल तक वंचित रहे। नई शिक्षा नीति जो है, उसके माध्यम से हमारे जो पीढ़ी है, वर्तमान पीढ़ी, आने वाली पीढ़ी, वो हमें गुलामी की मानसिकता को लेकर के ना वो जिए, वो इस प्रकार से गौरवशाली भारत के निर्माण के लिए जिए, इस प्रकार की जरूरत है। मुझे लगता है कि जिस शिक्षा को हमें पढ़ाया गया, जिसमें वो हमारे यहाँ पर जो मुगल आए, दूसरे आए, वो महान हो गए, और हमारे यहाँ पर रहने वाले जो लोग हैं, जो स्थानीय लोग जिन्होंने अपनी वीरता का प्रदर्शन किया, कहीं ना कहीं शिक्षा नीति में कुछ ना कुछ तो बात थी। इसलिए बहुत ज़रूरी है कि आने वाली पीढ़ी से केंद्रित उनको करके नई शिक्षा नीति पर ध्यान दिया जाए। और इसका उद्देश्य केवल रोजगार योग्य युवा तैयार करना नहीं है, बल्कि ऐसे नागरिक तैयार करना है जो ज्ञान, कौशल, रचनात्मकता और नैतिक मूल्यों से संपन्न हो। मुझे ये कहने में कोई हर्ज नहीं है कि पिछले दिनों हमने जंतर मंतर पर जो एक नंगा नाच होते देखा है, वो इस प्रकार का युवा हमें नहीं चाहिए। हमें वो युवा चाहिए जो इस देश के निर्माण में भारत राष्ट्रवाद को लेकर के इस देश का निर्माण कर सके। इस प्रकार के युवा के निर्माण करने की जरूरत है। सा विद्या या विमुक्ते, अर्थात वही विद्या जो हमें मुक्त करे। शिक्षा हमें केवल ज्ञानवान और सक्षम ही नहीं, बल्कि संवेदनशील, विवेकशील और जिम्मेदार भी बनाए। प्रबंधन की शिक्षा का अंतिम उद्देश्य केवल अच्छा प्रबंधक या सफल व्यवसायी बनना नहीं होना चाहिए। ऐसे नेतृत्वकर्ताओं का निर्माण होना चाहिए जो समाज और राष्ट्र को अपनी जिम्मेदारियों से भी समझें। IIM जम्मू की एक विशेष उपलब्धि ये भी है कि उसने स्थानीय संस्कृति और विरासत को लेकर के एक अच्छे संबंध बनाए हैं। बंधन जैसी पहल के माध्यम से विद्यार्थियों को जम्मू के परिवारों और समाज के साथ जोड़ने का अवसर मिला है। बसोली पेंटिंग जैसी हमारी समृद्ध सांस्कृतिक परंपराओं को संस्थान को की गतिविधियों का हिस्सा बनाया है। मैं पिछली बार यहाँ मुझे आने का मौका मिला था। यह अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि वैश्विक बनने के लिए अपनी जड़ों से जुड़ा रहना बहुत ज़रूरी है। मुझे इस वर्ष IIM जम्मू द्वारा आयोजित इंटरनेशनल पेंटर्स सिंपोजियम का उद्घाटन करने का अवसर भी, जो मैंने पहले बताया कि मिला था। इस अवसर पर भारत और विदेशों से आए हुए जो हमारे कलाकार हैं, युवा प्रतिभाएं हैं, और विद्यार्थियों के साथ जो संवाद बहुत अत्यंत सुखद रहा। आज 10वीं वर्षगांठ के इस अवसर पर पुनः इस संस्थान में आने का मेरे विशेष प्रसन्नता का विषय है। हमारे इन जो कलाकारों में हमारे मित्र और कमलेश गांधी जी भी यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, जिनको मैं बहुत वर्षों से जानता हूँ। मैंने इनको हिमाचल में भी राजभवन में बुला करके कि अपनी जो वहाँ पर एक सौंदर्य की ये चित्र बनाएं, तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगेगा। एक बार फिर से यहाँ से आपको मैं बुलाना चाहता हूँ। आज आप जैसे समय में शिक्षा प्राप्त कर रहे हैं, जब दुनिया तेज़ी से बदल रही है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस बार बार जिसका जिक्र होता है, ऑटोमेशन, डाटा और नई तकनीकें व्यवसाय और रोजगार की प्रकृति को बदल रही हैं। ऐसे समय में केवल तकनीकी ज्ञान पर्याप्त नहीं होगा, बल्कि भविष्य के नेतृत्व के लिए निर्णय लेने की क्षमता, रचनात्मकता, जिज्ञासा, कल्पनाशीलता, संवेदनशीलता, साहस और नैतिक विवेक और अधिक महत्वपूर्ण होंगे। इसलिए मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूँ कि अपनी डिग्री को अपनी शिक्षा का अंत ना समझिए, इसे जीवन भर सीखने का एक प्रारंभ माने। आज की दुनिया में सफलता केवल इस बात पर निर्भर नहीं करेगी कि हम कितने उत्तर जानते हैं, बल्कि इस बात पर भी निर्भर करेगी हम सही प्रश्न पूछने की क्षमता कितनी विकसित कर पाते हैं। भारत ने 2047 तक विकसित राष्ट्र बनने का जो लक्ष्य रखा है, वर्ष 2047 तक आज के अनेक विद्यार्थी देश के उद्योग, प्रशासन, स्टार्टअप्स, शोध, तकनीक और सामाजिक संस्थाओं का नेतृत्व कर रहे होंगे। इसलिए विकसित भारत 2047 कोई दूर का सपना नहीं है, उसका निर्माण आज हमारे विद्यार्थियों और संस्थानों की कक्षाओं में हो रहा है। IIM जम्मू जैसी संस्थानों की जिम्मेदारी विशेष रूप से महत्वपूर्ण है। हमें ऐसे नेतृत्व की आवश्यकता है जो वैश्विक स्तर पर प्रतिस्पर्धा कर सके, लेकिन अपनी भारतीय जड़ों और मूल्यों से जुड़ा रहे। इस बात का विशेष ध्यान रखा जाना चाहिए। जो संपदा का सृजन करे लेकिन सामाजिक द्वैत्व को ना भूले, जो तकनीक को समझे लेकिन मानवता को उससे भी ऊपर रख कर के बात करे। जम्मू कश्मीर और व्यापक हिमालय क्षेत्र के विकास में भी IIM जम्मू महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा सकता है। पर्यटन हो, कृषि हो, बागवानी हो, हस्तशिल्प हो, स्टार्टअप्स हों, स्थानीय उत्पाद, ग्रामीण जो उद्यमिता है और सतत विकास जैसे क्षेत्रों में शोध एवं नवाचार के माध्यम से ये स्थानीय अर्थव्यवस्था को नई दिशा दे सकता है। लोकल टू ग्लोबल की भावना के साथ हमारे स्थानीय उत्पादों, प्रतिभाओं और उद्यमों को राष्ट्रीय तथा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजारों से जोड़ने में संस्थान एक महत्वपूर्ण रोल अदा कर सकता है। मैं ये भी अपेक्षा करूँगा कि IIM जम्मू आने वाले वर्षों में जम्मू कश्मीर, लद्दाख और पूरे हिमालयी क्षेत्र में विशिष्ट चुनौतियाँ और अधिक शोध करे और ऐसी जो नीतिगत एवं प्रबंधकीय समाधान विकसित करे जिन्हें देश के अन्य पर्वतीय क्षेत्रों में भी अपनाया जा सके। जैसे सहाय साहब हिमाचल की बात कर रहे थे, मुझे लगता है कि हम आपके साथ मिलकर के बहुत से ऐसे काम कर सकते हैं जो हमारे तीनों क्षेत्रों के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होंगे। 10 वर्ष की यात्रा निश्चित रूप से उपलब्धियों से भरी है, लेकिन मैं इसे IIM जम्मू की यात्रा का अंत नहीं बल्कि मजबूत आधार के निर्माण का पहला चरण मानता हूँ। अब दूसरे दशक में संस्थान को ये साबित करना है कि कितनी ऊंचाइयों तक पहुँच सकता है और समाज तथा राष्ट्र में अपना और कितना गहरा योगदान दे सकता है। रैंकिंग और एक्रेडिटेशन महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि वे संस्थान अपनी गुणवत्ता का आंकलन करने का महत्वपूर्ण समय देते हैं, लेकिन जो किसी भी संस्थान की वास्तविक पहचान होती है वो केवल रैंकिंग से नहीं, उसके द्वारा किए गए चरित्रवान, सक्षम और संवेदनशील नेतृत्वकर्ताओं से होती है। मेरी अपेक्षा है कि IIM जम्मू आने वाले वर्षों में विश्व स्तरीय जो शोध हैं, नवाचार है, उद्यमिता है, प्रबंधन है, शिक्षा का इसका प्रमुख केंद्र बने। जम्मू कश्मीर की विकास यात्रा में और अधिक सक्रिय भागीदारी करे तथा भारत की वैश्विक प्रतिष्ठा को मजबूत करने में अपना महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दे। मुझे विश्वास है कि IIM जम्मू का जो दूसरा दशक होगा वो पहले दशक से भी अधिक प्रभावशाली, सार्थक और गौरवशाली होगा तथा ये विकसित भारत 2047 के निर्माण में विशिष्ट भूमिका निभाएगा। मैं जो हमारे सभी यहाँ पर हमारे टीचर्स हैं, प्रोफेसर्स हैं, मैं तो हमेशा ये कहता हूँ व्यक्ति निर्माण की अगर कोई मशीन है जो समाज को नई दिशा दे सकते हैं, या तो हमारी माँ दे सकती है या हमारे टीचर दे सकते हैं। तो इसलिए आपका योगदान बहुत बड़ा होना चाहिए। मैं अपेक्षा करूँगा इस भारत निर्माण में हमारा एक नया रोल हो। स्थापना वर्ष पर आप सभी को पुनः हार्दिक बधाई। और मैं एक बार कहूँगा, देश हमें देता है सब कुछ, हम भी तो कुछ देना सीखें। इसी बात के साथ आज की मैं अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूँ। आओ विकसित भारत 2047 का जो सपना है उसको संजोने में हमारा किस प्रकार का योगदान हो सकता है, ऐसा संकल्प लेकर के हम आज यहाँ से जाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। आपके विचारों ने इस विशेष अवसर को एक अत्यंत सार्थक और प्रेरणादायक दिशा प्रदान की है। देवी और सज्जनों, हर सफल आयोजन के पीछे अनेक लोगों का सहयोग, समय और समर्पण होता है। अब समय है उन सभी के प्रति कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करने का जिन्होंने इस विशेष अवसर को सफल और यादगार बनाने में योगदान दिया है। मैं डॉक्टर मुकबिल बुरहान जी से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि कृपया मंच पर आकर धन्यवाद ज्ञापन प्रस्तुत करें।
Shri Jugal Kishore Sharma ji, Honorable Member of Parliament, हमारे चीफ गेस्ट श्री कविंदर गुप्ता जी, श्री राजकुमार चौधरी जी, डॉक्टर मिलिंद कामले जी, प्रोफेसर B.S. Sahai, dignitaries of the desk, of the dais, students, faculty colleagues, warm greetings and good evening. अमूमन ये वाला किरदार हमारे प्रोफेसर श्याम नारायण लाल जी निभाते हैं और बखूबी निभाते हैं। आज मुझे मौका मिला है, मैं इसका बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ। बहुत सारे लोग हैं जिन्होंने इस 10 साल की जर्नी में अपना रोल निभाया है और बहुत ही अच्छे से निभाया है। दिस एक्चुअली क्लोजेज द लूप एंड अ लूप वेयर लॉट ऑफ पीपल हैव कंट्रीब्यूटेड। ये जो हमारा प्रोग्राम हुआ अभी सेलिब्रेटिंग 10 years of excellence, इसमें जितने लोगों ने अपना रोल निभाया वो एक फैमिली की तरह है। और कहते हैं कि फैमिली को शुक्रिया तो नहीं करते, बट एक इम्पॉर्टेंस भी होती है जहाँ पर उनका नाम लिया जाता है। यहाँ पर बहुत सारे लोग हैं। वी आर थैंकफुल टू आवर चीफ गेस्ट पर्टिकुलरली, जिन्होंने अपना कीमती समय निकाला, हमारे इस खुशी में पार्टिसिपेट किया। वी आर थैंकफुल टू आवर गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर, वी आर थैंकफुल टू आवर keynote speakers, we are particularly thankful to our board of governors, we are thankful to our industry partners, students, alumni, everyone who have been here. Thank you so much for joining us. ये loop एक ख़त्म हुआ है तो एक नया loop शुरू हो रहा है. I'm sure that many of us will be here contributing and we will be celebrating more years, more such years, और ये खुशी आती रहेगी. Thank you so much.
थैंक यू सो मच डॉक्टर बुरहान। इसके साथ ही उत्कृष्टता, नवाचार और प्रभाव के 10 वर्षों के इस विशेष वैलिडिक्टरी कार्यक्रम के औपचारिक चरण का समापन होता है। बट लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस इज नॉट द एंड ऑफ अ जर्नी, इट इज द बिगिनिंग ऑफ अ न्यू चैप्टर। The next 10 years hold new possibilities, new ideas, new collaborations, new achievements, and perhaps an even greater opportunity to create impact. रख हौसला वो मंजर भी आएगा, रख हौसला वो मंजर भी आएगा, प्यासे के पास चलकर खुद समंदर भी आएगा, थक कर मत बैठ सफ़र के मुसाफिर, मंजिल भी मिलेगी और जीतने का मज़ा भी आएगा। With this inspiring thought, ladies and gentlemen, I conclude the valedictory proceedings. अब मैं आप सभी से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि कृपया राष्ट्रगीत व राष्ट्रगान के लिए अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं।
श्याम राम वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
धन्यवाद। कृपया अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। We now request the esteemed dignitaries on the stage to kindly join us for a group photograph, please.
जया गोयल ये सब फॉर्मल
सब ये just get हाँ जी तो फिर श्री राम दांडेकर जी संजय गंजू जी दीपक कुमार मुकदम प्रोफेसर अशोक आयमा श्री राजेंद्र गुप्ता जी
इसी सीक्वेंस में ना मैं एक मिनट मोमेंटो अरेंज कर देता हूँ।
अच्छा जी हमारे कुछ सम्मानित पूर्व बोर्ड मेंबर्स हैं, बोर्ड ऑफ गवर्नर्स, जिन्हें हम सम्मानित करना चाहेंगे। Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to honor Mr. Sanjay Ganju. He's not here. Mr. Deepak Kumar Mukdam, please. May we request you to kindly accept a token of regard. जी हो गया. our gratitude to the former member, Board of Governors, IIM Jammu. Can we have a round of applause? May we also call on stage Professor Ashok Aima, please. नहीं है? Shri Rajendra Gupta, sir? Sir, okay. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, may we request for a group photograph, sir? बस बोला उन्होंने, हो गया. Group photograph. वो नहीं है. Thank you so much, sir. We are very grateful that you could take time out of your busy schedule and be with us. We request all of you to kindly remain seated. Please remain seated. Till our esteemed guests have exited the venue, we will now take a very short break. Refreshments have been arranged for you in the reception area, please. हम आप सभी का थोड़े समय पश्चात लगभग 15 मिनट के बाद पुनः स्वागत करेंगे, जब इस उत्सव की शाम संस्कृति और कला के रंगों से और भी समृद्ध होगी। जम्मू कश्मीर के रंग, पद्मश्री बलवंत ठाकुर जी और उनकी प्रतिभाशाली टीम की एक मनमोहक प्रस्तुति। कृपया थोड़ी सी देर आप लोग बैठे रहें, एकदम जल्दी से ना जाएं। This is a protocol. May I request all the students to kindly just wait for another 1 or 2 minutes. Please do not leave.